Technical difficulties. Hold on, I'm trying to figure this out. Can't get my vertical to start. I don't know what's going on. Hold on, I'm trying to figure this out. All right, finally I got it working. Gosh, my goodness. All right, we good to go now, y'all. It's drama. Hit the like button if you haven't already. So we good to go. We good to go. Finally. Finally. Get started in a minute. It's definitely the case I was talking about. It's definitely the case I was talking about. Get Rabbit Bot in the chat so it can give everybody anything they need to know about the case. Good morning, good morning. Keep the change, Miss Eve. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. She was trying to share the live this morning, but we good to go now. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. Shout out to the chat. Yeah. Good morning, good morning, good morning, Shot. Good morning, everyone. I hope you guys are having a good morning. Yeah. Uh, I got an interesting development, an interesting case. This case is not a new case. It's actually it already happened, but it's a very interesting study, and I think you guys are going to enjoy watching this one. I think you're going to enjoy watching this one. So there was a politician in Las Vegas who murdered a journalist. He was found guilty and everything. But the amazing thing about it is to watch a man lie. To watch a man lie, bold faced lie to everybody. And I'm wondering, like, how does someone do that? I guess when you know you're guilty, you got no choice but to just lie because you don't got no choice. But watching this in real time, like watching the cross examination, I was very intrigued. So today we're gonna be checking out the cross examination of Robert Tellis. I ain't seen nothing like this ever before, man. I mean, he made me start looking into other cross examinations. I'm actually gonna do a video on this because I need to I need to do a video, man. So I wasn't familiar with the case or the guy. I stumbled upon the cross examination and led me to look more into the case. And with that, I'm going to make sure that anybody who is watching can catch up. We'll be up to date with it. We're gonna do a recap of who is Robert Tellis and what happened. He was charged with the murder of a journalist. Um, the journalist reported on his life or some things about him that was going on in his office. Um, the journalist article was so damaging that it caused him to lose re-election. Not only that, he was having an affair, and the journalist was requesting all of the back and forth messages between him and the person that he might have been having an affair with. And once that order was made for the journalist to receive that information, he was killed. He murdered that man. Um, to this, he thinks he's smarter than everybody. He thinks he's the smartest man in the room. We're gonna watch today a narcissist in play, someone who feels they're smarter than everybody, someone who would look you right in your face and lie. You know, this type of behavior, I've seen it before, but not on this sophisticated level. I've seen petty criminals lie. So we're gonna get started. We're gonna get started. Let me get this. Let me get this ready. Okay. What we're gonna do is we're gonna start with what we need to start with, the beginning. Okay. We are going to start from the beginning. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. And without any further ado, here we go.
Tonight, the Las Vegas community in mourning after one of their own, a journalist, was killed. Police say award-winning investigative reporter Jeff German was stabbed to death on Saturday outside of his home after an altercation. Authorities now releasing these photos of a suspect who is still at large. German joined the Las Vegas Review-Journal in 2010 after more than 2 decades at the Las Vegas Sun, according to the paper, and he was known for breaking big stories about organized crime, corruption, and political scandals. The Committee to Protect Journalists writing today that law enforcement should, quote, conduct a swift and thorough investigation into the killing of journalist Jeff German, determine whether he was targeted for his work, and hold those responsible to account. Our affiliate KSNV spoke with a columnist of the Review-Journal who said German hadn't told leadership about any concerns for his safety.
Jeff did not convey that he was in any danger of as far as sources who might, or contacts who might want to do him harm.
The photos of the suspect still leave much unanswered, showing someone wearing a bright orange jacket, large straw hat, and dark-colored pants carrying a blue duffel bag. In a press release, investigators say they think the suspect was possibly, quote, casing the area for other crimes before the deadly attack. Las Vegas police now asking residents to check their video cameras for any additional footage of the suspect on Friday. News of German's death sending shockwaves around the community. Nevada Governor Steve Sisolak tweeting in part, "This is a tragic loss for our community. Jeff German was tough but fair and a great mentor to young reporters." And Las Vegas's Mayor Carolyn Goodman writing in part, "This was a senseless act of violence."
All right, Gotti Schwartz joins us now live from Los Angeles. Gotti, do we have any reason to believe at this point he was targeted for his work against the mob?
Yeah, Tom, he was described as fearless in his reporting on corruption, on mob, on organized crime. So naturally, that's the first thought that a lot of people have when they learn about his killing. But at this point, police haven't said if it was related to any of his reporting. Tom?
All right, Gotti, while you put in your IFB there in your ear, I want to make sure you still got us. To go back to that person they're looking for, they think he may have been committing other crimes in the area, not exactly targeting Jeff German?
Yeah, that's right. At this point, Metro Police haven't released any specifics, but when they were asked, they did say that they have some leads, and that has led them to pursue a specific subject or a specific suspect. But at this point, they haven't released that person's identity or motive, and right now, that suspect is still on the loose.
Thanks for watching our YouTube.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, do you see the guy, the suspect? The suspect had like a beekeeper hat on with an orange vest. You couldn't see his face. Okay. And at this point, when the journalist died or got killed, they had no leads for real. So as the time went on, their investigation led them to Mr. Robert Tellis, a politician. And they did a search warrant. They executed a search warrant on his house. This before they arrested him. He's a person of interest, and they decided they're gonna execute a search warrant on his house. Shout out to Keep the Change in the building. Miss Eve, good morning. Highly favored. Mrs. Baker, Eva May. Shout out to y'all. Good morning. So at this point, we're gonna see, as the events unfold, the journalist dies. They have no clue who it is, and then leads start leading them to search Mr. Robert Tellis's residence, and he does a little interview. I believe it's an interview. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Second.
Breaking news right now. We continue to follow new developments in the murder case of Review-Journal investigative reporter Jeff German. Right now, Metro Police are searching the home of Clark County Public Administrator Rob Tellis in connection to that crime. 8 News Now's Vanessa Murphy live at the search at Charleston and Wallapai. Vanessa, still a very active scene there.
That's right, Heather. And we just saw Clark County Sheriff Joe Lombardo leave the scene after speaking with investigators by the home that is being searched. I'll step out of the way so you can see this is an active investigation, as you mentioned. Sources tell me Robert Tellis is with investigators right now as they work to figure out if he's connected to the murder of longtime investigative journalist Jeff German. Here at the home of Tellis, again, an active scene. And a couple of things to note here. Jeff German had done several stories in the Review Journal on Public Administrator Robert Tellis and the problems within his office. Tellis then lost the Democratic primary. Yesterday, we showed you video of a vehicle police were looking for, the suspect vehicle, this GMC Yukon. Our photojournalist shot video of that vehicle, or a vehicle just like that one, excuse me, here earlier at the home of Tellis. Metro Police also released video of the suspect, and you can see this person appears to be in disguise, wide brim hat and construction type clothing. Metro Police say the suspect had been casing the area prior to the crime. Gehrman was found stabbed to death outside his Northwest Valley home Saturday morning. Police say he was killed Friday morning. Now back here live, police tell me they will be here for at least another few hours. A lot of moving parts here. Again, Robert Tellis currently with investigators as they work to figure out if he is connected to this journalist's murder. And we just saw Clark County Sheriff Joe Lombardo here at the scene. Reporting live, Vanessa Murphy, 8 News Now.
Yep. So at this point, they're investigating him. He hasn't been arrested yet, but he's a suspect. Okay. And then finally, after the investigation has reached a certain point, the police decide that they have their man. They have their man. Okay. Egon Breezeblock.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm obviously Sheriff Joseph Lombardo. I'm here to brief you on the latest details in the homicide of Review journalist, investigative reporter Jeff Gehrman. First and foremost, I want to offer my condolences to the Jeff's family, friends, and co-workers at the Review Journal. This has been an unusual case from the beginning. The murder of an investigative journalist and the main suspect, an elected official here in Clark County. Because of the relentless follow-up of our detectives, and with your help, I'm here to announce the arrest of 45-year-old Robert Tellis. He was booked in the Clark County Detention Center last night on the charge of open murder. This is a terrible and jarring homicide, one that has deeply impacted Las Vegas. Every murder is tragic, but the killing of a journalist is particularly troublesome. We hope the arrest of Tellis and his subsequent prosecution will ultimately provide a sense of justice for our community and Mr. Gehrman's family.
Our detectives and everyone involved in this case have been working nonstop since Saturday. This is a very important case for everyone involved. And on day 2 of our major case protocol, we developed a very critical lead, which was a vehicle that we identified. It was a maroon-colored GMC Denali that was suspiciously driving around in the neighborhood on the morning of the murder, prior to the murder, and then certainly was there at the time when the murder happened. That vehicle had stopped multiple times throughout the neighborhood and was behaving suspiciously, or was suspicious. The second key piece on day 2 was we determined that the suspect wearing the orange shirt had fled in that vehicle, which connected the vehicle to the suspect. Detectives continue to work very aggressively. As the sheriff pointed out, we've built a culture around here where we expect relentless follow-up on every case we're involved in. So they were relentless in their efforts. We worked as quickly as possible. And shortly after, we developed information that indicated Tellis was driving the GMC Denali the morning of the murder. We also, through the search warrant effort, we recovered a pair of shoes, as you'll see here on my screen here to the left, that matched the suspect's description. Also, as you can see, there's apparent blood on the shoes, and the shoes were cut, likely in a manner to try to destroy evidence. In addition to the shoes, we recovered a straw hat that was also cut in a manner that was likely to destroy the evidence. And that straw hat, as you can see, matches the one in the photo. Just something to point out, that black brim is actually the interior part of the hat, a sweatband, not the exterior part. But we analyzed the hat, analyzed the shoes, and then ultimately, one of the most important aspects of this investigation was waiting on the DNA results, and we received positive DNA results that showed Robert Tellis' DNA at the crime scene. At that time, we immediately initiated our arrest operation and planning. The goal was to take Tellis into custody as safely as possible. And thanks to the men and women of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and the leadership here, we were able to successfully execute that operation yesterday, and Tellis was taken into custody safely and arrested, as the sheriff talked about.
Crazy work.
Thanks for watching.
Crazy work. I mean, talk about caught red-handed. They got the shoes. He done cut up the shoes in a million pieces. He done cut up the hat. I mean, talk about caught. All right, he's caught. All right, they found he got the same exact vehicle. He was driving the vehicle that day. They seen him. My man's so caught that his lie is, yeah, they framed me. Yeah, that was in my house. Yeah, I didn't put it there. I don't know how it got there. I don't know who cut those sneakers up. I don't know who cut up that hat. I don't know. The very guy who ruined my life is dead, and everything looks like I did it. And I think I'm being framed. And man, ladies and gentlemen, you heard what the police got. I've come to the realization after watching these trials that when you're completely guilty, when all evidence is against you, take the stand, okay? Because the best bet you got is trying to convince the jury, because the evidence says that you are guilty, man.
The evidence is going to show.
So that's interesting. Shout out to the chat. So they made it clear. They laid their case out. They laid their case out. So it officially became official. He's arrested.
Clark County official has been arrested in the murder of Review Journal reporter Jeff Gehrman's death. Rob Tellis is expected to make his first court appearance this afternoon. It comes one day after police raided his home, left, then returned with the SWAT team. We watched live during our evening newscast as investigators returned, and then during the day, they towed away a maroon SUV that was parked in Tellis' driveway, a vehicle that matches the description of an SUV the detectives believe Gehrman's killer got away in. Then around 7 p.m. last night, Tellis was taken into custody, reportedly on a stretcher.
Mercy.
Obviously, still a lot of questions surrounding this case. We do expect more answers today. Metro Sheriff Joe Lombardo is holding a news conference at 10 o'clock this morning where he will provide an update on the case that is now making international headlines. We will, of course, air that news conference live right here on Fox 5 and our digital channels. And then at 1:30 this afternoon, Tellis is scheduled to face a judge for his first court appearance. So stay with us all day long for what is set to be another busy day surrounding this high-profile case.
So what we saw was a little bit in reverse. The news that came out first, and then they had the press conference. Okay. Now, as we know, he had to go to court. He had to go to court, and after being locked up for a little while, what was happening is, because he's a politician, the show must go on. So the job still had to be done. So initially, while he was in jail, he was still working. But once it came to the realization, like, hey, you're going to be in here for a while, bro, they had to figure something out. So the judge had to make a decision.
Now to this one from hours ago inside a local courtroom. A judge has agreed to remove Clark County's disgraced public administrator from office.
Yeah, Robert Tellis has been behind bars for nearly a month now. Of course, he's accused of murdering a local journalist who reported on the turmoil inside his office. News 3's Kyle Wilcox has more on today's court hearing and what's next for Tellis.
A judge granted Clark County's request to remove Robert Tellis from his elected position. He agreed that Tellis could perform his job duties from inside a jail cell. Tellis was in court this morning as his defense attorney argued his case to the judge virtually. Judge David Jones asked Tellis' counsel how Tellis could do his job as the head of the public administrator's office while detained. His attorney argued that Tellis sent over a power of attorney and was doing the best he could under the circumstances now that he had access to video and a phone. Judge Jones questioned whether that's enough. He also posed a question as to why Tellis can't afford a private attorney if he's still working. He guessed Tellis was making $10,000 a month. The judge referred to a signed financial affidavit multiple times that says Telles expected to lose his job due to his conduct and wouldn't have any income. Jones acknowledged Telles is still innocent, but agreed that he was neglecting the position's responsibilities.
And he himself said, I expect, based upon my conduct, based upon what I have provided to the county in my conduct, that I'm going to be released from my own position. I expect that to happen. That speaks volumes to this court.
A spokesperson with Clark County says that they will now appoint someone to take over as public administrator until January 1st. A new public administrator will be elected this November.
We're in the red. That's how one local cannabis dispensary described the impact of inflation.
Now, so just, to answer you, Egon, why he cut up the hat and keep it? Well, he couldn't get rid of the evidence fast enough. He got caught because he just couldn't get the evidence out of his house fast enough. You understand? I'm not sure if he anticipated them finding out it was him so soon. He cut up the sneakers, he cut up the hat. However, he didn't get a chance to take it somewhere. He didn't get a chance to take it somewhere. Instead, he hid it somewhere his wife would not look for it, I guess, until he can get a chance to discard it somewhere. But the investigation was so swift, by the time that man got killed, the police was on the job, so he didn't have time. He didn't have much time. So he tried to get rid of it, but I don't think he had the time to find a place to get rid of it. You know? Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. And this guy, telling you, he's a good one. He's a good guy, man. He's not a good. He's bad. He's terrible, but he's good. He's good when you think about how much he's determined. Okay. This narcissist feels that he can talk his way out of anything. I mean, you could catch him with the money in the hand, stealing out the bank vault, and he'd be like, "That's not what I was doing." It looks like that. It looks like that, but that's not what. Let me talk to you. Let me explain. And he believes he can tell you and talk you out of what you just saw. He can talk you into seeing something different than what your eyes just saw. He believes that. Let's talk about it now. What's up? He believes that. So with that, this man does an interview in jail, like most of the narcissists do. He does an interview in jail. And this was the first glimpse of the behavior of this man under these circumstances. And his demeanor and his personality and his attitude. And you will see his body language. And you're going to see this man is something else, ladies and gentlemen. This guy is something else.
You know when you're wrong. All right. First off here, can I have you say your name for me?
Yeah, I'm Robert Telles.
All right, Robert. First question here. What is your reaction?
Oh, if you don't mind, I'm sorry. My apologies. I know we didn't really kind of get into this, kind of jumping into it, but I really, frankly, want to just, if I can, as I've spoken with other folks from the media, I'd like to speak about this domestic violence.
Domestic, hold on, I'm trying to figure out, this might be the wrong interview. This might be when he got arrested for domestic violence, so we might be able to skip this one, because I got another one. We might be able to skip this one, because this one might be for the domestic violence one, but man. So, let me just make sure.
About to functions or whatever, but unfortunately, by the time I got home, I'd be blacked out. But I really, frankly, want to just, if I can, as I've spoken with other folks from the media, I'd like to speak about this domestic violence issue that's come out in the news.
Yeah, what do you have to say about that?
Oh, okay. So this is while he's locked up for the murder, and he wants to speak about the domestic violence charges that they must have brought up while he was arrested. You know, in the news, they bring out, you know, the media do you dirty. So, but check out the behavior of this narcissist. He immediately takes control of the interview. Immediately. By the time the dude can introduce himself, the man took control of the interview and he got the floor. Hey, before you get started, let me tell you something. And he just immediately, he's very controlling. Very controlling. We're going to watch that again. Watch this man completely take over his interview.
You know when you're wrong. All right. First off here, can I have you say your name for me?
Yeah, I'm Robert Tellis.
All right, Robert. First question here. What is your reaction?
Oh, if you don't mind, I'm sorry. My apologies. I know we didn't really kind of get into this, kind of jumping into it, but I really, frankly, want to just, if I can, as I've spoken with other folks from the media, I'd like to speak about this domestic violence issue that's come out in the news.
Yeah, what do you have to say about that?
So, I've tried to live my life doing good by others. I've always done that. Unfortunately, I have ADHD, and with that comes a kind of a tendency to go overboard when it comes to, eating things, or when I was a little kid, I was fat, and when I got older, when I started drinking, I would drink one drink, but one would turn into a dozen before I knew it.
Notice he has completely taken over the interview and made himself into a victim, and all of a sudden this woe is me, woe is me, woe is me. He all because it done came out that he's beating his wife, gets drunk. So look how he takes control to manipulate. Look at him. You didn't even get a chance to ask him a question yet, and it's an interview. He said, hold on, if you just let me, and he just completely took over, and look at what this man does. He's so used to doing this, it's almost second nature to him. He's good at it. It's what he does. He's the perfect example of a lying politician. This man, he is almost like this is all he knows. This man lies with no second thought. He automatically goes to this defense. This is what he does. I'm like, look at this guy. And he has no shame. Absolutely no shame. Because getting away with whatever he's trying to get away with is more important than any shame you can put on him.
I just would drink until I blacked out. And for a long time. And then, of course, I didn't drink every day. It's on those days where I would drink, I couldn't control myself. If I had one, I had to have a dozen, and I'd black out, not knowing what I did the next day. And I tried to tame it. I wanted to be like everybody else. I wanted to be like people who could have one or two drinks and not black out. And so I did that for quite a bit of my adult life. So whenever I'd go out to functions or whatever, I would, unfortunately, by the time I got home, I'd be blacked out. And regretfully, when I had a couple of years ago, when I blacked out, it scared my wife and it scared my kids.
Mercy, what up?
I didn't hurt them, but I scared them enough to call the police on me. And after that day, I stopped drinking. I said, I'm not perfect, and I just wanted to try to,
Man, you ain't get to ask this man a question yet. You see how he just went on? He just went on this rant, and now all of a sudden he act like he want to cry and all kind of stuff. You ain't get to question him about nothing. He's trying to just garner sympathy.
I just want to try to do my best and be the best person I can be. And so I just wanted to explain what occurred with that domestic violence charge.
Yeah, that night, 2020. Since then, how was your relationship with your wife at that point?
It's good. It's good. We're talking every day. I've, frankly, we actually had plans for the whole family to go to Life is Beautiful this weekend. We had the tickets for the 5 of us. We have a great relationship. She forgave me for that, and things were going well.
Well, what do you have?
We're still close, me and my wife and I.
So what do you have to say for the charge you're facing now?
And unfortunately, I can't comment on it, obviously, given that it's ongoing, and I hope you understand.
Are you able to talk about...
He said, I can't comment on it. How about I'm innocent? How about that? I at least say I'm innocent, bro. I'm innocent. He said, I can't comment on it.
And unfortunately, I can't comment on it, obviously, given that it's ongoing, and I hope you understand.
Are you able to talk about you and your wife now? You guys work together?
Again, we have a wonderful relationship. I mean, obviously, things are a little difficult here with respect to working together per se, but we love each other very much.
Bro, just say no, bro. So he don't want to say his wife left him. Listen to how he go on around, dancing around just to answer. He don't want to say no for nothing, but the answer is no, bro. The answer is no, bro.
And
well, how would you describe your relationship with Gehrman?
I didn't have a relationship with Mr. Gehrman per se, so.
Did you ever try to work with him on any stories in the past?
No, sir.
I guess DNA evidence and certain evidence found at home.
Yes, Gehrman is the reporter that was unalived. Yes.
Your home links you to this. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, and unfortunately, I can't comment on the case. I'm sorry.
Have you talked with your wife since you've been arrested?
Yes, I have.
And what are you able to say what you've told her?
Again, obviously I love her, and just talking about family.
What would you say to those past allegations of a hostile work environment and sexual misconduct in the workplace?
I've laid all that out on the website. It's false, and the work that we did in that office was very important, very good. We did have a lot of accomplishments. We were able to change laws to support families in probate. The office was running very, very well, and unfortunately, there were some folks who just weren't happy with the changes because it affected their pocketbooks, and it's unfortunate the way that things went down.
Did you murder Jeff Gehrman?
Damn.
Again, sir, I cannot comment on the case.
How the hell? What in the world? I ain't never heard no stuff like that, boy. That man said he can't comment when they ask him if he killed the man. It's going to always be no. That man said, well, again, I can't comment on whether or not I killed him. As you can see, I'm behind bars right now. I don't think I should say whether or not I killed him, We're on an interview, What the hell? Bro, if you pled not guilty, then every time they ask you that, it should be no. That man said, I can't speak on that, right? What? It's almost like he got annoyed for a second. Like, why would you ask me if I killed that?
It's unfortunate the way that things went down.
Did you murder Jeff Gehrman?
Look at his face.
Again, sir, I cannot comment on the case in
It's like he had to think about that.
any respect whatsoever, sir.
What was your role at the county? What was your day-to-day job?
I was a probate administrator for probates where families are not stepping in, either because they haven't been found or because they'd like for us to handle those cases for them.
Are you aware that Rita Reed did an interview with ABC?
I've heard, but again, I wouldn't have any comment on it.
So no reaction to Rita Reed talking to ABC about this whole situation?
No.
Is there anything you want people to know about you?
It's just really, again, that I am someone who is human. I've all my life tried to do great work for people. I used to volunteer, donate, and just generally try to help anybody who needed my help. And so that's who I am. If anyone wants to believe otherwise, that's their choice, but I'm just somebody who's trying to do his best to be a good person.
What is your reaction to this whole thing? I mean, you being arrested, these allegations you're now facing. What is your reaction to this and Gehrman's murder, and just in general?
Again, I really can't comment on it. I'm sorry.
Can you talk about if you plan to plead guilty or not guilty?
No, I'm sorry.
Damn, he ain't even put in a plea yet? I thought he done plead not guilty, so he ain't even put in a plea yet. He's still thinking about it. He's like, man, I don't know what to plead. Hey, they want to know if I'm guilty or not? Your Honor, give me some time to think about this, man. Mr. Tellers, what do you plead? Your Honor, can I get a few more minutes to think about it? Your Honor, if I could get some more time, maybe a couple more days, maybe about a week. Can I get about a week to decide whether or not I'm guilty or not, Your Honor? What is happening? And why they zoom in on his mouth like that? What kind of weird stuff they doing, bro?
And I really can't comment on it. I'm sorry.
Can you talk about if you plan to plead guilty or not guilty?
No, I'm sorry.
Do you have any message today for your family?
They know that I love them very much, and my friends as well. That's pretty much what the message is. That I do love them so very much.
What was your initial reaction to hearing about Jeff Gehrman being murdered?
Again, I unfortunately can't comment on it.
You can't mention anything about Gehrman whatsoever?
Right.
Have you worked with him at all in the past? And on any stories in general?
No.
With those previous stories that he had published, obviously you read them and you tweeted about them and everything. And you obviously had a reaction from them, thinking he was going through your trash at some point. What do you say about all
going
of
through
that?
your trash?
Again, my apologies, but I really can't comment on it.
So that 2020 domestic violence, we just saw the body camera footage yesterday, and it appeared that you were arguing with police and intoxicated, and you did face a resisting arrest.
Empress Yellow, what's up?
What is your reaction knowing that body cam footage is now out there and people are seeing the actions that happened in it?
Again, I frankly hadn't seen it. I don't know what I was doing. I blacked out. So I was not in control. I don't know medically, scientifically, what exactly was in control.
Medically, scientifically, first of all, an adult his age don't get the excuse of, I was so drunk that I didn't know I wasn't in control. Like, bro, you're a politician. Like, come on, bro. You gotta know better. So this man is like a child that just gets to blame everything else for why he did what he did, why he made poor judgment, poor decision making that led to where he at. He's blaming everything else. The alcohol that he chose to drink. Yeah, that's why this happens. How about you chose to drink? This is the type of stuff. This man, he doesn't take accountability for any of his actions, you could tell.
Blacked out. So I was not in control. I don't know medically, scientifically, what exactly was in control, but I was not conscious.
Wow.
And I think people who have drinking problems understand what I'm talking about. I don't know that someone like yourself has ever experienced it, but frankly, honestly, the first that I've heard about my actions with the police was here today with an earlier news station.
Wow.
So I had no idea the extent of what had happened, and again, that is obviously one of the reasons that I quit drinking.
Yeah, talk about that. You said you quit drinking. Have you not drank since then, or do you drink a little bit, or what's your relationship like with alcohol now?
I don't have one. My wife and I had a flute of champagne for our anniversary, but I don't drink anymore. Again, the costs were just, and the risks were too high.
Do you know what happens with your position now at the county?
I do not.
Have you been in talks with the county at all about what's next?
I have not.
So at the county, is someone else overseeing your job, or do you know anything about that, or has that kind of been pushed to the side?
The work is ongoing. Absolutely.
Are you able to do any of the work from there, or is it all no longer working on it?
I don't know if I'm not sure. That anyone's interested in any of that. Frankly, I'm sorry.
I just, for the record, I mean, so you basically don't want to comment at all on the charge you're facing now and why you're in jail.
Correct. Again, I don't know if I'm sure you understand that obviously there are, while this thing is working its way through the legal process, it's, I can't comment.
I mean, is there anything that you want the public to know, though? I mean, we're here talking to you, and I'm sure that...
No, I understand, and again, like I said, I've made my statement, and I hope you understand. Again, I know that I've got to take the advice of attorneys and just not speak about the situation.
Yeah. All right. So, what is your moving forward? Can you talk about your plans in court Tuesday?
No, I cannot. I'm sorry.
Is there anything you want anybody to know about where you might have been when this happened, Peter Garman?
Again, I can't comment. I'm sorry.
Do you? I don't know if you can comment on this, but do you think that the motives? Can you see why these motives kind of put you in this position? The police kind of say about these articles and such.
Yeah, no, same again. I'm sorry, I can't comment.
Anything else you want anybody to know about you and the situation or anything?
No, sir, thank you. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your patience.
All right, this is the last chance to say anything with us.
No, I understand. I, again, just wanted folks to know that, again, I'm just a guy who's trying to do his best.
So you can't answer whether or not you had murdered Jeff Garman?
I, again, cannot comment on the case. I'm sorry, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes or no?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of that. This guy is something else, man. This guy is something else. He be acting like he unbothered for real, though. Man be acting unbothered. Now, we could go straight into the cross-examination. I mean, to the trial, but because they mentioned the body cam footage, I just want to throw that in there, just because. All right, so let's check out that body cam footage of when he got arrested for the domestic violence. Hold on. When he got arrested for the, I believe, the domestic violence. I believe that's what this is.
So, I'm not trying to breathe. Like, I'm not trying to.
Oh, he drunk. Oh, he drunk. I can hear it already. Oh, your boy drunk.
All right, do you want to hold him here? I'll bring my car up. Don't do anything more stupid than you've already done, please.
Oh my God! What the hell am I?
Our cameras are on.
Cameras. Can anybody tell me who I hit?
Sit on tight.
Who the hell did I hit?
Yo, this.
Who did I hit?
Yo, he is messed up. Yo.
Cameras are on.
Cameras. Can anybody tell me who I hit?
Sit on tight.
Who the hell did I hit?
Boy, he is smashed.
Who did I hit? Because I didn't hit anybody. Who did I hit? Who did I hit?
Who did I hit? I didn't hit anybody.
This is like totally like, you guys just want to take me down because I'm a public official.
No, we
Who
don't.
Did I hit? No, I didn't hit anybody. I didn't touch anybody. You guys just want to take me down because I am a public official. You don't. You just.
He don't even take accountability. He's clearly drunk. He blaming them. Oh, you just treat me like this because I'm a public. Bro, you drunk, bro.
Want to take me down because I'm a public official. I did not touch anybody. I haven't hurt anybody. I am just being approached, and like, you guys just want to take me down because I'm a public official. That's it. I'm a public official.
I'm sure your supervisors will love to see this bloody damage when they see it.
I'm a public official, and that's all you want to do is take me down for being a public official. Why did you take me down? I haven't touched anybody. I haven't hurt anybody.
It looks like it's broken.
This is a civil rights violation. You guys just want to take me down. I haven't touched anybody. This is my home. I haven't hurt anybody. I haven't touched anybody. I love my family. I love my wife. You guys want to take me down. That's all it is. Why are you taking me away from my friggin' house? Why do you have any suspicious?
Look at him.
Sit back.
I'm. What did it cost to take me home?
What did it
cost to take me?
You're not.
What did he just say?
What did it cost to take me home?
What does it cost to take him home? Is he trying to bribe the police?
What did it cost to take me?
What?
You're not making any sense right now, dude.
Do you have any cause to take me?
Brian.
Oh,
do you have any cause?
He said, "Do you have any cause to take me?" Okay, listen. I don't know what he's saying right now. It sounds like you're trying to bribe them.
Take me.
This seatbelt's being stupid.
What does it cost to take me?
So I can go to the other side.
God, crazy.
I've been touched anyone. I've not touched anyone. I've not touched anyone. I'm just telling you too. I haven't touched anyone. I have not touched anyone. I've not touched anyone.
You guys caught me at the right time too, but I was like, I'm on Town Center, and it's basically Sahara.
Hold on.
I heard you guys call this out. They're like, give us a minute. I'm like,
Oh, all right. Now that we got the backstory, ladies and gentlemen, we can get to the trial. Now, we're not gonna watch the whole trial. We're just gonna watch when he takes a stand, because pretty much we got the gist of the whole thing. They got the evidence. All right. So when we watch the trial, you would see how they gathered the evidence, how they came about with the evidence and all that. You know how the trials go. But we're going to skip all that because they got all that. All right? So right now we skipping to him taking the stand after all the witnesses and everybody done came up and all the evidence and everything. And we're going to watch this man take the stand. Now, I have to say, before we do that, I want to show him on the stand in his own defense. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I've never seen this before, but this man has lawyers representing him. And when it was time for him to take the stand, they allowed him to narrate his defense. I said, what? Therefore, his lawyer asked him no questions. That man sat on the stand and just ran his mouth. And he was able to introduce his own evidence and say, hey, can you show exhibit such and such? And I said, wow, they let him do that and he got lawyers? So this is the first time I've seen something like that. So we're gonna play a few minutes of that first before we get into the cross-examination. I just want to let you guys see how he was able to take the stand and narrate his defense. And of course, he ain't even talk about the case. That man spoke about his life and himself and his accomplishments. And I was like, what the hell is this? Never seen nothing like this before, but I now understand that they're allowed to do stuff like this. Okay? So that's what we're going to see first. We're also going to see the closing arguments. We're also going to see the verdict, and we're going to see the sentencing. Okay? So we're going to be here for a little while, but not forever. Just want to make sure that we get this in its entirety. Okay? Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Okay.
Your Honor, the defense calls Mr. Robert Tellis.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
May be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Tellis. The first name is Robert. Last name is Telles. Mr. Tellis, the state.
I don't know, boy. He trying to make himself seem as harmless as possible. He's all feminine on there, on the super feminine. I'm like, bro, he's super feminine on the stand here.
Is going to allow you. The court is going to allow you to testify by way of narration. So please tell us. Begin with your story.
The court is going to allow you to testify by the way of narration, so please tell us your story. I said, what in? Now, I can't take too much of this, but we're going to watch a few minutes of it, to get an understanding of, how this type of stuff works. So this man is about to give his testimony in a narration form, and he's going to start by telling his story. OMG, y'all.
Thank you, sir. So, first of all, and excuse me, I'm obviously a little nervous. This is it's a day I've been waiting for nearly 2 years. This thing's been kind of a nightmare, frankly. Again, I want to thank you for being here. And right now, I want to say unequivocally, I'm innocent. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. And I've got a lot to share with you all. There's been a lot of testimony, and my concern is making sure that you hear what I think about all these things, and what would the concerns that I have with some of these things that have been brought up. So during my testimony, I'm going to be sharing opinions. I know that folks like Zach Schilling and Mr. Mogg shared their opinions with you. And these opinions were, almost, I guess you could say, argumentative in a sense, right? Basically, Zach Schilling said, well, I'm an expert on shoes, and, I think that those shoes that the killer was wearing are the same ones that I've seen Shayla's wearing all the time, right? So he's arguing that he's an expert and you should believe him. And I think the same goes for Mr. Mogg, right? So I think that when I share an opinion with you, someone might say it's argumentative, and when I say something, I guess I specifically mean the state. But I think that when I share an opinion with you, that's my right. And it's your right to decide whether or not you agree with my opinion or not, whether you want to adopt my opinion or not. So I'm just hoping that I'm not stopped from sharing with you what I have to say. And I guess right off the bat, I'll share an opinion with you. The medical examiner testified about how Mr. Gurman was murdered. And I had to see pictures of Mr. Gurman's body, in preparation for the case. And obviously it's ugly. But when the medical examiner testified, that's the first time I'd learned how Mr. Gurman was murdered. Now, I think it's the way that he was murdered speaks to, I think, something or someone who knows what they're doing. The idea that Mr. Gurman's throat was slashed and his heart was stabbed. I think I don't know if anybody could just do that.
Listen to this narcissist. He feels so confident in his crime that he's saying that only somebody with skills could have did something like that. Look how much he's boosting up himself. Only someone. Yeah, seems like somebody with skills had to do that. So basically, knowing that it's him, he's saying, yeah, it's only somebody who real good. It's like boosting his own ego.
Right, without some kind of training, without some kind of expertise. So, and I'm personally not combat trained. I've, none of that. So it seems to me that when I heard that, I thought, my God. So that's, I guess, one example of the type of opinion I'll be sharing with you. And I want to also provide relevant facts, the truth, and things that I think are going to tend to disprove a lot of what has been said. And also when it comes to some of the witnesses, some of the documents that I'm going to try to get in are going to kind of go to whether or not they're being truthful. So again, I'm hoping that I'll be able to get those documents into. I guess we'll see how that goes as well. First, I want to kind of go into my background a little bit. So out of high school, I got a job at a small computer store and building computers, that type of thing. And then I got an opportunity to work in IT, right? Information technology, working as a network technician. The .com crash occurred, and from there I ended up going into property management. And I enjoyed that. I became a leasing agent, then an assistant manager, then a manager. Then I took a strange turn and got into maintenance, fixing stuff inside apartments, that type of thing. And from there, started to get involved in air conditioners. So then I became an HVAC technician, an air conditioning technician. And it was all self-study. Right? I took a course for the EPA certification, which is the license that you're required in order to handle refrigerant, like Freon, those types of things. I kind of learned the basics of air conditioning on my own. And the only reason I say it is, going along is I've kind of developed this analytical mind, right? So that led to me becoming an attorney. And so then that even built more on that analytical mind, where I think about, all the things, all the things wrong in this case. And you add on top of that, the fact that I've been sitting in a cell for close to 2 years. So I've had a lot of time to think about a lot of these issues. So again, I think I'm going to point out some strange things about this case. But anyway, going back to my background. So I became an HVAC technician. I started working at the College of Southern Nevada. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to name check I was going to say local community college. Sorry, I'm very nervous. Excuse me. So I started working at CSN, managing a team, and I was doing that by day. And I went to law school at night. They have a part-time program at Boyd School, or they did then anyway. I don't know if they still have it, but I went through law school at night. But before I got into law school, I met my wife online.
I ain't gonna lie. I start feeling like I'm at a lecture or something. I'm like, wait, what? Wait, we in court? I start forgetting where I'm at. Feel like I'm in school or something. Like we in the auditorium and we got a guest speaker or something. Like, what's happening?
We started dating. I got into law school. We got married. We had our daughter together. So by this point, I had a stepson, had my daughter from a previous marriage, and then my wife and I had our daughter together. When I got out of law school, I opened my own probate firm, or my own law firm, and I focused on probate law. Now, you heard this term earlier from Detective Jappy, probate, and also, of course, a couple of other witnesses. And, I do have a correction for, I guess, the way that Detective Jappy characterized probate law, but I'll get into that as we discuss further Compass Realty. So I want to go from here, from my probate work, into how I became the public administrator. I was, again, a probate attorney, working cases for families, and John Cahill, the public administrator at the time, he saw me in court, and saw that I was kind of a new face, and so he started giving me a couple of cases in there. He worked with various attorneys throughout town, so I started doing some work for him, and I can't remember exactly how long I've been working for him. At least a few months, maybe 6 months. But I was part of this volunteer group. And we had these weekly meetings where we bring people in to speak, right? And the group was very interested in learning about things happening in Vegas. Right? So I thought, well, gosh, getting the Clark County Public Administrator in to speak would be really great, because nobody knows what this guy does. When you hear the title Clark County Public Administrator, a lot of people think that we're talking about the guy who runs the whole county or something, right? I mean, that's oftentimes when I was in the office, I had these emails from people telling me to fix this on that side of town, or this, that, whatever issue, right? So it's the public administrator, is the probate administrator for the county. And again, it's basically the office that safeguards property until family can step in. Because, again, when the coroner got there, the coroner couldn't find the family. So it's our job to do the safeguarding. And if for some reason the family can't or does not want to do the administration, our office takes over and does that administration. So, I got in there, hit the ground running. We're working. I find out at a certain point, as I'm going to court, that there's a situation with some of these private administrators. Now, a private administrator is, when we talk about them, is anybody who is handling administrations, or really, I'd say private corporate administrators, because any family member could be a private administrator. Right? The probate commissioner, who is basically an appointee of the probate judges, he had these concerns with some of these folks. And I was in a hearing one day where he asked me to take a look at a case. And, the attorney for one of these guys, or one of these firms, was there, and, we were talking. And, he told me that, that his client had been doing these things for so much time, and that the prior public administrator didn't have a concern with it. And I asked him, well, where are the, this is the first I'm hearing about this. He said, well, we've been mailing your office notices every time that we come to court. And so, just FYI, the fact that these folks were required to send me notices was ordered by the probate commissioner, because he was very troubled by what he saw going on with this firm. And so I told him, no, I've been at this for maybe 7-8 months, and this is the first time hearing of it. He said, oh, no, I promise we're sending you every notice. So I get to the office, and I find out that, at the direction of the prior public administrator, the office had been throwing away all of those documents, and they just basically continued on with that process of just throwing the documents away. And I told my staff, we're not doing that anymore. I need to look at these. I need to see why the probate commissioner was so concerned. So I did an analysis, and I found that there were some troubling concerns. I created a spreadsheet, and I guess at this point, I want to see if I could share X2.
This part got me. I said, he get to put up exhibits and all that? I said, the lawyer don't step in and say, I want to show. He said, at this point, I want to put up exhibit X2. Like, wait. I ain't never seen nothing like this. But they do this type of stuff. Waiting for them to put up an exhibit.
Or if you if you need me to build any foundation, I can do that.
He said he got to build. If you need me to build a foundation.
Sure. Yeah, of course, absolutely, Your Honor. And again, this goes to the theory of my case, right? Somebody framed me for this, and I believe that it's compass realty, and I believe that it's for the work that I've done against them. And this document here shows the start of the work that I began against them. You're going to hear much more about the things that I did and the things that they did. And so, again, this spreadsheet, I think really, it's the beginning. So I'd ask if I could please have it admitted.
Any further objection? It's admitted.
So when you view this exhibit, or X2, you'll see that there's a spreadsheet attached to it. And I just want to go over a few of the cases with you. And well, generally, first I'll tell you that, again, it was about 60 cases. Let's see here. And there was about 60 cases. There's about a $6 million difference between, and this is total, this is not each, but obviously, those cases, there's about a $6 million total between the time that the estate sold the property to the time that the person who purchased it sold it to another person. Right? And so that's quite a bit of money for that. I'll say that originally, the estates in total sold the properties for $8.5 million. And later, the people who sold it after, they sold it for about $14.5 million. Right? So when you're talking about $8.5 million and then making $6 million, I mean, it's nearly double, right? From one sale to the next sale. And if you look at some of the homes on here, you'll see, for example, there's this one, Prince, Bobby. So the deceased's name is Bobby Prince. The estate sold the home on December 31st of 2018 for $232,000, and the next sale was done the same day. So the person who bought it resold it the same day for $50,000 more. Now, as administrators have a fiduciary duty to get the maximum value that they can for the estate. When I see a situation, and again, this is the most extreme one. I mean, I'm not saying that all of them are like this, but all of them are. There's a significant difference between the one price and the other price. This is just the most extreme one. Is for someone to be able to resell a property the same day for $50,000 more, it's just not right. So, and again, you'll see that again anywhere from 30 to 50% between the two sales when you review this exhibit. And so this floored me, right, to see that this is going on. And immediately, all I knew was that there was something funny going on here. And what troubled me too is that the prior public administrator said, "I'm not going to deal with it. I'm not going to do anything about it. Throw them in the trash." And I think that surged me because that's really the role of the Clark County Public Administrator, right? I think Compass Realty has made this argument that that's not the jurisdiction of the public administrator. But if you think about it, whether we are trying to secure property so someone can't jump through the window and steal everything in the house, or we're trying to stop somebody from stealing equity, I believe it's the same thing. And so that's, I absolutely disagree with John Cahill. So we've got a duty to protect these estates, right? Whether it's, again, stopping criminals from getting into the houses and stealing stuff, or unscrupulous real estate agents from trying to work the system. So I started to object to all of these petitions. And as I told you before, it was the probate commissioner who told me, look.
Dude acting like he running for office again or something. He acting like he running for office all over again. What's wrong with dude?
And he just started looking at this. This doesn't seem right. And I asked him, I said, well, why can't you stop these? I mean, not that I was saying like I don't want to do it, but out of curiosity, why can't you? And he told me that the law, and so I'll tell you right now that, sorry, just coming backwards just a bit, this, because I think it's now is a good time to talk about this independent administration.
No, it's not. No, it's not, man. It's time to actually. All right, so now we got an idea of how he handled his testimony. We gonna get to the cross-examination because he did a bunch of this throughout his whole testimony. This man did a bunch of talking about himself and his accomplishments and stuff like that. Man, listen. So we gonna get through all that. We gonna skip that. We ain't got time. The prosecutor, on the other hand, prosecutor is a beast. I don't know where they get this man from. This guy here. Well, where he actually come
on. Published and
here we go. Here we go.
Beat anybody up. I've never killed anybody. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. And that's my testimony.
That's his testimony, ladies and gentlemen. That's his testimony. All right, now this prosecutor, I don't know where they got him from, but man, he's cool. He's cool. So let's check this out. All right, cross-examination. They heard all that nonsense for 2 days, and now it's time for cross. All right, where questions actually get to be asked, and he don't just get to run his mouth for hours and hours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. And it's Mr. Tejas, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to start first with see if we can agree on a couple of things. Okay. I was listening to your testimony. I'm going to publish states 311. I heard you correctly. Many times during your direct or during your direct, you stated that this is the killer of Mr. Correct?
I didn't necessarily, but I'm sure it is.
I mean, if I heard you correctly, you kept saying, looking at the killer, this guy. I know you're not saying that's me, but you don't doubt that whoever that is killed Mr. Gehrman. That would be fair, right?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned one of the things that struck you was you watched the autopsy, or you saw the autopsy photos, and you were struck by the violence of it. Correct?
No, sir.
No, you did not. Were you bothered by the photographs?
I was.
Why is that?
It's gruesome. I'm not used to seeing dead people.
Okay. I think you said it was ugly. Is that correct?
I may have.
Right. And you had told this jury that you felt like it looked like someone who knew what they were doing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You believe this was a professional hit?
And that's what I believe.
Right. And you believe this killer is kind of almost like someone hired to do this job, like an assassin, essentially, right?
That is what I believe, yes, sir.
All right. Now, I want to take a look at this picture for a second. The assassin seems to be wearing a giant sun hat. It's a pretty big hat, right?
Yes, sir.
It's fairly noticeable, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
You think that might attract attention?
I would think so.
Okay, but this is a professional.
Right.
And this professional is also wearing a bright orange shirt, correct?
Yes, sir.
Professional?
Yes, sir.
But wouldn't that attract attention?
I think that's part of the reason, actually. If I could elaborate.
No. You believe that professional assassins want to draw attention to themselves when they're carrying out murder. That's your testimony?
When they're framing someone, yes, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes. You believe professional assassins like to draw attention to themselves.
It depends on what the nature of their goal is, and if it's to frame someone, yes, sir.
The answer to my question is yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Your professional assassin is wearing a big saddlebag, right?
It's a big bag.
Right. He's wearing Nike, correct?
Correct.
Not generic shoes, Nike. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. Gray Nikes. Is that right?
Correct.
Let's cue over to the overhead, if you could, or to the computer, if you could. Playing the PIO video from Exhibit 338. This is your assassin walking in the middle of the day, correct?
My assassin?
This is the assassin, the killer, correct?
Yes, sir.
My assassin?
Right? Have a little bit of a hitch in his getup?
Yes. I don't know. I guess it's an opinion.
And you don't disagree that's from, you've seen all the footage, that's the killer's car, right?
Yes, sir.
It's a maroon Denali, am I right?
Yes, sir.
You own a maroon Denali, isn't that correct?
I do, sir. Yes, sir.
Coincidence.
Look at it first. There's no doubt that the killer took a maroon Yukon Denali to Gehrman's house to perform, as you have explained to us, to be some sort of professional. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, I'd like to publish the PowerPoint. Good. It's still from Exhibit 338, Your Honor. But it is the PowerPoint video. I want to turn our attention to slide number 72. this is after Mr. Gehrman has been killed, but if we watch this footage, isn't it true that we see the killer come back to the scene?
Yes.
And the killer seems to be looking around as if he forgot something, right?
I've watched the video. I don't know what he's doing.
Oh no.
Right.
But we know a professional killer killed someone in broad daylight, made it a point to park on a completely different street, but then for some reason decided, oops, I forgot something, and drove all the way back.
My belief is that he wanted to make sure to commit the crime, and then when he was done, he wanted to make sure the SUV was seen in front of the house.
So let me get this straight. We've watched the footage, right, Mr. Tellis?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that the Yukon parks on wintergreen?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the streets, but I mean, if you say so, yes.
Put it to you this way. He didn't park on Bronze Circle, did he?
Not initially, no.
And by your logic, the killer wanted to be seen. Shouldn't he have just parked on Bronze Circle originally?
I would have thought that, if he wanted to make sure he got the job done first, that he would not have actually parked the SUV in front to begin with.
Oh.
What puzzles me is how much he keeps trying to think like the killer. I'm like, yo, why he keep saying what he think the killer is thinking and what he think the killer is doing and why he think the killer. I'm like, why are he doing that? Your man like, nah, what I think the killer was really thinking was. Like, I'm like, wait a minute. That's odd.
That's my belief because, again, that isn't me.
So you have a killer who goes all the way out of his way to park on a completely different street, walks the whole length, does the killing, drives out of the complex, and then makes a U-turn, comes all the way back into the complex, pulls up, gets out, looks around for something, and you believe that's all part of the assassin's plan?
And again, I don't know what he's doing in that video.
No, I'm just using your words, your thought process.
Absolutely.
You believe that was all part of the plan?
I do. It wasn't me, so.
Sir, doesn't that look a little amateurish?
I would like to think that I wouldn't use my own car if I was actually the person who did this.
Well, doesn't it look a little amateurish to take the steps to park on the side of the street, then you forget what you dropped, probably your murder weapon, who knows, wear this goofy sun hat, a bright orange shirt. I mean, you really think that looks like a professional killer?
I ain't gonna lie. That prosecutor is vicious. Cause he think he's so good at the crime. And the prosecutor like, you see this amateur right here? Like, you think this is a professional? And he over here like, it's almost like he disrespecting his work. Like, you think this was good? Like,
you forget what you dropped, probably your murder weapon, who knows, wear this goofy sun hat, a bright orange shirt. I mean, you really think that looks like a professional killer?
I do. Again, it wasn't me, so yes.
All right, sir. And when you looked at the car, you thought, gosh, that looks just like my vehicle, right?
Except for the rims, yes, sir.
Sure, we'll get to the rims in a second. In fact, let's talk about that right now.
Yes, sir.
Go to slide 41. Slide 4. All right. So, see that picture right here of the rims?
Yes, sir.
Right. Sir, do you see? If we're talking like clock position, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. You know what I'm talking about? If I'm referring to that.
12 o'clock is north.
Yes. 12 o'clock is totally to the top, and then you've got 6 o'clock is to the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So look at this bottom right-hand picture. Isn't it true that when you look at the front wheel, the spokes on this wheel are not all the same size? Correct?
Right.
They alternate in thickness. Correct?
Correct.
At the 12 o'clock position, it's a narrow spoke, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the next two on either side of it widen out. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And in the 6 o'clock position, that's a fat, wide spoke. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's surrounded by 2 narrow spokes. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it totals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 different spokes. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And just to be clear, whenever you look at one spoke, let's say at the 12 o'clock position, when you look at the opposite position, it's the thicker one, right?
Yes, sir.
And so if you look at a smaller one, if you look the opposite direction, it's going to be thicker, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that, when we look at the picture of this widened spoke on the killer's car, you see that on this wheel on the front, and you see it on the back wheel. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Publishing 320. Over. That's your car, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
No doubt about it, is it?
No, I don't believe so.
That is the car that you don't normally drive. Isn't that right? Because you drive a BMW.
Right. I drive it occasionally to make sure that the battery doesn't die.
Let's look at your wheels. Your testimony was, my rims are different. Let's look. No, sir, I'm question pending. Let's look at the front tire. See the front tire?
Yes, sir.
The one closest to the 12 o'clock position is thick. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
The one directly opposite that, closest to the 6 o'clock position, is narrow. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Just like the car in the video. Isn't that correct?
It has the same type of rims, yes.
Does. That's not what you just told that jury on direct examination. You said you looked at a tweet from General Bob Custer and you felt, oh, gosh, my rims are different. Remember you told them that?
Yes, because
you relied on some person in the Twitterverse named General Bob Custer to give you peace of mind about whether or not your car matches the killer's car.
Yes.
So now looking at your rims, because let's look at them. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spokes on that wheel, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just like the killer's car.
Similar to the killer's car, yes,
Not
sir.
similar, exactly like it, correct?
But they're not the same rims.
Yes. Sir, then let's take it this way. The 12 o'clock position is a fat, wide spoke, correct?
Yes, sir.
The 6 o'clock position is arrow, correct?
Yes.
When we looked at the photograph of the killer's car, it had that same pattern, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And when we look at the other rims, let's say we're looking at a rim here in about the 1 o'clock position, it's narrow, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when we look at the opposite, it thickens, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just like the killer's car in the video, right?
Again, similar to the killer's car.
Right. And it's the same way on all of your wheels, isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, if we could cue back over to the PowerPoint presentation. Let's look at these windows. Bottom right-hand corner, sir. The front windows are not tinted, are they?
No, sir.
Back ones are, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's cue over to your car. Your front windows are not tinted, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And your back ones are, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Coincidence?
I don't think so. I think the killer got a car like mine.
You know, I mean, that part with the tints, I mean, that's standard. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, that's how they come. You know what I mean?
Okay. So you would agree your car looks exactly like the killer's car?
No, sir.
No, it doesn't?
There's a difference with that paint on the lower left-hand side that Mr. Maga testified about.
Okay. Let's talk about other similarities. We've seen footage from the video with the visor down, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I could pull up the slide, but we don't need to because you remember seeing it on the survey, on the videos, right? From the PowerPoint?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, publishing 317. And look at that. Your visor's down, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're suggesting that your professional hitman in the funny hat knew about your visor as well?
I'm saying that Mr. Mogg pulled my visor down.
Ah, but you didn't see that, did you, sir?
I didn't see him do it, but
Right. You didn't see it with your own 2 eyes, correct?
that is correct.
Your job.
Wow. So his visor is down, just like the. Oh yeah, but I ain't do it. The police did it. Okay.
Just telling it out of whole cloth, correct? You're speculating. Is that right?
I'm speculating just to the extent of who exactly did it, but sure.
Right. You don't even know who it was, correct?
It could have been another officer, yes.
Okay. So now it's not just Officer Mogg that's part of this conspiracy. There's other officers too. How many officers were part of this conspiracy?
I don't know.
Well, please tell me. How many do you think are involved?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
So you have no idea, but you think it might be Mogg and another officer, but you just can't come up with a number,
Well,
correct?
Mr. Mogg actually made some false representations about what happened. So yes.
Okay.
I mean, so
Sir,
I don't know what his motivation would be otherwise.
Sir, isn't it possible that in your rush to drive back home, you just didn't even realize that the down visor might even be something of significance? Isn't that possible?
No, sir.
No. So you believe that it must have been the police, but you never witnessed anything like that happen.
I just
correct?
know that I did not commit the murder, so that could not have been my car
I
or my
understand you're
visor.
not taking responsibility, sir, but just to get back to my question, you never saw anyone manipulate your car, correct?
I never saw anyone firsthand, no.
Thank you. But the visor is down, just like the killer.
Anyone could have removed it at any point in time,
The
sir.
answer to my question is yes. The visor is down, just like the killer's Yukon, correct?
Anyone could have moved it at any point.
So the answer to my question is yes.
At
The
what-
visor is down, just like the killer's car.
You're talking about, obviously, at this point in time.
Your visor is down in your Yukon, just like the killer's Yukon. Correct?
Again, without knowing who did it, yes.
Thank you.
Womp womp.
You were here yesterday and you talked for approximately 2 hours. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then you came here this morning and you talked for another hour or so. Correct?
Yes, sir.
There's one thing I didn't hear you mention. The DNA. I'd like to talk about that with you. You're not disputing your DNA is underneath Mr. Gehrman's fingernails, are you?
Yes, I am.
Okay. But you've heard the testimony. It's there, correct?
I don't know if it was there or at what point it might have gotten there, sir.
Okay. I'm not asking you how it got there. Are you really denying that your DNA is underneath the fingernails?
Without knowing the truth, yes, I am.
Okay. Well, you've heard witnesses testify.
Right.
So the DNA lab's in on it too?
I don't know. I don't know at what point. I don't know what point this sample was collected.
Sir, please tell this jury, how in the world does your DNA get underneath Mr. Gehrman's fingernails?
I don't know because I did not kill Mr. German.
You have no idea how it could have gotten underneath your fingernails, correct?
Under my fingernails?
I'm sorry, under his fingernails, correct?
I don't know that it ever was, sir.
All right. Let's do it another way. You and Mr. Gehrman are not friends, are you?
No.
Okay. You don't hang out with him ever?
Sir, I did not ever hang out with Mr. German when he was
The answer
alive.
to my question is yes. You didn't hang out with him ever, correct?
I did not.
Never invited you over to his house.
No, sir.
Never hung out, had drinks at a bar, correct?
No, sir.
There would be really no opportunity for him ever to put his hands on you in any sort of social situation, correct?
Correct, sir.
And yet, these two people who are not friends, your DNA just happens to be underneath his fingernail. Correct?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. You just don't think it was legitimately placed there, correct? Or are you just ignoring the testimony of all of the witnesses that talked about how your DNA was underneath the fingernail?
Again, at some point or another, I believe it was planted because I did not kill Mr. German.
So, and by that logic, you believe it was planted, you were at least admitting, yes, my DNA is underneath this fingernail, correct? Can you at least agree with me on that?
Whether it came from a sample of fingernails or a different sample altogether, I don't know. I couldn't tell you, sir.
The answer to my question is yes. At least acknowledging my
No, sir.
physical DNA is underneath the fingernail.
He talking to him with his eyes closed, but the answer to my question is he talking to him with his eyes closed.
Whether it came from a sample of fingernails or a different sample altogether, I don't know. I couldn't tell you, sir.
The answer to my question is yes. At least acknowledging my
No, sir.
physical DNA is underneath the fingernail.
No, sir.
Okay, great. So you're just going to disregard what all the other DNA witnesses said about this, correct?
You know,
Okay, that's fair. That's fine. Totally fine.
God damn.
Let's I still want to touch on this. You would agree that if I came up to you and I scratched your face or scratched your chest, there's a possibility I could get skin cells underneath my fingernails, right?
Yes, sir.
You would agree that if someone was trying to fight for their life and were scratching at the killer, they could potentially get DNA from the killer underneath their fingernails. That's a possibility, right?
Is that speculation or is that?
No, I'm just asking you if it's a possibility.
I would imagine so.
Okay. Let's talk about your house for a second. When they went over to your house, they took a look underneath your couch. That's your couch, right?
That is my couch.
And underneath your couch is a shoe and a chopped up shoe, right?
Right.
That's the gray Nike, correct?
Here, so yes, sir.
Publishing 228. That's what it looks like, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's gray in color, correct?
Yes.
It is a Nike brand, correct?
Yes, sir.
It has a black swoosh, correct?
Yes, sir.
It has 4 horizontal or at least vertical bars in the middle of that shoe, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You would agree with me. That's the shoe that the killer was wearing, correct?
I don't know that that's the case.
You don't know? Well, it sure looks a heck of a lot like it, right?
Yes, it could be the same model, but it could be a different size.
Sure.
That's a lot of coincidences. That's a hell of a lot of coincidences.
Look at it.
Mm-hmm. I don't disagree that it's the same model.
Right. It's the exact same type of shoe, right?
Right.
Okay. So we're not in dispute about that. We can agree on that, right?
Right, yes, sir.
And your DNA is in those shoes that are found in your house, correct?
I don't know that to be the case.
Okay, but that's the whole thing of it's a setup, and I think the DNA people are something along those lines, right?
Whether it's them or someone else?
You've heard the results. The results say that your DNA is in that shoe. We did hear that, correct?
That is what we heard.
Okay. And you just think it's just another part of the conspiracy to somehow get your DNA into those shoes.
So I believe that there are officers who, when they think that a fellow officer needs help plugging holes in the case, that they're willing to do what they have to.
Okay. All right. You characterize this case as a case that has holes?
I think that Detective Jappy decided he wanted me for this, and everybody decided to assist him because they thought...
Jappy's a part of it now, too.
Oh, he's always
So
been.
We've got the DNA lab, we've got Jappy, we've got Mog. We haven't even touched Compass yet. We will. We'll get there because they're part of it, too, correct?
So they paid Detective Jappy, yes.
Okay, great. Well, we're going to get to all that in a second.
Of course, absolutely, sir.
So here's the thing. Are the shoes underneath the sofa of your house, are those actually your shoes?
That I don't know for sure. I do have similar ones, but again, I have not,
Oh, you similar. Publishing.
You don't know your shoes, bro?
360.
You don't know your shoes, brother?
It's the same shoe, isn't it?
It is potentially the same shoe as the one, yes.
Well, sir, you're not doubting that this is a photograph of shoes that belong to you, correct?
Right.
Okay.
This is me.
So this wasn't planted evidence, right?
The picture of the shoe, no.
Okay, great. And you were claiming ownership over that shoe, right?
Right.
So it's gray in color, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's got the black Nike swoosh, correct?
Right.
It's got the 4 black horizontal bars in it, right? And you would agree with me, when you wore those shoes, you probably left your DNA behind there in those shoes, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying now that it's just a pure coincidence that the exact same type of shoe sitting underneath your couch in your house with your DNA on it, that's not the shoe?
Remember that I was under surveillance by Detective Jappy, and this was on a day that I was under surveillance.
Let's get back to my question, sir.
Yeah.
You're trying to tell me that the shoe that you see in that photograph, that you claim ownership on, that you say you put your DNA in, that looks identical to the shoe that's underneath your sofa, underneath the recliner, you're saying those two are not the same shoes?
I don't know that they are.
Okay.
This guy is something else. I mean, even when the evidence right in front of his face, like, bro, you forgot that you got a picture of the shoes, bro. You must have forgot you got a picture of the shoes, bro. Because now you done messed up, bro. You got a picture of the shoes, bro. You can't say you ain't got those shoes. You got those shoes.
It's just another crazy coincidence, right?
When somebody chops up a shoe and puts it under the couch, that's a little strange.
Right. And here's the interesting thing. Look at the date on this. This is August 19th, right?
Yes, sir.
So
and
we're
again,
talking,
surveillance started at 8:16.
Right. No. But this image is in your phone, right?
This particular image, I'm sure I'd likely texted it to my wife to say, "Hey, I'm rock climbing indoors."
So here's the thing. So you're saying, so you believe because you were under surveillance, that they knew the type of shoes you were wearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've seen the photos from the surveillance.
I have seen some of the photos from some of them. Not everything was produced to
You're
me.
not wearing the Nikes.
Not everything was produced to me, sir.
Okay. Of what was produced to you, which was everything,
It was not.
you're not wearing the Nikes on the days that you're surveilled. Isn't that right?
This 819 was
Sir, I need
during.
you to focus on my question. Isn't it true on the days that you are surveilled, you're not wearing the Nikes, correct?
That is not true.
Okay. So we'll pull them and we'll take a walk down that lane, because every single day, isn't it true you are not wearing the Nikes?
That is not true, sir.
Okay, you're wearing your little moccasins, gray ones, the topsiders. Remember those? You own those, right?
Whatever.
You own gray topsiders, right?
What are topsiders? I don't know.
I'm dating myself, I guess. But they're like a boat shoe. They're kind of like it's like almost like a grayish felt, but they're not Nikes. You were wearing those when you were surveilled, correct?
If you want to put the photos, I can confirm
The
whatever.
answer to my question is no, you don't know the answer to what shoe you're wearing on the days.
I have like a tan shoe that I probably wore during some surveillance.
Don't worry. We'll get the photos and we'll go through it.
Absolutely.
Okay. So here's the thing. If Compass Realty framed you, how in the world would they know about these shoes?
Again, I said that I was under surveillance by Metro on this date, 8/19, and obviously they took photos and they provided those to Detective Jappy.
Okay.
So
what? And then Jappy did what with them?
Pass them to whomever he needed to. Again, I didn't commit the murder, so.
Okay. So, sir, there's no way Compass Realty could know you had shoes.
They're not without being informed.
Okay. And this phone and this data about your phone isn't produced until after you're arrested, correct?
I don't know when it was produced.
You had your phone with you on the day that you're arrested, right?
Yes, sir.
Like, you didn't give it to Jappy in early September, did you?
No, sir.
No, you had it with you the whole time until you get arrested, right?
That I know, yes, sir.
And that was on September 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Therefore, the only way anyone could learn about information inside your phone would have to be after the murder was committed, correct?
No, sir.
Okay.
Bruh, are you serious? I mean, he just denies straight facts. Like, bro, if you had your phone the whole time and the detectives ain't get your phone till September, all those pictures from August, they couldn't have put it there. Like, bro, they ain't get your phone till September, bro. How could you deny that?
You think there's a way that someone could have found the contents of your phone prior to the murder?
We heard earlier about the fact that someone can actually hack phones, yes. And whether it was that they found it that way or by surveillance.
We heard about the hack. It was just a question asked by your attorney. No witness ever testified that your phone was hacked, correct?
But you asked if there was only one means, and no, there's more than one means, sir.
Okay. Sir, let's just be clear about one thing. You have had possession of your phone through the entire month of August of 2022, correct?
It wasn't in my sight 24/7.
Sure, but you weren't loaning to anyone, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give it to Compass Realty, correct?
That would be weird.
Yeah, it would be. You didn't give it to Derek Jappy, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give it to Cliff Mogg, correct?
No, sir.
Because you didn't even know who Cliff Mogg was at that point, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give your phone to anybody from Metro, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right, so now let's get to some of the other interesting things that are in your phone. Oh, by the way, and you also have DNA on the scissors, right? Or are we denying that? Or is that one you're at least acknowledging because of the cooking thing?
No, my blood was on those scissors.
Okay, so Metro got that one right.
Yes.
That wasn't a frame job.
No, well, I do think that they used some of the DNA from that, but
Not even.
But before we move on, I gotta ask. So, like, if Metro's really, do you think Metro's framing this?
as I said before, I think that we've got some officers who are overzealous and who've decided to help Jappy plug holes in his case, not knowing what his relationship was with Compass Realty.
Here's
I object,
sir.
if you let me answer.
Okay.
Next question.
Sir, I got a question. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department wanted to frame you. Why didn't they put the murder weapon?
I think that maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. I mean,
Great question, because if the murder weapon that had Gehrman's DNA in it was inside your house, wouldn't that be an even better case?
yeah, but at the same time, I think
But it's not there, is it?
no.
No, it's not. Even though, according to you, they control everything, they don't put the murder weapon on you?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make any sense?
I think it does.
Okay. How about this? If Compass Realty wants to kill you, why don't they encourage Metro, like, we'd really like you to put the murder weapon in there? Why didn't they do something like that?
I don't know.
That seems really odd that the most significant thing is not in your house, correct?
I think what's odd is that 5 days after the murder, that supposedly there was a shoe
So the answer
and
to my
also a
question-
hat in my house.
So the answer to my question, the most significant piece of evidence, the murder weapon, is not in your house despite your theory you've been framed.
That's correct, sir.
Let's talk about this. We've seen the picture of the killer. What's the most notable thing, by far the most notable thing on the killer's person?
It's either the hat or the shirt.
It's the shirt, right?
Mhm.
And that shirt is not in your house, is it?
No.
If Metro or Compass or Rita or Cliff all wanted to frame you, why didn't they put the bright orange coat in your house?
I couldn't speak to that. All I can tell
Doesn't
you is,
that sound not very professional if they're trying to set you up?
I don't know, maybe for plausibility's sake, they put half the
Oh,
stuff
they
in
want to
there. I'm
dial
not
it
sure.
back.
I don't know.
Okay. Here's another thing. Why don't they cover your car in Gehrman's DNA? Why did they do that?
Because they didn't have access to the car until the day that Mr. Mogg took photos.
They control everything. Their CSI garage, and they could rub it full of DNA. Why is there no DNA of Gehrman in your car? And if they want to frame you, why isn't it there? Do you have an answer for that?
Sir, I don't know.
Okay. But one of the things that we do know is that prior to your arrest, you do in fact wash that car, correct?
The exterior only.
Still wash it, correct?
Oh, yes.
And your testimony to this jury was, after Rita told me about the tweets about the car that I found so strikingly similar, I went out and washed my car. You told them that on direct. Isn't that correct?
No, sir.
I meant Roberta. After Roberta told you, gosh, that looks just like your car, and you read John R. Custer's tweet, you went out and that prompted you to start washing the Yukon.
No.
That's not your testimony.
No. I said that I washed all 3 vehicles.
Great. Including your Yukon.
Yes.
Because you'd agree if you only wash one of them, that might look a little suspicious, right?
I don't know that I was planning things to be suspicious or not suspicious, sir.
Okay. But let's just be clear. You would agree with me, washing things can make evidence go away. Isn't that right?
I would think DNA evidence would be inside of a vehicle, not on the outside, sir.
Or you'd be surprised.
Okay.
But that's
well,
not the
I guess
point.
I guess I would be surprised then.
My question is this. Washing things can make evidence go away, correct?
Could it possibly? Yes.
Thank you. Let's continue down the path of what's in your phone. Going to be, oh, I hope I didn't read this. Going to be We're going to be publishing Exhibit 354. Sure. Let's look at. All right, let's look at this. Well, let's do it. We'll do it this way. We can just cue over for a second, the overhead. This is this extraction report that has a lot of images regarding Google Maps in your phone. Do you remember hearing testimony about this?
That's what I heard.
Okay. And the date on this is August 12th of 2022. Is that correct? That's when these files appear, right?
That's when it purports to have appeared.
Sir, you would agree with me. You don't actually have to go to Bronze Circle to get Google Maps to generate these images, correct? All you have to do is go to the website. Is that right?
For any location, sure. Yes.
Sure. And this is what, about 2 to 3 weeks before Mr. Garman is killed?
If we can trust the date, yes.
All right. So, sir, let's. I'm opening the folder that says Bronze Circle. If we could cue over, please. That's Jeff Garman's house, correct?
I have come to learn that it is his house.
Great point. You've come to learn that because prior to this all happening, you had never been over to the house, correct?
Correct.
You have no reason to be over at that house, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
You don't even know where he lives because I'm sure Mr. Garman didn't give you his personal address.
That is absolutely correct.
And yet the weird thing is, when we go through these images, we start getting to like the Google Maps data, like that's his house, right?
It looks like that is the house.
Yeah. Same thing, that's his house, right?
It appears to be.
Like if we look over here in the back, that's literally the very spot where Mr. Garman his last breath. Is that right? That's the very last spot that we see Mr. Garman from that body cam, right? He's lying right over there.
It looks like a similar area.
Similar. It's the area, isn't it?
If you say so, sure.
So you don't believe that's the spot?
I mean, it looks like the house, so I would think.
How about there? Isn't that where Mr. Garman was found by the police?
And I would think likely so.
And the very spot his body is lying inside your phone.
That is very strange.
That is very strange. This guy's something else. Another coincidence. Bro, what you doing with this man? House in your phone, pictures of it. Okay, he ain't put it there, y'all. All these coincidences, I mean, strong coincidences. It's crazy how somebody just knew to do all this, boy.
I mean, how does someone plan to have a victim in a particular area at their home? That's again.
So you would agree with me that if you were planning to kill someone at their house, it might be a good idea to get a lay of the land, right?
I've never plotted to kill anyone.
Oh, I didn't say you. I'm talking hypothetically. You would agree with me. If we're planning to kill someone, it might be a good idea to get a lay of the land, correct? Let me ask you that question one more time. You'd agree with me. Planning on killing someone. Good idea to get a lay of the land, right?
I don't know. I don't know what the circumstances are. I don't know what you're talking about as far as where you want to, do this deed or whatever.
Mr. Tellis, if you wanted, let's do it. Let's do it. You don't want to answer the question. We'll do it another way.
Can I objection?
Mr. Tellis, if you're planning on doing something, you want to prepare for it, correct?
It depends on what you're planning to do.
Okay. How about your work? As a public administrator, did you prepare every day to go to work to be competent at what you're doing?
Yes.
Did you do that because it's important to do the job correctly?
Yes, sir.
And if the stakes are really big, you want to make sure you're super prepared?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's over 100 images of Bronze Circle neighborhood in your house, correct? In your phone. Isn't that right?
I don't know that they are, sir.
Okay. Well, then let's start clicking.
Bruh, 100?
Plus two, again, I wouldn't use my card. It's
not my question. My question is, this is contained in your phone, right, sir?
I don't believe so.
Okay, you don't believe so.
If it is in there, I didn't put it there, sir.
Okay. So the answer is it's there, but you didn't put it there, correct?
Again, I do not know that it's there, and I certainly did not put it there.
Okay, so we're just... Okay, sir. You did
You're asking me to testify something that I can't tell you is true.
Right. But you did hear the testimony of someone coming and said, I looked in his phone, and that stuff is there, correct?
That's what they've said.
It's the same phone that your expert looked at, correct? Extract Celebrite data from, right? It's the exact same phone, correct?
Sure.
Did you ever hear Mr. Aguero ever say that your phone was compromised in any way? Did you ever hear that from him?
We never asked him that question.
Okay, but he didn't say it, did he?
The question was never asked.
Right. He looked at your data, he prepared a report, and alerted no one to any problems with your phone, correct?
I don't know.
I object to. Who's not called upon to celebrate extraction. I object to this.
We can move on. You heard from Matt Hovanec from the DFL department. He testified that there weren't any issues with the phone, correct? When he looked at data that came from it, correct?
He said that, I guess they try not to modify contents of things, but he didn't say that it was impossible.
Okay. Here, we can do this too. You got up on direct examination and you went through message by message by message, and you didn't complain about any of the messages that were on September 2nd, correct?
I dispute.
Sure. You offered testimony to this jury about the timeline, correct?
Yes.
You went text by text and phone call by phone call, and you explained things, right?
Right.
At no point did you say, oh, there's a problem here, correct?
Correct.
You had no problem with that information, did you?
Right.
Okay. Sir, do you find it a little bit strange that when you find information that's helpful for you in your phone, you don't think there's a problem with it, but when there's damaging evidence in your phone, you believe maybe it's been hacked or compromised?
I do think that if someone was trying to frame me, that obviously they would leave the content that I made on the phone as well as whatever they decided to put on there. Yes.
And as we see here, like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different houses are being photographed, correct?
Damn.
If that is truly what was on my phone, then supposedly sure.
Okay. Here's a good example. In this image, there's a security camera being focused on in the image, correct?
That's what it appears to be, which brings up a question that I would have.
There's no question pending, and you're going to get a chance on redirect. You'll be able to say whatever you need to say. But let's be clear. There's an image that isolates on a security camera the next door neighbor, Mr. Gehrman. It's right there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. There's one right there.
And there was something I remember you told me about. When you started out, what was your first job again?
IT.
IT.
Hmm?
You've got a technical background, correct?
Right.
I believe even on direct examination, you described yourself as a techie, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
So you know your way around a computer, right?
Right.
Fair to say you know your way around different software, correct?
Right.
Fair to say you know your way around a cell phone, right?
Right.
You certainly know how to use Google Maps, right?
I think a lot of people do.
Right. Anyone could use that, correct?
Right.
And you would consider yourself a fairly thorough person in your work as a public administrator, right?
more thorough than to do something like this? Sure.
You consider yourself detail-oriented?
I do.
Okay. We cue over for 1 second to the overhead. There's over 132 images in your phone focusing on that. Would you say that's a lot of detail?
If that was on my phone, I guess I would say yes.
Okay.
If.
And then let's talk about the Popeyes thing. Publishing 3. Do you remember these images?
Yes.
Okay.
I remember them being presented as being allegedly on my phone.
Allegedly.
Right. The testimony was it was on your phone. You just don't believe you had anything to do with it, correct?
Again, I don't know that they were ever on my phone. I know that I did not take those photos.
Okay, so you're just denying what you heard.
I am saying that whatever the testimony is, that it could have been placed on my phone, or who knows.
The testimony was it was found on your phone, correct?
It was allegedly found on an image of my phone.
So, we could cue over to the the computer. Talked about being detailed oriented. You would agree this is numerous images from the same spot, correct?
It appears so.
And if we kind of look, and I just can't see because of the monitor. I mean, we're looking at, that's a sedan, correct?
Yes.
Sedan, correct? Well, it's like a minivan, but it's gray
It's
in
like
color,
a crossover.
right? And that's gray in color, right?
Sure.
And that's a truck that's kind of a whitish gray, right?
Mm-hmm.
Another gray car, correct?
Sure.
Another gray sedan, correct?
Mm-hmm.
This one's a Honda, right?
Sure.
Or maybe that's not a Honda. I don't want to misspeak. That might be a Kia.
It looks like a Honda.
Is it? Okay, it's a Honda.
I think, or unless it's a Hyundai.
Or a Hyundai. I'm not sure. It kind of looks like an H. We've got an SUV here, but there's a lot of images here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And according to this report, if we could cue over. At 101, correct?
That's what it alleges.
That's a lot of photos, correct?
It would be.
Looks like surveillance, doesn't it?
It looks like a stupid way to do surveillance.
Right. Looks kind of amateurish, doesn't it?
Right.
Not professional.
Right. I wouldn't see how that makes sense.
And then, sir, another thing located in your phone were these. Did we cue over to the overhead? Sir, what are we looking at here?
Looks like it's a identification of a vehicle that is owned by Mr. Gurman.
Honda, right?
Yes, sir.
You know from photographs earlier, his Honda is gray, correct? You saw it from the photos, right?
I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to the color with the earlier testimony. Sorry.
You have no reason to dispute if I told you the color, correct?
I don't, sir.
And we saw in those images, lots of gray cars were getting smashed, correct?
Yeah, I saw a black one and a white one, but yes.
And you know what that program that's pulling up that information is, don't you?
That I do, yes.
That's IDI Core, correct?
Right.
That is proprietary software that is in fact used by the Public Administration's Office, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
It gives the person at the Public Administration's Office the ability to look up personally identifying information about people. Correct?
What another coincidence. Boy, they framing him at every step of the way.
Yes.
Okay. And we can see here that Jeffrey Guerin is being looked up on IDI Core, correct?
What I remember correctly looking at this was it was looked up by address.
Well, that's just one report, sir. Let's look at this result. We can see
What's
he's connected.
What's the search term?
There's no question.
Okay.
Take a look at registrant. What's the registrant?
Again, it's Jeffrey M. Gurman.
Right. And if we look down, what's the first address associated with this?
P.O. Box.
Okay. And then we go to the next entry. What's the address associated with
7216. It's the second one related to Mr. Gurman. There's a first one related to Mr. Gurman. That's the P.O. Box, which is current. The second one is 7216 Bronze Circle, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89. I can't read this.
Mr. Tellis, that's where Mr. Gehrman lived, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's where he was murdered, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this image, his personal information, his home address, located inside your phone.
Again, I don't know that it is.
So we're just, again, we don't have to do the dance, but you're just not accepting the testimony that it was located on.
That is correct.
All right. But you'd agree with me that from just that bottom there, that looks like a desktop monitor, a Dell desktop monitor, correct?
Correct.
And again, this has more information about Mr. Gehrman's cars, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is IDI Core, correct?
Right.
Software that is in your office, correct?
The office that Mr. Jappy visited, yes.
Okay. This is more. This is more IDI Core images, correct?
Appears so, yes, sir.
Let me just come out and ask you. This is your desk, isn't it?
It probably is.
Let me ask you this. During your official duties as the public administrator, you didn't have like a case with Mr. Gehrman at all, right?
No, sir, I didn't. And what was the search term to find that?
Well, one of the search terms was 7216 Bronze Circle, correct?
Can you show that to me?
Sure. $72.16 bronze. You over to the overhead. Everybody see that? So you can see that, right?
Yes, sir, I can.
And the date created time is 8/23/2022 at 6:05 p.m. Correct?
Yes, that's what it reports to be.
And that was a weekday, wasn't it?
I'm sure it was, because,
And there's one more thing. This wasn't converted into UTC time. So if we subtract 7 hours, that's at 11:05 a.m. in the morning on 8/23, correct?
Again, I don't know if this document's been modified by a PDF viewer or not, but it purports to be of that day.
You recall the testimony, well, no. You recall the testimony of Matt Havanich, which said this was not converted, and when you convert it, this search was conducted at 11 o'clock in the morning, correct? You recall him saying, I'm not asking if you agree with it, you recall it being said.
I know that I didn't do the search, so I couldn't tell you definitively.
I'd like you to focus on my question. You recall Mr. Havanich saying that here?
That's what he said.
Okay. And just to be clear, publishing 351, there it is. That's a weekday. That's a Tuesday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you typically have random people coming into your office using your desktop software?
Again, that could have been modified in a number of ways.
So,
a number of ways, sir.
That's not my question. My question is, as the public administrator, did you allow people to go into your office in the middle of the day and manipulate and use your computer?
I didn't allow it, but that's not to say that it didn't happen, sir.
So the answer is you had an edict that said you're not allowed to do this, correct?
If I wasn't around or whatever, I don't know.
I mean, you would hope as the head of the department, they would have at least not used your computer, right?
I would have hoped, but you'd be surprised what happened in that office.
Okay. Right, because of the conspiracy? Right. Okay.
Sarcasm. The conspiracy. Right. He's something else.
Isn't it true? I think we've heard from both your expert and Detective Jappy that there was no outgoing messages from your phone between 8:48 a.m. and 2:05 p.m. Correct?
Right.
Okay. You mentioned, or at least we've kind of heard this comment about, well, maybe I was hacked. Just to be clear, you never reported to anyone that your phone was hacked prior to September 2nd, correct?
I wouldn't have known about it because there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the phone at the time.
So the answer is you've never reported any situation that
I didn't have knowledge of whether it had been or not.
You've never reported that your phone was stolen, correct? Prior to 9/2.
That definitely did not happen.
Okay. You never reported that your house was broken into prior to 9/2, correct?
I did not. Nope.
And there aren't any text messages on your phone complaining about being hacked, right?
Again, if I was hacked, I might not have known it.
Well, and sometimes when we notice we've been hacked, some people will send out emails to people like, oh, ignore this email, I've been hacked, things like that, right?
Yeah, there are various types of hacks, sir.
Right. But there's nothing like that on your phone either, correct?
No, and again, that doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't hacked. Or that somebody didn't create a false image later or add files to that image later.
Okay. So, sir, I want to now talk to you about this conspiracy a little bit. Is Rita Reed in the conspiracy?
Well, she certainly took money from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn.
So the answer is she conspired to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I don't know to what extent she had knowledge of anything other than to make sure that I got taken down.
Taken down. So she conspired to have you framed for the murder of Jeff Gehrman?
I don't know that she was privy to that particular part of.
So she's not part of the conspiracy?
I can't say either way, sir.
Okay, so you're not tying her to this?
I don't have any evidence to tie her to this.
Can we rule her out? Sir, go ahead. Please finish.
What was the question
I'll
at this
ask the
point?
question again. Can we rule Rita Reed out of your conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I think it's weird that maybe it's not weird. Obviously, you've got to try to minimize the concern that I have with this and try to make me seem like I'm crazy for it. But there's the evidence to back up what has been occurring. So that is what it is, sir.
Okay, so let's focus on my question. Can we rule out?
I don't know that we can either way, sir.
Okay, so it's possible she's part of it.
I would be surprised, but I couldn't rule it out.
Okay, so it's possible.
Anything is possible.
Okay, Alicia Goodwin, she part of this?
Again, part of the conspiracy, sure. Part of a conspiracy.
Let me specify. Is she part of a conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I would think it's unlikely.
Okay, so we can rule her out.
I mean, again, I couldn't rule anything out, but certainly I think it's unlikely.
So it's possible.
Again, anything's possible. Sir.
Okay, so we can't rule her out. Anything's possible.
That's what I said. I said
All
unlikely, but
Okay.
If I see the guy, Mr. Tellus, the more he starts to look like Mr. Clean. The more and more I see him, the more I start seeing Mr. Clean.
Understood. How about Mr. Cahill? Is he part of the conspiracy to kill Jeff Gehrman?
Yeah. Again, highly unlikely, but
You're not ruling it out.
Without further evidence, I cannot rule it out, sir.
Okay, so it's possible.
Again, anything is possible, sir.
Is Thomas Monroe part of Compass Realty, I believe? Is he part of this conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman?
Thomas Moore?
I apologize. Thomas Moore. Is he part of this?
I would think that would be likely, yes.
Okay, likely. Okay. And Compass Realty as a business as a whole is part of this as well, to kill Mr. Gehrman, correct?
Again, if you recall that the best way to take me down would be to frame me for Mr. Gehrman's murder. And so, yes, I do believe that.
And I want to write that down. You said the best way to take me out is to frame you for killing Gehrman, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm paraphrasing, but essentially that's it.
Absolutely.
Okay. you would agree, and I think you told very extensively on direct examination what a thorn you were in the side of Compass Realty, correct?
I was, yes.
You fought them at every turn, correct?
Absolutely.
You thought what they were doing was improper, correct?
I think I proved that.
Okay, you thought that so much of their wrongdoing that you actually went to the police about it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were, so the moment that you were stopped working in that office, you fought against Compass Realty, correct?
I believe when that order was entered on August 30th, that shows that. Absolutely.
And the issue for Compass Realty is because you were the public administrator, correct?
Right.
You stood in their way from doing the things that they wanted to do in terms of independent administrators, is that right?
Yes, sir. And in fact, again, that order was going to allow me to dig into them and actually prove without a doubt that Detective Jaffe was just ignoring criminal conduct, sir. Yes.
So here's the thing, though. You said that they did something else. They also donated to somebody. Who did they donate to?
That's Reed.
How much money did they donate?
$10,000.
So they thought, and let me get this straight. This is, in your opinion, the things that they were doing cost in the millions. Is that right?
Absolutely.
This is $1 million scheme that they're running, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And all they could muster to fund an opponent was 10 grand?
No, campaign laws prohibit anything over $10,000.
So did any other independent employees of Compass Realty shell out money for Rita?
So there's, again, Adam Fenn and also
How
Compass
much?
Realty.
How much?
$5,000 each. And so, you know, that's all that they needed in order to.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you have described yourself as the sole impediment for their multi-million-dollar scheme, and the only thing that they could come up with financially to stop you is just $10,000?
No, sir.
Okay. That's your C&Es that you submitted. That's all we have, right? It's like 10 grand.
That's 10 grand on our campaign contribution report.
Right,
That is not all the money that they've given to anybody to, again, to engage in this activity.
Are you speculating at this point? Okay, please finish the question.
Again, without being able to firsthand investigate, because Mr. Gurman was murdered and I had been arrested and been sitting in jail for 2 years, you know, yeah, perhaps I'm speculating, but if I'd had that authority like I had intended, you know, I would have uncovered the various different ways that they actually tried to, you know, thwart me. All the attorney's fees that they paid in order to pay these attorneys who would, again, this was an escalating situation that started basically. Well, go on.
I mean, we're a little far afield of my question at this point. I don't know that was as responsive to my question. So let me direct you back to it. You would agree, like $10,000 is really not that much. In the world of countywide races, 10 grand is not that much, correct?
In the world of county races, it's the maximum contributions for these two guys or these two entities.
For those two guys. But listen, if we're talking about, like, you know how politics works. If there are businesses or special interests, they pool their money together behind a candidate, right? You don't know that, but you were.
It depends on the situation. It depends on the situation.
Sir, are you going to sit here and tell this jury you've run for political office twice and you don't know that businesses or special interests pool their money together to back a candidate they really want? Are you really telling them that?
Again, I don't have firsthand knowledge of that because I don't. Yeah, I've never had that happen for me. Right. Now, if you're talking about political action committees, I don't know. What do you? PACs?
Look, the bottom line is, all they donated was 10 grand. Correct?
I think that's a mischaracterization of
Fine.
everything they've done.
Let's move on. And then here's the crazy part: they won, right?
And I still kept fighting them. Yes.
No, sir. You were a lame duck as of September 2nd, 2022. Isn't that right?
I still continue to fight Compass Realty.
That's not my question. You're out of a job in that you're not an impediment as of January 1st. Isn't that right?
As of January 1st, but I was right then.
So you're trying to tell us that Compass Realty was so upset with you that they backed a candidate who wins, but then they just can't wait any longer, so they murder a reporter? They can't wait for 3 months?
I would recommend that the jury watch the video and again see the time at which the order was filed. And I think you might agree that, yes, that is absolutely the case, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes.
That
Compass Realty, even though they successfully backed a candidate that defeated you in a primary, They couldn't wait another 3 months for you to leave office, correct?
Because I've got the authority to really crack things open
So
right
here-
then.
So here,
They won. You're not even a threat. Only thing that seems to make sense here is that you upset that you lost, because they won.
Actually, these are fairly complex questions, require complex answers.
sir, are you finished?
Yeah, no, sir.
Okay. So then my next question is this. If they hated you so much,
I don't think they know me to hate me, but sure.
well, I mean, they're willing to kill people over you, right?
I guess they would have hated me, yeah.
Right. If they hated you so much, why didn't they just kill you?
That's a really good question.
That's
and
a
I would
really
like
good
to answer it.
question.
My belief as to why they did.
Please tell me why they didn't
So-
just bother killing you.
Because if they'd killed me, would that have stopped the Nevada State Division from investigating them? No. If they killed me, would anybody have felt the duty to continue my work because I was actually doing this? I think so. So murdering me would have not discredited me. It would not have put me in a position where all the work that I was doing just got left by the wayside. It would make no sense to kill me.
So your theory is that Jeff Garman is collateral damage?
When you've taken into account the fact that months earlier we had this public feud, it's a pretty convenient way to do this.
So the guy who writes the articles that ends your career, they reward him by killing him? Damn.
Well, again, like I said, it was a pretty good way to do this.
And let's not get it twisted. Rita and Alicia are part of the conspiracy that loop in Jeff Garman, and they're in cahoots with Compass. So they're like, you know what? Thanks, Jeff, but you got to go. That's what you're suggesting?
And like I said, I don't know that they knew about that particular aspect of the conspiracy, sir.
Okay.
I mean, I would certainly think that they wouldn't, because you're right.
You're right.
I can't imagine that they would.
This guy can't be real.
That they knew about that particular aspect of the conspiracy, sir.
Okay.
I mean, I would certainly think that they wouldn't, because you're right. I can't imagine that they would know and be okay with that, sir.
Isn't it also true that Roberta testified that once you lost, Rita Reed was actually reversing the things that you did in the office, right?
That would be her prerogative at that point.
Okay. So changes were even afoot before you had even left office, correct?
Sure.
And you even told us that once Rita took over, nothing came of the things that you wanted to, like none of the things that you want to investigate were ever done, right?
I was talking about the fact that I had this investigative authority against Compass Realty that I had just gotten just a few days before Mr. Gurman was murdered, and she never picked up that torch and ran with it. And it's clear why she didn't, because Compass Realty gave her that money, despite the fact that, as you saw, sir, she, these homes, millions of dollars in theft,
So
sir.
the answer to my question is yes. Rita Reed never followed through with the things that the authority that you had, correct?
Regarding Compass Realty, yes, sir.
Thank you. And just to be clear, she was going to have full authority as of January, right?
Yes, sir.
And the authority could have gotten Compass in trouble, but that risk was eliminated once they put Rita in, according to your theory, right?
Once she actually became the public administrator, that would be the case. But while I was still, as you call it, a lame duck, I was still coming after them, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, he ain't like that lame duck comment. Sauces, what up? He ain't like that lame duck comment.
So your suggestion is, your thought is murder was the only way.
There might have been other ways, but it was again, if they didn't do it, they sure had a windfall for it that they didn't expect.
So how did Compass break into your home to plant
Again,
this evidence?
Like I said before, I don't know how it got in there, but I did not put
How
it
did
there,
they
sir.
plant the hat?
And I don't know how it got there, but I didn't put it there.
How did they plant the shoes?
I don't know how it got under the couch, but I did not put it there.
How did they get your DNA in there?
Again, I don't know when and where that DNA was allegedly obtained, so I couldn't say, sir.
How did they put the images in your phone?
Again, I don't know if that was in my phone or on a corrupt image or what have you. Again, you cannot say when or where any of this occurred, really.
And again, when they executed this warrant, the police, they did that also in the presence of your wife, correct?
Not exactly, sir. If I may. So
the answer to my question is no?
not all of them did.
Okay.
And so,
No question pending. I appreciate it. You'll have a chance on redirect.
If I may. No, you may not.
So let's start focusing on May of 2012, or May of 2022. Sorry about that. Fair to say that the dynamics in the office aren't great at that point.
that's correct, sir.
Rita and the old guard are unhappy with you and the new guard. Would that be correct?
Yeah, sure.
And the members of the new guard included you, Roberta, and Nicole. Would that be accurate?
That was just some of us.
Okay. There were a couple others.
I believe there were actually 10 folks, and after Janie retired, it was just 4 old guards, so, as has been stated. So 6 of us who are, and that didn't include me either. So I guess it'd be 7 of us versus the 4 people who had gotten there before I did.
So you agreed to do a sit-down interview on May 11th of 2022, Jeff Garman, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why did you agree to do this interview?
Because I wanted to dispel the notion that there was any concern.
You were being accused of a series of things, including creating emotional stress on your employees, correct?
Right.
Bullying?
Right.
And engaging in an inappropriate relationship, correct?
Right.
When you sat down to do this interview, did you want to get the truth out?
To a certain extent, yes, but when it came to the office issues, yes, sir.
Okay. When you sat down, when you spoke with him, were you truthful in your interview?
Not entirely, no.
Okay. What were you untruthful about?
About the extent of the relationship with me and Roberta Lee Kennett.
Okay. What was different? What did you say versus the truth?
I said that, she and I had no affair, but, regrettably, we did have, and I say regrettably, I think we both regret the mistake, but we had a romantic affair with each other.
Okay.
Like he don't even want to. He said affair. Like he ain't want to say affair.
Regrettably, we.
What did you say versus the truth?
I said that she and I had no affair, but regrettably, we did have. And I say regrettably, I think we both regret the mistake, but we had a romantic affair with each other.
Okay, so you did lie to him, correct, on that topic?
I didn't think that was the public's business.
That's not my question. My question is...
I did lie regarding that particular issue, yes.
Now, you would agree with me, at the moment you sat down for that interview, you were in the throngs of election, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me that the public administration job was something very important to you.
I mean, sure. Yes. Obviously, again, it was important at the time. Yes.
I mean, well, listen, you told us a little bit about your story. I mean, right? I mean, you put yourself through law school. You opened up a law firm. You were elected to this job. You were proud of the work you were doing at the PA's office, correct?
It absolutely was.
And you wanted to remain in that job, correct?
They certainly did.
And you would agree with me that if you had been entirely truthful, that may not have helped your election prospects. Would that be correct?
That was certainly not the sole motivation for lying.
And I understand that, but that is a factor, correct?
I don't know. Again, I don't know that I necessarily consider that to be the primary factor, or honestly consider it to be a factor at all. My main concern was having any embarrassment or any, for both of our families, that kind of thing.
And listen, that's totally fair, right? You're concerned about your family. Maybe you're concerned about Roberta's family. Understood. And that for you is the main reason why you're not being truthful about that.
Right.
Okay. So, you sit down. Did you feel after speaking with him that you thought Garman would give you a fair shake?
I did. I thought we had a pretty good conversation. I walked outside with him. I told him more about a lot of the issues that had occurred at the office before I got there, and about the way that, the strange things that had happened. That I won't get into it, but yes, I thought by the time we were done that, that he understood what was really going on at the office.
Okay, and when he when that was published, you were very upset, correct?
Yeah, I was shocked at what ended up coming out versus what we had discussed. Yes, sir.
Were you devastated?
I don't know if I'm not sure, that I ever, consider myself devastated on anything. I was certainly upset. I was, hurt for, that this came out, but that was that day. That was that day.
Sure. And on that day, and let's just be clear, because not only does it potentially jeopardize your work, but it jeopardizes potentially the family stability. Fair?
Life.
In a sense, yes. My wife did forgive me, but it certainly it wasn't good optically for obviously my children and have them teased by other kids or what have you. So from that respect, it was a little hard on them.
And here's the thing. He didn't have to write it the way he did, but he chose to do so, correct?
Certainly, yes.
And you talked to him about how upset you were when you saw, I'm assuming, an advanced copy of it, or at least before.
No, I believe it was actually after it was released. I think people have been misstating the date of the article because I think my text was after. I don't know if it got republished and the date changed or what have you.
Yeah, so, and like if we publish 355,
Showing you had motive.
Okay.
But you agree sometimes what happens is like the RJ will throw up an article online at night, and so maybe it's the night before and then maybe in a publication for the next day.
Right.
Okay. So because your text messages with Mr. Garman reacting to this actually happened on the 15th, isn't that right?
Right, sir.
Okay.
Right.
So I want to talk about that if we could. We could cue over. Now on direct, you said it was a bummer, right? Or was that the election loss? I can't remember. I don't. Which was the bummer?
I think and maybe I can't remember what was a bummer per se. The articles certainly were not. I wasn't happy about them. Yeah.
Well, let's turn to this message. It's on page 4.
Mm-hmm.
And you state, I don't know what to say. I told you about how much this has all impacted me. You heard from employees who are being harassed by these people. Provided you proof, I'm assuming that's proof, correct? It says prove is a typo.
It might have auto-corrected and yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
Provided you proof that I was doing my best to actually smooth things over after I had to make hard decisions. Still, you wrote an article that makes me sound like I'm the guilty one. That was not fair or balanced, correct?
Yes, sir, I wrote that.
You were very, very upset when you wrote that.
Yeah, and I guess it says I'm very distraught right now. Clearly, there are typos in my message.
And you held him responsible because he was the one who chose to write the words, correct?
Again, at the time, I was upset.
So the answer to my question is yes. You held Mr. Garman responsible because he chose to write this article in this particular way.
If I had to hold anyone responsible in any sense, I guess the context that you're saying, I mean, certainly not enough to murder him.
That wasn't my question.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to get a sense of what the
wordplay
is here.
Well, not wordplay. You held him responsible. He chose to write it that particular way, right?
On that day, I felt that, again, he would totally misconstrue things. So I was upset with him, and I told him I was upset with him.
Okay. So that's how you were feeling on May 15th, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you even say, I've done so much for that office. I told you I've been followed and that I caught Rita following me. You decided to take it on her word that she wasn't, however clearly she was. It seems to me you valued sensationalism or the value of a potential takedown than actually telling the truth. Thank you for helping him drop more pressure on my life.
Yeah, and I think that was a typo with the him. It was probably a them instead.
Understood.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you described this probably as a hit piece. Would that be correct?
Honestly, yes.
Character assassination, correct?
Yes.
And he's the one who chose it to write it that way, correct?
Correct.
Sound like some motive right there.
And then what happens is about 9 days go by, and he reaches out to you again, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the primary election was held on June 14th, correct?
I don't recall, but you're probably right.
Okay. So we have one article that gets into not just the inner workings of the office, but it's hitting you on personal stuff. And now he's reaching out to try to do another article, right?
Right, sir.
Fair to say, you've got to be upset.
I wasn't, I don't know if at this point I was still upset. I couldn't remember. I know that I had to, at a certain point, like start to try to, like, basically combat this with my own narrative to try to, again, win the race.
Right. You're so concerned about Jeff Garman's articles that you start literally creating websites to try to fight against it, correct?
I wanted the truth to come out, yeah.
Right. That's how significant the article was to you.
In the sense that I wanted to win the race and I needed to dispel what was in the articles, yes, sir.
You must have felt that this guy is just personally out to get you.
Not personally out to get me. I thought he was a friend of John Cahill's. Later I found out that Alicia Goodwin's father was a friend of his.
That must have been infuriating.
I mean, it is what it is. You know, like I said, by the time, about a month later, I think you see my tweets. I'm more just trying to.
Well, we'll talk about different things over time that we see from you. But moving on, you end up providing a written statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
I would imagine you're hopeful that you're going to get more of a balanced article from him, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, you're just hoping he'll just publish something, correct?
I'm just hoping that it won't be too bad because I'd already figured by this point it's like, well, you know what, he's going to do what he's going to do.
But it was pretty bad, wasn't it?
Again, that's.
It's the same stuff, right? He's trashing you, correct?
But you know, there's a certain point which you kind of get desensitized to things,
Sure,
right? So by the time the fourth article came out, I was like, oh, whatever, right? I will say that when it comes.
Objection. Answering the question.
No, but witness is non-responsive to the question.
He's answering the question. Complex question.
You're upset because he's trashing you, correct?
Yeah, I couldn't say at that time that I was still upset or just trying to fight to win the race.
This was not helping your election, was it?
No, that it certainly wasn't.
So then we have something back out.
And
Hold on a second. I'd like to now turn to some items that pop up in your phone kind of around this time. So there is this image from May 20th. I'm going to publish that. This was found in your phone, correct?
Yes, it was, sir.
You're not denying that this was something actually in your phone?
No, and I can tell you why I did.
I'm not asking you that question, but the title of this is How to Push Down Negative Search Results, correct? Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have these kind of inflammatory tweets that you're tracking where they're talking about you, correct?
I was not tracking these. These were given to me by Roberta Lee Kennett.
Okay, so people are sending them to you, right?
Yes.
And then you have this message here to Mr. Kinsley. And just to be clear, that is a message that is being kind of issued out on the 15th, which would have been like that day that article came out, right? Is that correct? Because you had
sure.
because the article was dated, the original one's dated 5/16, and we had that conversation about it released earlier, right?
Right.
Okay. So let's look and see what you say here. Isn't it true you tell Mr. Kingsley, I'm working to bring the full truth to light? I guess I want to focus on you're kind of maintaining the same posture that you had with Gehrman, right? About these things, some things are true, none of this stuff is true, correct?
Well, and again, like I said, I'll point out that I did lie in this message because I did not want to publicly embarrass my family further.
Another lie.
And to be fair, it's understandable, but so this is something that
Another person you lied
the
to.
potential impact on your family is so significant. You're even telling people in this context like it's not true because that's an important thing to protect. Fair?
I don't think that they would have. My wife would have left me. But certainly, I didn't want them to have to go through any embarrassment or any pain.
Sure. And I want to focus down here at the very bottom because I know you said, "Oh, I was kind of over it" and things like that. Isn't it true? You state here you have no idea how hard it's been. You say that, correct?
That was that same day, and that was referring to the troubles that I had with the ladies in the office. That no matter what I was doing to try to actually make peace with them, giving them raises, whatever things that. Still, I had to be a cheerleader for the other employees while trying to minimize the damage they were doing.
Okay. You say I'm truly devastated, correct?
And that was again on the same day that I texted Mr. Gehrman.
So the answer is yes.
Yep.
Isn't it true you also try to reach out to county officials to see if there's anything that they can do to help rein in Rita Reed's behavior?
That I don't recall. I mean, if you got something to show that, as long as
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. So,
I did talk to HR about how to best handle disciplinary issues. And got their advice and did things appropriately.
Okay.
If that's what you're referring to.
I'm just asking. And so now that brings us to the primary. It's June 14th of 2022. You would agree with me when that day began, you were hopeful that you were going to win, correct?
You're always hopeful when you're running for an election.
You had gone out, you had canvassed neighborhoods, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were expressing to your friends and family that, yeah, I think we're going to pull this out, correct?
Obviously, you always want to have an optimistic face no matter what, but I wasn't 100% sure that I was going to win or not.
But ultimately, you lose. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you don't place second. You end up placing third. Is that right?
All three of us were pretty tight, though, but yes.
Right. And I'm going to approach with what's been marked as case proposed 377. Does that appear to be kind of the accurate outcome of the election?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's a fair and accurate depiction of those results?
I think so. Like I said, it was pretty close.
This time we're asking case 77. Sorry about that.
Objection.
Publishing 377 over. So when we look at this, you don't lose by much, do you?
No.
A little more than 2,000 votes, correct?
Right.
Jeff Gehrman didn't write any articles about Carolyn Escobar in a negative fashion, did he?
I wouldn't think so.
I mean, leading up to his election, he didn't do that, correct?
Correct.
Didn't do that about Rita?
No.
Fair to say, in your opinion, Jeff Gehrman hadn't written these articles, you probably end up winning that primary.
Damn.
Probably yes.
Damn. Motive. This is a clear establishment of motive to want to unalive this man. All that remains.
It had to be crushing, correct?
No, it was disappointing, but again, I knew that my chances were 50-50, so I was prepared for a loss. And I think my conciliation post on Facebook was pretty clear that, hey, you know what? We tried really hard. We gave it our go. But, I'm going to go serve families as a probate attorney again. I'm ready to go back to work. And, and I got a lot of support when I made that post.
But everything that you work for is gone because of a couple of articles that say things that you don't think are really true, correct? Especially about the work stuff, right?
It wasn't the articles per se. It was obviously Rita and Alicia.
Who got Jeff Gehrman into the fold to publicly tear you down.
They did, yes.
And he agreed to do it.
Yeah.
So now I want to focus on just 2 days later. 2 days later. Oh, can we cue over? Sorry. 2 days later, Jeff Gehrman writes to you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
At this point, you are kind of right on teetering on the verge of like conceding, correct?
I think it took a long time for the count to occur. It was like almost a week. So we were, and this is a while back, so if I remember correctly, we were still waiting for the final outcome. And yeah, so this was.
So you're down as of May 16th. You're losing in the race, correct?
It was kind of like similar to what you saw on that report in the sense that things kept going up and down, but it was I think if I'm not mistaken, it was somewhere in those 1,000, 2,000 between the three of us, but Rita would go up, then Caroline would go up, and so it was more of a tug of war between them and that was pretty much in third place at all times.
So it's very close, right?
It was really close.
You don't know how this, at this point, as of June 16th, you still don't officially know how this one's going to shake out, correct?
Based on the fact that I never came out of third place during the whole thing, I was pretty sure that it was done.
Okay. But nevertheless, Jeff Gehrman comes calling again, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine the reporter that did all that stuff to you, talking about he want another interview? I'd be like, bro, get out my face. Get out my goddamn face.
And it's about that truth website that I created.
Right. And you just say it's fine at this point. They won. Do what you like.
Mm-hmm.
Fair to say you felt resigned at this point.
Yeah, like just what's it going to do at this point? Whatever,
Well, he wrote another one, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
That is, yes.
Fair to say you weren't happy with that coverage. It wasn't positive, was it?
Again, I don't remember if I cared or not. And I know I started to poke fun at him on Twitter, but it came to a point where it was just me trying to, I think, see if I couldn't get him to put more light on my website.
Okay. And so then on June 18th, he publishes this article number 3, correct?
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes.
And then just 6 days later on June 22nd, he publishes a 4th article about you officially losing, but pointing out that you remain combative, correct?
Yeah, which again was inaccurate, but sure. Yes.
Okay, so again, it's inaccurate reporting about you, the 4th one.
Right. And like I said, by this point, I was just having fun with it.
Well, let's be
right,
Mr. Tejas. You didn't like Jeff Gehrman by this point, did you?
I mean, sure. I did not like him.
You hated him. Isn't that correct?
I don't know if hate. I mean, there might have been various points throughout that where I might have felt like that, but I don't know that I ever. He was not a central figure in my life. I'll put it that way.
He is the figure that ends up causing you to leave your job as public administrator for Clark County, correct?
Again, I don't blame him per se. I blame Rita and I blame Alicia.
Sir, you just told this jury that if those articles weren't written, hold on, I'm not finished. You just told this jury, like 5 minutes ago, that if Mr. Gehrman hadn't written these 4 articles, you believe you would have won the race.
Yeah. But again, if Rita and Alicia hadn't gone to Alicia's dad to ask for this favor, those articles wouldn't have happened.
The answer to my question is yes.
Who I would hold most responsible is not Mr. Gehrman.
Sir, that's not my question.
Okay.
Question is, you believe Mr. Gehrman had not written these 4 articles, you would have won the race, correct?
I do believe that, yes.
You hated him by this point in time, isn't that right?
I could not say whether I hated him by this point in time. And if I, how long I might have hated him, if,
Roberta said you hated him.
Roberta is entitled to her own opinion. I don't know that I ever said I hated him.
Okay. So now we're in July. Fair to say working in that office had to have been hard in July.
So after the election loss, I ended up, so I guess just back up a little bit. When Mike Murphy came into the office, it was not a directive from Clark County. It was a request. Jeff Wells said, hey, you've got this situation. I think, maybe if we bring in Mr. Murphy, he could help you kind of be an independent, arbiter of sorts. And he said that, you don't have to say yes. This is not, we have no right to force this on you. It's entirely up to you. And I said, you know what, sounds like a great idea. Let's do it. So brought him in. But then again, that got misconstrued, it is what it is at this point. But so once I lost the election, he and Rita had taken over the duties primarily. And I did, most of my work from home, coming in a couple of days a week, just to, do things here and there.
Okay, so to go back to my question, was July hard? Yes or no?
I guess my answer would be
He did all that and they answered the question. Come on, man.
not as, I didn't have to deal with the first, the day-to-day frustrations I used to deal with when I was in the office
that a yes?
50 hours a week.
So you came in less,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Mhm.
Rita assumed more of a responsibility,
Right, sir.
even though you were still the acting duly elected public administrator.
Right. We decided, just.
I'm going to publish Exhibit 340, you over to the Elmo.
His chin
On June 13th, I mean, I don't know if you were aware of this back in the day, but an email is sent out. Sorry? Sorry about that. July 13th of 2022, Jeff Garriman is making a public records request, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in July, you have already lost your race, correct?
Right.
So the election isn't at stake. Is that correct?
Correct.
You will be gone in a matter of 6 months, right?
Right.
And now Jeff Garriman is asking for all emails between Public Administrator Robert Tellis and Estate Quarter Roberta Lee Kennett from January 1st to the date that this is fulfilled, correct?
Right.
He also wanted all of your communications, including messages between you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
He wanted you to wanted the county to provide all text messages between you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
From your personal cell phones, correct?
Yes, he did, but he was not allowed to have them. But yes.
Sure. Understood. But I mean, that's how far this is going. And additionally, and I didn't read that in the middle, it included a request for Microsoft Teams messages as well. Isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, sir, you are familiar with the county's policy. Well, let's do it this way. You testified to this jury that, before the records request went out for the Teams messages, you had reviewed them and you didn't have any issues with them, correct?
And I'd love to elaborate on that if I could.
I need you to focus on my question.
Nope.
Yes or no?
I had an opportunity. Yes, I did have an opportunity to review them before.
Judge, it's a two-way street on this one. I haven't finished the question yet.
Oh,
I need you to listen. I need to finish the question.
Oh, I thought you were done. Sorry.
Well, yes or no. You testified on direct examination that you reviewed Teams messages and you did not have an issue with them, correct?
The production that I understood was going to be sent to Mr. Gurman, yes.
Right. And just to be clear, you were familiar with the county's policy about what gets produced in a public records request, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, isn't it true that under this county policy, personal messages would not be produced under a public records request?
That is correct.
Okay. So any personal communications between you and her wouldn't go out to Mr. Garriman, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And that is why, and so you're like, I don't have any issue with that other stuff going out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But let's be clear about something. The election's over, right?
Mhm.
Jeff Garriman.
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Jeff Garriman seems to still be digging about you and Roberta, isn't that right?
Yes, but there's nothing to dig. Provided, obviously, that if he was going to receive what I saw, then
How is there nothing to dig and you having a whole affair with the woman? You about to get exposed, man.
there was nothing for him to dig.
I mean, you would agree, I mean, reporters typically don't ask for records requests unless they're planning on doing a story, correct?
Sometimes I think they're just fishing to see if there is a story.
And according to this records request, he's fishing about one thing. It's you and Roberta, right?
Right.
Which you told us back in May when you sat down with your interview with Jeff Garriman, the number one priority was to, protect your family and not really dig into that, correct? Or at least disclose that, correct?
I'm sorry.
You told us when you met with Garriman on May 11th, you had said, I was truthful about some things, but I wasn't truthful about everything. The one thing I didn't want to talk about was the indiscretions. And you said that the reason for that was I was really concerned about my family, correct? Right. Okay. The election's over. You're on your way out. And now this guy is wanting to ask more questions about you and Roberta, right?
Yeah.
It's not about you and Rita, right?
There's a I know that there was a later request for those other emails that got appended to this, but I don't know if you remember that with Mike Murphy and Rita.
Just in this specific request, he's not asking for communications between you and Rita, right?
Correct.
He's not asking for communications between you and Alicia, right?
Correct.
It's just about you and Roberta.
Right.
He's not leaving it alone, is he?
I think he's still fishing.
That had to have been frustrating, Mr. Tellis.
No, it was not, because I knew he wasn't going to have anything.
Come on, man. You can't be serious.
Based on what I reviewed from the production.
Yeah, you knew he was about to put out all your affair, all your business with that woman. He's in denial.
Okay. So it's your testimony that the possibility of a fifth article didn't concern you at all when the potential source of the request is just about your communications between you and Roberta. You're telling us that's not a concern at this point in time.
Again, so I can explain to you how things...
Yeah, yes or no? Is it a concern or is it not?
Not at the time that I reviewed those documents, no.
Okay. So now, let's now jump forward to August 8th of 2022. On that day, Dan Coolin emails you, starts to tell you about the production request, that it's going to start to happen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's on August 8th, right?
Yes, sir.
Do this quickly. Sure. August 8th. 4 days later, in your phone, the Google Maps and bronze circles start popping up, correct?
No, sir.
Read this out to me. What does that say?
That says August 12th, 2022.
Publishing 364. This is the street surveillance. Please read out to me what the date is on that.
August 15th, 2022.
You would agree that August 12th is just 4 days after August 8th, correct?
I would.
You would agree with me that August 15th is just 7 days after August 8th, correct?
I would.
And we go back to the overhead 354.
Yeah, you done, bro.
I want you to read the date on entry number 1 on that.
The modified date?
Yeah.
8/23.
Okay.
2022.
Wish I could do the math on that one. I feel like that's like about 2 weeks after August 8th, correct?
Somewhere around there.
So after August 8th, all this stuff just start popping up on your phone. What a coincidence.
We also heard from Nicole Lofton, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nicole Lofton was employee of the public administrator's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
A member, as you describe it, of the New Guard, correct? She was on Team Tellus, fair?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. You had text messages between you and Nicole Lofton through the course of your time as a public administrator, correct?
If you've got them, then sure. I don't recall.
Okay. Well, I'm going to approach for a second. So I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as 6. Let me show you the marked coming article. It's not the full thing. I just wanted to kind of narrow down. I'm going to approach in a minute, but I need to get an understanding. By August, beginning of August 8th, by August 8th, how are you feeling about Jeff German's next upcoming article?
I don't recall.
Are you concerned at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, let me show you. Marked as Exhibit 376, proposed Exhibit 376. Why don't you just take a minute and flip through those and let me know, recognize essentially what you're looking at there.
Basically, these lawyers got paid to lose the case, right? Kiss my cheeks. Basically, from what I'm seeing about the narrative, shout out to Evo on me, about the whole thing about him doing the narrative as his defense. They basically paid these lawyers to lose this case. He basically paid these lawyers to lose this case. Because they already knew they was going to lose, and he wanted to do it however he wanted to do it, regardless, and they took the money. They probably was telling him to take a guilty plea, and he ain't want to take it because he's a narcissist.
To set the stage, like.
Objection.
So again, just to set the stage, like how are you feeling in early August about Jeff German and his articles?
Like I said, I don't know that I thought any way about Jeff German in particular.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. All right. So, publishing these. So that's just the ones in green. That's you, correct?
Yes.
That's just the first page that goes back to August 17th of 2021. Is that right?
Yes.
So this message is from June 15th. That's the day of the primary, or at least the day after the primary, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think you state, isn't it true, you state to her, good morning, full results aren't in yet. It's about a 3-way tie with me, last by around 2,000 votes. Counting out aren't in yet. Nicole says, praying, right?
Mm-hmm.
You say, me too.
Yes.
Praying to what's marked as page 64, actual pagination. We look at this bottom email, 6:15 at 12 o'clock p.m. She writes to you, folks are prancing around like you conceded. Did you? Do you remember her writing that to you?
Not until I see it now, but it's been a while.
Okay. And then your response is, isn't it true your response was, no, I'll check the website to see if a winner was declared. She responds, okay, correct?
Yes.
I think you indicate that if I lost, I will protect you until you can get a new position. Is that
Yes.
right? She responds, I appreciate that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Isn't true, then you say, I'm so sorry, Nicole, I tried so hard, I almost made a comeback, but it's done, correct?
Right.
And that's at 3:16 p.m. on the 15th, isn't that right?
Right.
And you say here, unfortunately, too many people bought the lies, isn't that right?
Right.
And when you're saying that, you're referring to the voters, correct?
Yeah.
And the lies were propagated by those articles, correct?
Yes.
That Mr. Gehrman wrote.
Right.
Look down here at the end. She says, I'm so sorry. Will you work until the end of the year or resign? Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
She says, thank you for believing in me. Is that right?
Yes.
Fair to say she cared for you and how you treated her in the office, correct?
Right.
And you told her, in fact, I very much believe in you. You have been my best employee. I'm so sorry that I couldn't pull it off. Is that correct?
Right.
Lets you know that you fought hard. Is that right?
Right.
And we see here on 6:15, you even say to her, I'll stay on until the end of the year, although if they aren't messing with you, I don't know that I'll spend a ton of time in the office, correct?
Right.
Essentially ceding power to Rita Reed, correct?
Right.
And Rita Reed is friendly to Compass Realty, correct?
Right.
And so your intentions were to step away from that office or lower your profile even as early as June 15th of 2022.
Right.
So you would be less of a threat to Compass Realty even then, correct? Because you'd be stepping away and not spending a ton of time in the office.
No, sir. The evidence proves otherwise.
Okay. And then we look here at text on June 21st. Nicole says, now Alicia is in the other cubicle counting the files that were left in there. These people are so sick. They spend half the day trying to get you instead of working. The you she's referring to is yourself, correct?
I don't know if it was that or, generally saying you in that sense, like, because I don't have files in a cubicle.
Okay.
So it might have been, that perception that, I don't know how to explain that. I think you get it.
Contextually, she's talking about the old guard, correct?
She is talking about them, but as far as whether she's talking about herself or me, I don't know.
Understood. But she believes these people are sick. Is that right?
That's her opinion, and they did some pretty tough stuff.
Oh, and it appears you share that same opinion. You say yes, like they think it all still matters, correct?
Right, like they're still trying to sabotage me, but it's pointless at this point, right?
Well, you say it's pointless, but we'll get to that in a second.
Sure.
You then also say she's probably trying to get fodder to pass to the reporter, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So the reporter is still on your mind, isn't that right?
Just from the standpoint that they're still trying to concoct things, and that's why I decided to stay away from the office so they couldn't concoct anything anymore.
Because the articles were damaging, correct?
They were damaging, yes.
Professionally and personally.
Primarily professionally, because obviously I had to figure out something else to do for work, which, again, I'm a lawyer, so I guess, rehang my shingle if I can, do whatever I can.
And that's a really interesting point. On August 8th, we've seen how that's the day you get notified that Gehrman wants stuff between you and Rita, correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
I want to look at page, marked on the bottom is page 110. Isn't it true that you tell Nicole at 12:28, you're dealing with a lot, I'm sorry. For me, this may have a long-term impact. I have people that no longer talk to me. Also, I'm worried in this digital age that the articles could potentially follow me around for years to come. I'm actually worried I might not have any good employment prospects after this, correct?
Yes.
And it just so happens that you were then informed that Gehrman is snooping around looking to potentially do another article, correct?
Yep.
And you're telling Nicole in confidence that you believe your future employment is jeopardized because of the articles, right?
Yes, but the damage was already done. So it's not, whether he wrote another article, he wrote 10 more articles, it was irrelevant at this point.
Well, apparently you don't say that though in your email. You don't say in that, that text message. You don't say, but the damage is already done, do you? You don't say that in that message, correct?
Well, it says that the articles are going to have an impact, and you would think that would refer to previously published articles. So I think that it's assumed that, it's done is done. So
Sir,
if he goes on and does 10 more articles, same net effect, really.
Right. Sir, to go back to my question, isn't it true you never use the words, the damage is already done, correct?
Not in this particular message, no.
Right. And you state, also, I'm worried in this digital age that the articles could potentially follow me around for years to come. I'm actually worried I might not have any good employment prospects after this, correct?
I'd say it'd be better than if I had actually murdered Mr. Gurman.
So, sir, we're going to go back to my question. Isn't that what you wrote in the text message?
Yes.
Four days later, Google Maps images start popping up in your phone, correct?
No.
7 days later, on the 15th, surveillance is being conducted on a street, correct?
Not by me.
And on the 23rd, multiple images of Garriman's information about what car he drives and where he lives is literally being screenshotted of your desktop computer, correct?
Not by me.
Because if it was you, that would be a big problem, wouldn't it?
Conclusion, argumentative.
It is argumentative. If
We'll
you
move
want
on.
to rephrase it.
No, we can move on. Publishing 342. Then you receive this email on 9/1, correct?
Yes, sir.
You receive it at 5:45 p.m.
Yes,
correct?
sir. Mm-hmm.
And we heard from Roberta, who talked about this, right?
Right.
She had indicated that the release of the information to Garriman was just around the corner, correct?
Right.
Let me find this.
And I knew in advance that it'd be only...
Sir, there's no question pending. 5:45 on September 1st, you get the information. You get notified. Jeff Garriman soon to receive personal records requests related to messaging and communications with you and Roberta, correct?
No, it was not personal.
I didn't mean that. I meant, I apologize. Communications between you and Roberta, correct?
Business related, yes.
And then at 11:20 in the morning, 2 hours later, Garriman's dead.
Yes.
Let's talk about September 2nd, 2022. You had testified on direct that you had, your daughter had asked you a question, you responded around 8:48 in the morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said at that point you then hung out at home, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Around 10ish, you went for a walk, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You said you...
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You said you then came home, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you said that you went to the gym around 12 o'clock, 12:09, correct? I think that's when you log in, around 12:09.
That's when I checked in using my phone at Planet Fitness.
Okay. And that's the Planet Fitness that's on like Fort Apache and Charleston, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's kind of just down that road, right? Down. What's the road? So you live on Spanish Steps?
Correct.
And then the road to kind of make your way out to Piggott, what's that one called?
South Tassel.
Okay, and then if you made a left to go by Piggott, what's that big road?
Red Hills.
Red Hills, and Red Hills can kind of get you up to that corner, right? Where the
You can go through a roundabout. You can go north from there on Apple, and then you head east to get to Planet Fitness.
Okay. And I think what you had. Before we do that, let me ask you this. So, what car did you take to the gym?
The BMW.
All right. Oh, so that's it's kind of, what's the color? It's not quite not quite gray. It's not quite brown. What,
I think it's brown.
a brownish color. It's kind of metallic-ish.
Right.
Okay. And you took that route that we just talked about. That's how you got to the gym. Correct?
Probably.
Okay. Oh, another question. So, and we're circling back to something, but your belief is what's Jappy's role in the conspiracy? What exactly did he do?
I'm not certain to what extent, but obviously he's the one who initiated the surveillance that was done on me that went from, I believe it was August 16th all the way through September 7th. So despite his testimony also that they only do surveillance every other day, if you look at Cynthia Sauerland, the surveillance pages from that, you see that they're done back from, one day to the next. And, when I requested that these surveillance logs be provided to me the first time, I received only 3.
Okay.
Then when I pointed out the fact that there was a surveillance log on September 6th that mentioned September 1, then lo and behold, now there was 4. I believe that there were actually surveillance logs for every single day, and they just weren't turned over to me. So I believe that, that Jappy knows that I didn't kill Mr. Gurman.
Okay. So do you think it's a little strange that if Jappy wanted to frame you for murder, he would clear you of all wrongdoings with the allegations of taking bribes?
I'm already here on this charge, so I don't think he needs to worry about another charge.
And so if the job's done, why waste his time with Compass Realty?
In what sense?
Well, he testified that after you got arrested, he spent another 4 or 5 months investigating Compass Realty and then brought charges to the DA's office.
Yo, if guilty was a person, I mean, how much evidence, bro? He just be denying evidence. Man, no, I don't believe that. I don't know how that goes.
Why do that?
So, and this is an interesting point, because if you look, well, I guess you can't look, but the file into me was over 100 gigabytes in information. That's quite a bit of information. The file into Compass Realty was only 3 gigabytes worth of information. It appears it was just a token investigation because, again, he didn't do the stakeouts that we discussed. He very clearly said that he believed that this personal property was leaving the homes. And it's shown in 500 pleadings that, again, there was no personal property taken from these homes, no vehicles that were actually, I'm trying to finish answering your question, sir.
Okay.
There were no vehicles, again, for which the titles were traced. He didn't investigate the issue with the homes being trashed ahead of time to lower their values so they could basically net almost double on the next sale. So, again, that's, as far as I'm concerned, when he refuses to do a legitimate investigation on me, again, I'm doing just 3 gigabytes worth of data. I think it was just a sham investigation. He didn't do any of those other things he promised he would do.
Sir, isn't it true you told us on direct examination, you bemoaned the Attorney General's office for looking at your case for like a matter of a month and then just not doing anything with it? You did say that, right?
Nope.
You never complained about the Attorney General not taking your Compass Realty allegation seriously?
I did not bemoan and I did not complain.
Okay. Did you say they didn't take it seriously?
I didn't say they didn't take it
Did
seriously.
you say that they only looked at it for like a month or 2?
They only looked at it for a month.
Just a month?
Yeah.
And Jappy looked at it for 11.
But again, he didn't do the things he promised.
Yes
he
or
would
no? He looked at it for 11 months.
Yes, but it was a sham investigation. It was a bogus investigation.
Okay.
Didn't do what he said he was going to do.
All right. Oh, let's talk about Zach. You like Zach, right?
I think he dislikes me more than I dislike him. I didn't really, personally, I didn't have qualms with him. He didn't waste my headspace.
Okay. And that's good to know. The disagreement that do you really think it was like a total fallout over this Ottawa property?
I don't. No.
Okay. Because to be honest, like you did continue to do business deals with Zach after Ottawa.
Yeah.
Right?
I think what Zach was upset about, if I may.
My question is yes or no. You continue to do business deals with Zach Schilling after the Ottawa sale?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And now at this time, I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as gate.
He doing business after. I mean, bro, he just killing his own case. Everything he says is getting contradicted.
9, 90, 91. 392, 394, 395, and 396. Show you first 390, 389, 388. Do these look familiar to you?
Hold on just a few moments, because I want to look at where he actually changed realtors, because when I do my redirect, this is all going to become relevant.
Okay. You know what that is?
I do, but it doesn't say who the realtor was on this.
And I would turn your attention to 388.
Okay.
Look here at the
Can I
bottom.
approach?
Sure. Yeah. 388.
Mhm.
Does that help? Kind of help. I mean,
Sure.
look at the address.
Of course.
We got our address here,
Right.
and that corresponds to those documents. Do
Right.
these appear to be like a listing agreement, kind of an order closing the sale of a certain property, a check going out to Mr.
Yes.
These all appear to be fair and accurate depictions of those.
And this is Ottawa.
The Ottawa
right here.
property. Yep.
And just let me write a note if I may. You're okay with this?
You have it's been already ready. Go to the back page. Very last page.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. At this time, we'll ask for submission of stage proposed 388, 389, and 390.
No objection.
Then I want you to take a look at 396, 395, 394, 393, 392, 391. Let me know if these appear to be listing agreements.
Yes, they are, sir.
Okay, those are fair and accurate. Those
Yes,
you're
sir.
showing?
Mhm.
Just one second. Sure. So Ottawa was the property where you guys had some sort of disagreement about a valuation, right?
Yes, it was more a little bit of sour grapes on his end, but yeah, no, it wasn't, as far as I was concerned, a big deal.
Right. So, but when we heard kind of cross questions and testimony from Zach about there being this disagreement, Ottawa is the one that we're talking about, correct?
Ottawa was the one where he felt like he was cheated, but that wasn't the case.
Understood. And just publishing 388, this was kind of the licensing agreement to bring Zach Schilling, correct?
Right.
And if we look here, showing up there, Zach Schilling there. Sorry, this one was cut off. 389 is a court order that establishes that the sale was approved for the Ottawa property, correct?
Yes, well, basically, it's just that this is the deed after The docs have been finalized, everything's done.
And publishing 390, we'll do it backwards, but that's like a check that got cut to Zach. Correct? And the date on this is 3/22 of 2021.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So despite this disagreement, isn't it true that the public administrator's office continued to use Mr. Schilling for properties that you needed to have sold that came through the PA's office?
Yes, I never disputed that.
Okay. Well, I mean, we heard some testimony about like, oh, Zach didn't get a lot of business. I think Nicole may have said things like that, correct?
Right, and it's true that he actually had his business reduced, but I'll go into that.
Okay. So, but publishing 391. Oh, sorry. We're requesting the 391 through 396. So we've got here 391 on June 8th of 2021. This is a deal with Zach.
Right.
We've got another one here, 92, 612, another deal with Zach.
Right.
94, 716, another deal with Zach.
Yes, sir.
93, 611, 2021 deal with Zach.
Right.
Publishing 395, 814, 2021, a deal with Zach.
Right.
Publishing 396, 10, 621, another deal.
Right.
All post-dating the big disagreement, correct?
It, again, was not a big disagreement, and as far as I was concerned, and the issue that he truly has with me will come later, and I can discuss that.
Okay. The bottom line is money continued to flow from the public administrator's office, Zach Schilling, with the work on these houses, on these deals, correct?
Not nearly as much at a certain point, but yes.
My
But
question is
yes.
yes. All right. I want to. You mentioned you're a tech guy, right? A little bit of a techie.
I think you asked that before. Yes.
Are you an Apple guy or a Google person? When it comes to phones, what are you?
Well, I have a Google phone.
Okay. I want to. We've seen this timeline, right? We've seen this timeline on publishing stage 374. I want to turn your attention to this page. It's entries 23, 24, and 25. You covered these messages and calls from your wife on direct examination. You recall doing that?
Yes, sir.
I believe you had said that you were out walking around. You received this message, and then your wife called, and you just didn't want to get to her, get back to her, and that was kind of what happened. Is that correct?
Right. I was really close to home. I was going to walk in the door, so why? Or walk through the garage, I should say. And so why?
Right. I think you said, "Honey, I'm home."
Something along those lines.
Because May was home.
Right.
And that was just minutes later, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So there wasn't any concern. It was just a picture of your daughter. All you were just right. Nothing else.
As far as messages and things go, or
Well, anything else you want to add?
I don't think so.
Your wife doesn't have a Google phone, right? You have an Apple?
Yes.
And she, Apple's got all these crazy products. They've got what's the thing that you put on your wrist? Kind of goes with your phone. What's that one?
Some of the Apple Watch.
Apple Watch. Do they have an Apple Watch?
She does.
Did you ever watch Steve Jobs' presentations when he would get up and say, just one more thing? You ever see him do that? And he drops a new product or anything?
No.
Never seen that before?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, let's take a look. I'm publishing what's been, shown this. May I approach the witness? Let the record reflect on showing opposing.
His lawyers
378. Stage proposed 378.
His lawyers don't redirect. He gets to do another narrative when it's his turn. That's what happens.
Those appear to be the messages that we're looking at in that timeline, sir. Okay, and on the back of this is the very image that she sent to you. Would that be correct?
Right.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of that thumbnail,
Mhm.
correct? It's a fair and accurate depiction of what's up there in that timeline, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. At this time, we got permission. Stage 378.
Okay.
And you talked about these. I think you told us before on Cross that these messages, they weren't hacked or anything like that from the police. Like these were the messages, right?
Right.
Now I'm going to publish this message. If you could, please tell me what is the time. Oh, it's cut up a little bit. What time is that message sent?
At 10:36 a.m.
Okay, on September the 2nd, is that
Correct.
right? This other little blurb, it doesn't actually have anything there, but what is the time on that?
10:36.
Then we have on this following page another message is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
I think she's kind of talking about how much she's selling some cards.
Right.
And you immediately kind of respond within a minute to her at around 3 o'clock, correct?
Right.
But you don't do anything here, correct? Because it's just a random message. And there's no need to, nothing's being asked of you, right?
Right.
It's just a random message.
Right.
And just take care of it when you walk in the door, right?
Pretty much.
Showing opposing counsel what's been marked as Before I approach, I'm just going to ask you one more time. You didn't delete anything off your phone on September 2nd of 2022, did you, sir?
Not that I recall.
God damn, he about to finish him. He about to put the nail in the coffin right now, yo. This one about to be the nail in the coffin right now, okay? Game over.
Before I approach, I'm just going to ask you one more time. You didn't delete anything off your phone on September 2nd of 2022, did you, sir?
Not that I recall.
I'm going to approach the stage proposed 379 to 387. Take a look at those.
Okay.
Okay. Sir, do those appear to be messages that we just looked at from maybe some other device that we were just looking at through your text messages or your timeline?
Yeah.
Do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of those messages?
Except there's an additional message.
Right, there's an additional message. That's your wife's Apple Watch, isn't it?
It is.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of what that watch looks like.
I believe so, yeah.
And with the exception of the one message that's off, everything else seems to be a fair and accurate depiction of your communication on that day that you were just telling us about on the timeline. Isn't that right?
So it seems, yes.
This time we'd ask for the admission. Stage proposed 379 to 387.
it into evidence?
Sir, you maintained that on the morning, September 2nd, 2022, you were at home, correct?
Right, except for when I went to take a walk.
You deny going over the 7216 Bronx Circle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Publishing 379. That is your wife's Apple Watch, correct?
I mean, it's got a picture of my daughter on it, so I'd have to assume that it is.
No. That's the same picture you just told us about from your text messages, isn't it?
Forgot about the Apple Watch, man. Like, god damn, he forgot about the Apple Watch. Shit.
Yes.
And it's at 10:35, correct?
Yes.
It says Friday, correct?
Yes.
It also says Rob up in the corner, correct?
Yes.
Now publishing 380. Please read to this jury, what does it say underneath that photograph?
It says, "Where are you?"
Where?
Drop a bomb on that.
Damn, put that nigga ass in the dirt.
Say, where are you? Oh, no.
380. Please read to this jury, what does it say underneath that photograph?
It says, "Where are you?"
Where are you? You told us you were at home.
I did not. I said, actually, when I got the messages, I was still on my walk.
Sir, your testimony that you were at home on the day that morning?
Not the entire morning, no. And
Okay.
I said that to you,
And
sir.
let me ask you this question. That message isn't on your phone, is it?
It isn't. I mean, if
Yes,
it was
it's not
sent,
on your-
it
it's not
was
on
sent,
your
it
phone.
should have been. But
Sir, yes or no? That message isn't on your phone.
why it isn't, I wouldn't know because it
I
apparently
didn't
it's
ask
not.
you why.
It's not on my wife's phone either.
Sir, I didn't ask you why. I asked you a yes or no question. That message is not on your phone, correct?
From what you showed me, it is not.
And you were in possession of your phone on that day, correct?
On that day, yes.
And you, as the owner of the phone, have the ability to save messages and delete messages, correct?
Yes.
Because the person who holds the phone controls the information, correct?
At that moment, yes.
Right. She's asking, where are you? Right?
Yes.
At that same time, at 10:30 in the morning, we've seen video surveillance of a car that you say looks just like mine driving in Mr. Gehrman's neighborhood.
God. That boy, you talk about caught. Bro, come on, my man, it's over, bro. If I was him, I'd just be like, you know what, you got me, man.
Correct?
That is correct.
Sir, if you left your phone at home, you wouldn't have been able to respond to that message, correct? If you were not next to it, correct?
That's speculative, but
If you left your house and left your phone at home on the morning of September 2nd, and your wife's texting you, where are you? You wouldn't have been able to respond to that, correct?
But I did not.
I didn't ask you that. If you were not in your house on September 2nd in the morning, your wife sent you a message with a phone you had left at home, it would have been impossible for you to answer that question, correct? I'll ask you again.
Again, that would have been if in fact that was the case. If in fact I left my phone at home, then sure, yes.
I have no further questions.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state
Robert Tejas. First name is Robert, Robert. Last name Teles, also pronounced Talis. So, good morning. I want to go over some of the items that were discussed during my cross-examination by Mr. Hamner. So I'll start. I'm just going to go, point by point. So it sounds like I'm jumping around. I'm just hitting various things. So I want to talk about Zach Schilling first and why he was mad at me. But in order to do that, I've got.
We're not doing this right here because I'm not. I'm sorry. You guilty, bro. You ain't gonna lie to me. All right, listen. We here to watch the cross examination. The cross finish you. So after the cross dropped the bomb, so it's over for him, right? This is the thing. This man deleted the message out of his phone, and he deleted it out of his wife's phone. But he didn't think about the goddamn iPhone, which is synced to the phone, which got the same messages. So her iPhone had all the messages that his phone's supposed to have. And he done. The boy was not at home. He missed a bunch of phone calls, even from his wife. Done. Finished him. He ain't see it coming. The cross was like, did you look at all the discovery? Because you should have seen this there. You should have known this was going to end you. The cross was like, bro, you ain't see this? All right, so what we going to do is we're going to watch the prosecutor's closing arguments, the argument that actually, seals his deal. And then we're going to watch the verdict and the sentencing. So yeah, we don't want to hear nothing from his people. They already know he lost. Look at that face. He gonna put on the sad face. Hey.
Literally.
Hey, what's wrong with you? Come on, bruh. Fix your face, man. He like, damn, I'm done. This case is over. Yeah, this is the worst he looked all throughout the whole trial. All his confidence is gone. Look at his face. Look at his face. Yeah, she looks sad. He looks sad.
Materials. You really have problems for the
By June of 2022, Jeff German had caused a lot of problems for the.
Actually, not even this one. We're gonna do the other prosecutor. They gonna make their case. We here for this guy. We here for this guy right here. He's the star of the show right here. He's gonna do the final rebuttal. And after him there shall be no more. Okay? Hove.
Well, it's been 2 weeks. You guys have heard a lot of evidence. Thank you for your patience. I'll try to be as brief as I can. But as you've seen, witness after witness after witness, the evidence is absolutely clear. The defendant murdered Jeff German. He murdered him because Jeff's writing destroyed his career, destroyed his reputation, it threatened probably his marriage, exposed things that even he admitted he did not want the public to know. And he did it because Jeff wasn't done writing. He was informed on August 8th. A records request was being made by Mr. German long after he had lost the race, well into his lame duck remaining administration as a PA. He learns that Jeff wants to write more. And when he learns about the subject of it, it's not about him and Alicia, it's not about him and Rita, it's not about anybody except him and Roberta. And what you see unfolds over the course of a month. We learn from his phone expert that he shut off all location data, even though that phone, as we learn from his expert, 13 years of location data magically disappears for the month of August? Why?
Right. consistently 13 years worth of consistent data, except for in the month when he's planning the murder. Like, bro, you ain't think of that?
Because of the August 8th email. He's over it. He's building a reconnaissance case. He starts to go on to Google Maps. He starts doing surveillance at Popeyes. He is using the power of his office and their computer software to find private details about Jeff, so it can culminate in murdering him. And that's what he does. But as I've told many, many juries, especially in the last few years, it is really, really hard to plan the perfect murder in the digital age, because you leave too many breadcrumbs behind. And he's no dummy. He's actually quite smart. He is thoughtful. But you will see during this rebuttal, there are mistakes that he makes. And there are things that he simply cannot account for, that when a police starts to look into an investigation and deploys the tools that the police have at their disposal, it uncovers the inconsistency. It uncovers his mistakes. But I got to start with what he got up and told us about, the alleged conspiracy. When Mr. Tellis got up here over the course of, I think it was 3 days, and testified, it was remarkable what he had to say, and not in a good way. His testimony was incredible, and not in a good way.
This guy's good.
He explained, or at least attempted to explain.
Look at his face. He said incredible, but not in a good way. My man tell us over there like, this bastard. He's like, you bastard. This guy's good. Incredible, not in a good way.
His testimony was incredible, and not in a good way. He explained, or at least attempted to explain, this conspiracy. What we learned over the course of the 3 days, and actually the course of this trial over 3 weeks, is the conspiracy grew, and it grew, and it grew. Who's exactly in it? It starts with Compass, nebulously Compass Realty. We learned that Adam Fenn can't be ruled out, right? Because he makes donations to Rita Reid. Cindy Sauerland gets mentioned at one point. Some of those briefings, you'll see her name is mentioned. She's a source of consternation for the defendant. It expands to the old guard, as they coin that phrase. Rita Reid, Alicia Goodwin are all part of this, right? The conspiracy, and let's remember, it's a conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman. We then learn it expands to Derek Jappy. He's in on it as well. When he testified, he's not really able to link up why Derek Jappy would want to help Rita Reid or Alicia Goodwin or Compass or Adam Fenn or Cindy Sauerland. That testimony is lacking. A lot of times when I pressed him, and I pressed him, and I'm going to explain to you one of the reasons why I cross-examined him so hard. When you stand on the stand under oath and you make allegations about businesses in our community, government service workers, and the police department, we deserve answers. I genuinely wanted to know, how is all this connecting? Explain it to me. And respectfully, Mr. Tellis absolutely failed in doing so.
Failed.
It didn't make sense. And that is one of your instructions, which is to use your common sense. It's got to make sense. And it actually has to link up with evidence. But a lot of times, the most common answer I would get back from Mr. Tellis was simply, well, no, I never saw Jappy take a bribe, but I think that. It was a lot of times it's like, that's just my gut feeling. That's my opinion. That's not evidence. That is not evidence. But yet, it was Mr. Tellis's answer for almost everything when it came to this conspiracy. But let's continue. It stretches out to include Cliff Mogg, Justine Gaddis, the entire DNA lab. He said there were also patrol officers in it. I asked him which patrol. I don't know which ones. And then it literally culminates with Steve Wolfson, like the DA. It culminated with him. He can't quite link it up, but he threw that name out there. And here's the thing that struck me when I took over this case. I would submit to most people, probably before ever hearing about this case, had no idea what a public administrator was. He is not a U.S. senator. He is not a governor. He is not a congressperson. He is a duly elected official who manages an office of approximately 8 people.
God damn, he is belittling this man. Look at his face. He belittling him. He making him feel small, like you're not even a real politician for real. Like you like one of them little minor You're not even like, yo, look at his face. He's in disgust. Like, listen to how he's talking about. Yeah. Yo, this guy is killing him inside, deep. Like his soul is burning on fire right now. The way he talks about him. No narcissist can hear this about themselves and not say something about it. And he can't say nothing.
He is not a governor. He is not a congressperson. He is a duly elected official who manages an office of approximately 8 people. And their job is to assist people who pass away, who don't leave a will and leave property. The public administrator's office is not at the forefront of everyone's mind in this community. No one learns about this until who brings the office to light? Jeff Gehrman. And what's amazing is if you believe that story about this conspiracy, all of these people, all of these entities were willing to sacrifice their reputation, their business, their police department, even the public administrator's office. They're all willing to put it on the line to kill a reporter to get that guy, even though he's leaving in 3 months. Does that make a shred of sense? Absolutely not. But what it does give you a window into is what's in his mind. That is how important Mr. Tellis views himself. That every single one of these people, every single one of these entities were literally willing to kill another human being who is not him just to frame him. Does that make sense? And more importantly, where is the evidence to support that? Where is the evidence that you received in this trial that supports that? And the answer is you didn't. There isn't any evidence. Why would Compass conspire to frame him? Why? I asked him. I wanted to know. He couldn't give a good answer. His best answer was, well, I was going to do a lot of work in the next 3 weeks or next 3 months. Has anyone ever heard of any sort of legal filings, lawsuits getting settled up in a brief, tidy 3 months? That's not a thing. That didn't happen. That doesn't happen. There was no need to frame him because they already succeeded getting him voted out of office. And all they had to do was donate a whopping, I guess, 15 grand at best to get him out of office. They didn't need to kill him. He was on his way out the door. He is a lame duck.
See, look at the look of disgust on his face. The lawyer knows exactly what he's doing. Psychologically, he's crushing him because he knows that this man is so full of himself. He think that he's so smart. He got away with that murder. Nobody could know it was him. He outsmarted the police and all that. And he's saying so much things about him to make him feel like, bro, you just you're not even good at what you do. You don't even have a big position. You're not even a somebody for real. It's really crushing his spirit because he think that ego is being crushed. That lawyer is carefully breaking this man down and like crushing his spirit.
Lame ducks don't matter. What incentive does Metro have in this conspiracy with a real estate company to frame Elaine Brown? That's an even bigger one. Why would they do that? What here that would show us that Compass is like, hey, guess what? Hey, Metro Homicide, we need you to join us to go frame this outgoing politician. I mean, we killed the reporter, not important. But I want you to join us in this, and let's go frame this guy. And all of Metro's like, sign me up. Sounds great. Does that make any sense? Absolutely not. It makes no sense. And it's not supported by the evidence. And again, if Compass is literally willing to kill, why not just kill him? Just kill him. Why does Jeff have to suffer? It makes no sense. And it gets even worse. Before we get to that, here's the thing. We go back, when you think about the Compass question, right? Isn't Compass in cahoots with Rita Reid and Alicia Goodwin, right? They're funding Alicia Goodwin, right? Or no, Rita Reid. They're funding her campaign against him. And who do they get to help write the story? Jeff German. Like, why would they kill the guy who wrote the stories that got this guy out of office? Why would Compass do that? That doesn't make sense. And then, yeah, if it's really a frame job, the murder weapon should have been in the house. The orange shirt should have been in the house. The DNA should have been all over the place. Like, they're claiming, you know, well, why weren't these things located? The state would submit to you, he got rid of them. He got rid of the murder weapon and the orange shirt. He cleaned the outside of his Yukon. He even admitted it. And here's the thing. We only know that he wiped down his Yukon because on that one particular day, he was being watched. He wasn't watched every single day after the murder by Metro. Did you hear that testimony? There were other days he could have wiped the interior of his car if he wished. And I've always thought about the shoes. Like, the shoes to me was kind of an interesting one. My co-counsel's right. Like, the only one who benefits of like chopping up the shoes is Mr. Tellis. It's this awkward, amateurish way of getting kind of rid of the evidence. But I thought to myself, maybe Mr. Tellis didn't even think to like.
Look at his face when he said his amateur way of getting rid of the evidence. He's like, amateur? This guy just called me amateur. He looking at it like, amateur? You called me amateur?
Is Mr. Tellis. It's this awkward, amateurish way of getting kind of rid of the evidence. But I thought to myself, maybe Mr. Tellis didn't even think to like bring an extra pair of shoes. Like, what happens if he walks in totally barefoot? His wife would be like, why do you have no shoes on? He probably had to bring his shoes back. He doesn't need the orange shirt. He doesn't need the murder weapon. It is his kid's bag, right? He said that's my kid's sports bag. So like, probably need to bring that back. Not sure what he was doing with the hat, I'll admit. But clearly he's chopping it up to try to get rid of it, just like his shoes. And why kill Jeff? Like, this is the question that is so destructive to this defense. It's his writing that shines a light on his behavior. He is sought out by the co-conspirators to do this. And he admitted on the stand, one of the rare times he admits it. He admitted, yeah, his writing was the difference in the election. That's why I lost. I got that out of him. He was at least willing to concede that. But for Jeff German,
look at his face. He's like, wait. Look, he ain't understand how. Like, wait. He said, I got that out of him. He said, wait, got that out of me. I shouldn't have answered that. Like, he did.
His writing was the difference in the election. That's why I lost. I got that out of him. He was at least willing to concede that. But for Jeff German, he's still a public administrator. His writing is why the defendant is out. Therefore, under this theory, he's got to be the one who's killed. That's his reward. He's collateral damage. Like, really? Rita and Alicia are like, sorry, Jeff, you got to go. It's been really nice. Thanks for the help. But you're out now. We got to clean up loose. I mean, is that really what's being suggested here? And the answer is that is what he's suggested. But it defies common sense, and it's not supported by the evidence. Here's the other thing. Jeff's putting together a fifth article. And now what we can tell from the records, it's just about Roberta and him. It's the salacious stuff. So who in this realm, about everyone in the conspiracy, about Mr. Tellis, who's the one that wouldn't want another article written about him engaging in Derek Jappy? Cliff Mogg? Adam Fenn? No. He's the only one that would have a stake in making sure that article never got written. No one in the conspiracy would want to prevent that coming out, especially not the Rita Reeds and Alicia Goodwins. They want that exposed. I mean, they went to have that exposed. They wouldn't want that not put out, and I'm sure Compass Realty wouldn't either. I'm sure they would have wanted him discredited. Like another article would, in theory, be great. He wouldn't have killed him. Then we have his walk. Like, he's got a little hitch in his getup.
Oh, man.
Kind of leans to this one.
Oh, man, I didn't even see that, boy. You got that little weird walk in. Oh, man, you know, a walk will give you away. Boy, a walk will give you away. And people that know you, they know your walk, man. They can see you coming. You know what I mean? A walk. He don't got a regular walk. He got a little dance. He dance a little bit when he walk. he got a little dance step.
Then we have his walk. Like, he's got a little hitch in his getup. He kind of leans to this one side. You can kind of see it. Something that is about his little walk. And look, you don't have to take my word for it. You can evaluate whether you think what Zach and Christy had to say about it. They've hung out with him. They've walked with him. They thought, and think about how they saw it. They were like, man, they kind of knew the background between Gehrman and Tellis, and they were like, wouldn't that be funny if that was him? He's got those same goofy gray shoes. Like, that was the thing. Like, they noticed the shoes, which I think is really interesting. You know? But they don't act on it at first. But it's only when they see the Yukon that they kind of flip out and they're like, well, we probably should call on this. The only other person who came and said that wasn't him is Nicole. And listen, you'll have all of Nicole's texts. The state would submit to you that, look, there is no doubt she has a kinship to Mr. Tellis. You can see it in the text messages. You can read through them. The state would submit she has a bias. Like, she cares about him. And I think he was probably good to her in the office, which is understandable. But look, you can judge it on your own. You can judge the testimony of those other people. You can make that call for yourself. But I would submit to you, when you look at this, think about all the other evidence in the case. Think about all the other evidence, the motive, the physical things found in his house, his DNA underneath the nails. When looking at this and being like, is that him? And they would submit to you, when you put all that together and you watch this video, absolutely, it's him. Professional killer versus amateur killer. Mr. Tellis would like you to believe that this was an assassin. Combat training. The state would submit to you, you don't need combat training to stab people. That don't have to go to knife school. You don't have to do that. If you're angry enough, you can stab people pretty good. You got enough hate in your heart, you can really go at people. And I would submit to you, the state would submit to you, Mr. Tellis had enough of being exposed, written about, publicized, embarrassed. He wasn't going to have it done again. At this point, the state would submit, Gehrman had taken everything from him. Everything. Everything that he worked for. He worked his way up through law school. He had got himself elected, and this guy took it all from him. So he wanted to take something from Jeff. That was his life. Professional assassins don't use their personal vehicles. They don't use their personal phones or work computers to conduct reconnaissance. They don't wear attention-grabbing outfits. They don't flee the scene and then double back to pull right up to a murder scene to look for possibly dropped evidence. And they don't leave items of clothing or apparel they use in the murder inside their own house. Professionals don't do that. They would submit to you that what this was an amateur attempt by Mr. Tellis to pull off this killing. But here's the thing. It is thoughtful. It is deliberate. He really did a thoughtful job about it. I give him credit. I give him credit. But in the world of the digital age, behind too many breadcrumbs. And when you're not a professional and you are an amateur, you tend to make mistakes. That's what he did. For example, really smart idea. He knew about IDI Core. Hey, I've got a really easy way to look up personal identifying information on people. I'll use my work computer. But what does he not realize? That we can, as the police, download the computer and literally see your keystrokes. How could he have known that? It's an oversight, a mistake, a slip, evidence we collect against him. What else? He does the Google Maps surveillance. Really clever. What an easy way. You don't even have to go to the neighborhood. Put up on your Google Maps. He does the Popeyes surveillance. He takes the photos off his work computer, right? But he forgets to delete his cache files. And let's just make this clear once and for all. Matt Hovanetz told us what? He said that these are not created photos. They would say created in a date and a time, and you'd have it. Those don't exist on the phone. Wonder why that is. Why do you think there aren't all those images? Just forget the Google Maps surveillance, right? That's just, those are probably images the program pulls up. Sometimes it's referred to as. But like Popeyes photos, which are coming from the phone, why don't we have any created photos? They would submit to you that Mr. Tellis, the smart guy that he is, that he described himself, deleted them out of his photo album. The problem is, he didn't delete his cache. We learned from Matt Hovanetz that caching of photos is what happens. The example that we heard was, say you want to send an email, and the computer will shrink down the actual image to get down data size lower so we can go out. He didn't delete the cache. He deleted the actual photo, but not the cache. So those dates tell us that essentially in the month of October, he is doing all of these things. He tried to get rid of it. Get rid of all of it. He's an amateur. He conducts reconnaissance in August, but doesn't realize that the police are going to acquire the 8.8 email about the public records request. Right? Like, did he really? Maybe he probably didn't realize that we would go into the PA's office and say, hey, we want what communications are out there, and we get the email. Now we understand the significance of why these things are all happening in August. We get the email. You can account for that. Here's another thing. He shut off all his location services in August, but doesn't realize it's going to stick out like a sore thumb during a location services. And here's the crazy part. His expert gave it to us. His expert said, I have 13 years of location data on this phone. But for the month of August, it's a 0. It's a bagel. Why? Why that month? Because it's right. It's when he's planning the killing. He knows he's going to those spots. He doesn't want to be tracked. He's no dummy. He's smart. The problem is that is an electronic breadcrumb. An entire month, no location data at all for anywhere that he traveled. That was the testimony of his witness. He didn't claim that that information was hacked or compromised.
He is laying, boy, he breaking them all the way down. You see Teller's face? Teller's look like he want to cry. Every time the camera go to him, he look like he ready to cry. Like, man, he killing me, man.
What else? He decides to wear gray Nikes, forgets to delete the shoes off his phone. Then he fails to get rid of the shoes in time by the time the cops do the search at his house. Maybe life just kind of gets in the way, right? He's maybe doing it late at night when the kids are asleep. Why is it, I don't know where he's planning on sprinkling the bits of the shoe, but like clearly he wants to do that to shrink it, and maybe it's harder to find.
Prosecutor vicious, bro. He taking a bunch of shots at him.
Like he's putting it in a place that only he would find it, like underneath the. And like, he can't account for like the one random photo where like his murdering shoes are right there when he's out rock climbing. Like, he can't plan for that. And all the hundreds or thousands of images are there. He can't plan for that. Creates the disguise of the construction worker, but doesn't account potentially for an interaction. And then again, he leaves his phone at home, which is smart, right? So we don't see the movement of the phone kind of going with the Yukon, right? The problem is that when you go radio silence for like 5 hours and you start ignoring your wife's calls and texts, that's a problem. And then, great example. He gets up here and he tells us the whole story about the chicken fried rice. He was so happy to share that story. I was making my daughter lunch because she doesn't eat the school lunches, and I cut the tip off and I started bleeding, so I went and got the super glue and I cut it and they got blood. And so that's why the DNA, that's the one time he was fine with DNA. But like, he doesn't realize that all we have to do is start checking. Is there a Google recipe for chicken fried rice on your phone? And there wasn't. That's what he said he was doing. He didn't just say I was making a meal. He specified how he was doing it. He was like using a recipe. And that's the most logical place you would do it. People are not bringing their desktop computers and putting it in their kitchen when they're cooking fried rice. Like, that's not how that's going down. Like, if that their story was true, and we submitted it not because it's not there on the phone, he probably would have sat there with his phone on the counter.
See if the original video sound like this too. Hold on. That's it. I'm just checking to see if the audio is the same on the actual YouTube video.
And then he's working. So it should be there. But it's not.
Let me pull it up on here. I'm not on camera? Shit, I thought I was on camera. My bad. My bad.
Because that was something used to explain why in the world would my DNA be on the system. Again, another example. He goes to great lengths to park down the street. And then it all goes down the drain when he leaves because he realizes, oh, I probably forgot something. So he wheels back and parks right in front of the house. That's a huge mistake. It's an amateur mistake. Here's another one, and I just noticed it while watching it. He left the garage door open. If you watch the video after he does the killing and walks away, the garage door is totally open. And then when he drives back and he gets out, he has 2 opportunities to close the door. What did we learn about what prompts the neighbors to worry about Jeff? It's the garage door. The hitman, the assassin shuts that garage door. But not an amateur, like Mr. Tellis, because in the panic of the moment, he's just like, I got to get out of here as quickly as possible. It's a slip. It's a small slip, but it's reflective of who we're dealing with. And then he forgets to get rid of the hat. He forgets to get rid of the bag. He forgets to wipe his phone entirely. Next time, factory reset. Full factory reset. Hopefully that'll clear it all. Probably be up in the cloud. But the point is, he doesn't do the things he needs to do. They're amateur mistakes. It happens. That's why it's hard to pull off the perfect murder in the digital age. And about that gray bag, the defendant told us on the stand he'd like to think he wouldn't have removed his children's basketball and football to use it in a murder. Remember that? And there's the bag. And there's the bag. And there it is. And the defense in his closing arguments said, we submit that there's sawdust inside the bag. Well, let's take a closer look at the sawdust. See that bag? Take a closer look. Remember the big sun hat? That's sawdust. Doesn't look like little chopped up little bits. Looks more longer and rectangular and flat. Here's the hat. Here are those bits.
Damn.
Long and rectangular.
Bruh.
David submit to you, he put his chopped up hat in that bag and then transferred the bag into the Sprouts bag, put the basketball and the football back inside. That is not sawdust.
Use a dummy.
I want to touch on some things that were brought up in closing argument. That Garen's DNA is the only one at the scene. Well, our response is, well, his DNA is underneath Garen's nails. So that's a huge problem. Not in his vehicle or in his clothing. He got rid of his clothing. He'd submit he cleaned his car. He also wasn't surveilled 24 hours a day. There was no positive ID from him at the scene. And that is correct. And listen, that's why we have this instruction about direct and circumstantial evidence. Because in Nevada, the law doesn't make a difference between the two. You can weigh it as you wish. Some cases have incredibly powerful examples of circumstantial evidence. Sometimes you've got a combination of both. Sometimes it's all direct. But there's tons of direct evidence, like him in the Yukon. Like that's to be tracked from literally silk tassel all the way to his house and then all the way back is incredible. You heard about how many officers it took to track and go business to business to business to business. That's direct evidence. You've got the circumstantial evidence of his DNA. You've got the shoes with his DNA in it that's chopped up. You've got the hat. You have the surveillance in the phone. You have the whole motive laid out from the articles. I mean, okay, you're right. We didn't have one person standing out going, I watched Mr. Tellis stab Mr. Gehrman. You're right. But we got a whole lot of other evidence. There's no surveillance of Tellis exiting his home. You've heard testimony about it repeatedly. There wasn't cameras in the area. We just have surveillance of the street that's perpendicular to his driveway. And I thought I had pulled up, maybe I didn't, I apologize. I tried to put the image of that, but I want to address that. It might be still in here. Go back and check the map. Because the way it actually works is Piggott Elementary, when he's coming in and out in his red Yukon and going to the gym in his BMW at the end, the street that comes down perpendicularly to turn out along the Piggott Elementary, that street is Silk Tassel. And when you look at a map, if you follow Silk Tassel, it perpendicularly, it runs into his driveway. Like all he has to do is like drive out of his driveway and he's already on Silk Tassel. Dang. So you're right. Like we don't have him getting out of his car from his driveway, but we literally have the only street he needs to take to get to Piggott Elementary. It is not streets and streets and streets. It's the street before his driveway. There's the argument, well, Metro makes mistakes. There's that deletion of a traffic. Well, as I've just pointed out, Tellis made a ton of mistakes himself. So we will own that, on one traffic stop, we didn't mark a proper event number. And you can give it whatever weight you want. Tellis cutting himself while cooking. Again, we've talked about the chicken fried rice thing. That's not backed up. Wouldn't there be blood from the cut? Not necessarily. What if he had gloves on? And he's kind of cutting his tip. It may not be pouring everywhere. And again, look at that scene. The majority of the blood of Mr. Gehrman is actually just kind of pooling from where he's resting. It's not splattered all over the house walls. It's not that type of scene. I mean, Gehrman's shoes are such a good example of that. Like, he's the guy who gets killed. He's the one stabbed 11 times, and his shoes are relatively clean. And he's not doing a lot of walking. A lack of responses to junk messages. That's true, but there are work messages he's not responding to, and his wife is reaching out to him, and he ain't responding for hours. That's a problem. That's a problem for him. Especially, go look at, when you're not in the murder window, Go look at the communications. So like when his daughter reaches out to him in the morning, he responds like that. No issue. Like at 3 o'clock or so, or 2:30, when Tonya, his ex-wife, responds with a question about the kids, he responds immediately. And what did he tell us on the stand? What did he tell us on the stand about being at Summerlin Area Command? What was his big worry? My family doesn't know where I am. I was so worried about being detained there because I couldn't reach out to my family, because that was the most important thing. And what do we know on the day of the murder in the murder window? His wife wants to know where he is, and he's not telling her.
Damn.
That is significant, because his pattern is, when you look outside the murder window, he promptly responds to family members about family matters. But he goes silent with his wife when he's literally in Mr. Garman's neighborhood. And another thing, remember his face when I showed him the Apple photo for the first time? If anybody remembers, store that one away. Because he was very comfortable on direct talking about the timeline. He had his story all lined up. And when I showed him the photo, the message that wasn't there, that face really changed. You can weigh that when evaluating his credibility and his responsibility for this. And then there was the argument about DFL analyst Hovannes couldn't say one way or another if it was deleted. Well, you're right. He's like, I can't definitively say it. What he does say is, I can see from the photos the message is there. I can see in the timeline it's not there. Sometimes there are situations where people delete things deliberately and it's marked as deleted, so it'll appear in an extraction report. But sometimes people delete messages and it's not. But he can't definitively say for certain. So I would submit this to you, ladies and gentlemen. Look at all the surrounding evidence in the case. And then you can reach a conclusion about this. Because, ladies and gentlemen, circumstantial evidence is a chain of facts that lead you ultimately to a conclusion. It's like connecting the dots. And so if you're wondering about this, look at the phone evidence. Look at the motive. Look at the physical evidence in his house. Look at the timeline of when he's gone. Look at when the Yukon is where it is in relation to just nothing is going out on his phone. And then you decide, you can make a call about whether, and his manner on the stand, listen to him testify, and then you can decide whether he actually deleted that message. And I'm going to get to the significance of why maybe that message was deleted in a bit. And again, Hovannes couldn't tell you the cache date on the phone. The state would submit, and you can check your notes, that's not his testimony. He never said, I can't tell you the cache date. He said, I couldn't tell you the creation date. He said, the cache date is something different. That's what the report is showing me. That's the last time this image interacted with the phone. So that's the time that those smaller images are interacting with those phones, all those dates in August. Not bagging the hands. And that was an argument being made. Like, no one could tell us exactly. So I would say, what means what? Has there been testimony that the DNA evidence was compromised? There was no evidence of that. What is being asked of you? You're being asked to speculate. And you have an instruction on reasonable doubt. And reasonable doubt must be actual, not mere possibility or speculation. Speculation doesn't get you there. It's improper to speculate. Here it is. I knew I didn't forget it. Colin was streets away from his home. That's not correct. That's his house. This is the road. When you're watching that Yukon come in and out, and his BMW coming out, this is what you're seeing. So you're right. We didn't get any homes in this area with camera footage.
One way out.
But we got about 5 miles worth other than that. There was an argument, does it make any sense that there aren't any other cameras in the neighborhood? And my response would be, did you see Mog's presentation? Does this appear to be a case of Metro's not interested in collecting video? There's like 28 sources. The state would submit to you, if there was a camera that was working, that was closer to his house, they would have gotten it, and we would have wanted it. And then there was the video that they showed of this other car, right? With someone presumably with hair and glasses. The state would encourage you, by all means, go compare it to the rest of the videos. Compare it to the rest of the videos. And compare it with all the other evidence. And then you get to weigh it. Because we did hear from Mr. Martinez. What did he also say was going on in that neighborhood? There was a 7-day-a-week, 24-hour construction project where they're repairing a sewer line. I asked Mr. Martinez, what did you guys wear? We wore orange things, right? And in that video of that car, there's someone in an orange thing. Is it possible that that's one of the workers from the sewage project? He seemed to be coming down the road in that first video. He's coming from the road where Mr. Martinez said he was waving people off. Remember? Martinez said, I saw that when we saw the first video, right, of the car approaching and the white truck pulls up, he said he was going out there to tell that person, you can't come down this other way. And the video that the defense shows you shows a car coming from that other way. And if we marry the testimony of Mr. Martinez, the state would submit that's the construction area. In all likelihood, that's just another worker. But you get to weigh it. You get to weigh it with everything else. Then there's this argument about Jappy mysteriously inserting himself in the homicide event. Really? Is that the testimony? Detective Jappy told us that he had to attend the Metro briefing that night. Why? It makes sense. He's literally a detective that's working on an investigation on him. Does it make sense that Metro would want all people maybe involved or some kind of connection? Absolutely. But did you really hear a situation where he was injecting himself into Justine Gaddis's investigation? The answer is no. Detective Gaddis talked about contacting him from time to time, and when contacted, he either met the person or responded, but there really isn't any evidence of him interfering with an investigation. And then here's the other thing. There's testimony from a CSA saying he was taking his own photos and collecting his own evidence. What is the significance of this? We do know from Detective Jappy, he is conducting 2 investigations at that time for Compass and Tellus. It goes on until January of 2023. So is it possible he is collecting information tying to one of those? It's possible. But the better question is this. What evidence do we have that Jappy's presence being there compromised any CSA's collection of the information they needed to get? Did you hear a CSA say, like, he didn't let me pick up that computer that I needed to take? He didn't let me take Roberta's computer. Did you hear anything like that? That he was some sort of obstacle from the CSA's doing their work in the PA's office? The answer is no. So what is the point of bringing this up? It is an argument or a suggestion asking you to speculate because there isn't any evidence that he interfered with their collecting of evidence at the PA's office. It's not there. And then the DA didn't pursue charges, and I would submit that was significant. That's what he said. Respectfully, the defense doesn't expound upon the significance. He just said it was significant, but doesn't expound why. Why is that significant? He never explains it. It just stops. And the state would submit to you the testimony of Derek Jappy is really significant because Mr. Tellus would have you believe that like he's being framed by Derek Jappy and his complaints about Compass are not being taken seriously. And he got up on the stand and Derek Jappy told you the exact opposite. He exonerated Mr. Tellus from what he was hearing from Reader Reed and people in the PA. He exonerated him. But he's supposed to be the head co-conspirator for Metro. Why would he exonerate him? And then he did go to the DA's office and said, I think we should pursue charges against Compass, and was told, listen, due to this loophole, it's not going to work. Like, you have inconsistent information about what these people are notified or not. And the court records do show that, Cindy Sauerland is identifying, when they want to file on this case or, notify next kin. Like, there's records that match up. So even it's just like, it's literally the exact opposite of what Mr. Tellus wanted to have uncovered by Jappy. And like, he didn't, if he really was out to get him, like, he should have just stopped when the arrest was made and we could be done. But that's not what he does. So I want to get to the defendant's testimony. There's a credibility instruction. You were instructed that you need to consider witnesses, and since he testified, he's a witness, consider his manner upon the stand. Think about what his fears, motives, interests, or feelings are, and the reasonableness of his statements, and the strength and weaknesses of his recollections. And then here's the kicker. Under Nevada law, if you believe a witness has lied about any material fact in the case, you may disregard the entire testimony of that witness or any portion of their testimony, which is not proved by other evidence. The state would submit to you that arguably, Mr. Tellis' testimony, he might have been our best witness. Based on his manner on the stand, based on the things that he said, he spent 2.5 hours on that first day, and almost 80% of it is talking about things he did in the public administrator's office. It's not about the actual murder or what he's doing on that day. He just wanted to regale you with all of his achievements as a public administrator and how he fought against people standing in his way. The state would submit to you, as my co-counsel told you in opening statements, that's not what this case is about. It's not about whether he was a good manager or not. It's not about if he had an inappropriate relationship. This is about whether or not he had a motive to kill Jeff Garman, and did he in fact do it? And he did. Think about his difference in how he spoke to you on direct on a narrative versus trying to answer my question. How many times did I have to repeat, sir, my question is this, bring you back to my question. Sir, I didn't ask you why. I asked you a yes or no. Think about that for a second. And think about this. What are his fears and motivations in this point in time when he sits on that chair and he's talking to you? And we're going to get to something about that I think is very significant. It's right here. He took the stand and he admitted on cross-examination that he lied during his May 11th, 2022 interview with Jeff Garman. I asked him, what was it the part that you were untruthful about? And he said it was about my relationship with Roberto. And he said, and I said, he said, I didn't think the public should have to know about that. And it was really important to conceal that information from his family. This is really significant because what it tells you is that back in May, when he was facing just an election, he was willing to lie to protect his job and to save his marriage. Now, the stakes are even higher.
Damn, put that nigga ass in the dirt.
Far higher. So you get to evaluate, are the things that Mr. Tellis is now saying, is it possible he could be lying about some of those details? Because this is far greater than that. Think about the difference in his body language, his ease of sharing information. When I'd ask versus when he just had free reign to say whatever he wanted. They're like night and day. And the state would submit that the defendant's view of this situation is completely divorced from the evidence in the case.
Divorced from the evidence like that.
It's like he's talking about a thing it couldn't be farther apart. He talks about these conspiracies, but he's so short on details. Always. Oh, he took a bribe. Did you see someone take it? No, I didn't, but it's just in my gut. I think that happened. That doesn't work. That's not evidence. Something in your gut, or I just feel it, that's not evidence. And when you think about it, it does make sense. Because if Mr. Tellis had to be honest about what the evidence is in this case, it's a very difficult thing for him to explain away.
Facts.
It's his DNA underneath the fingernails. It's his car that's there. It's his Google Maps images in his phone. He's conducting surveillance at Popeyes. He's using his computer to look up information on this guy. He's got these text messages explaining how upset he is about everything involving Garman. That's a huge problem. Because really, he's the only person who wants Garman dead. The only one. And really, this was kind of, in my mind, what jumps out to me. It's like a because I said so. Like when I pressed him on things, like why is this? Why is this? And it was just simply because that's how I feel. That's not evidence. And again, the defendant is also selective during his testimony about what evidence had been compromised versus properly collected. Great example was the scissors DNA. At the beginning, I'm like, the DNA in the fingernail, you couldn't get an inch out of him agreeing with that. I'm like, you at least agree with me that it's been planted, and you didn't even want to do that. But he had come up with a story about cutting his finger, so he's fine with that DNA being on the scissor. That's a nice contrast. And he picked and chose, and you can check your notes on that. But that to me is really significant because he was fine talking about certain pieces of evidence that he thought was good. Great example, the timeline on direct. He's happy to tell you his narrative on direct because he forgets about the where are you. And then on cross, when I confront him with the where are you, now things are a little bit different. But he had no issue with anything in that timeline at first. And another thing, when the defendant testified, a lot of times he didn't use phraseology like, I didn't do this, or I didn't do that, or I didn't stab him, or I didn't go to that scene. It was never that. I mean, maybe from times he would say it, you'll check your notes, but the vast majority of the time, Mr. Tellez would say it like this. I'd like to think I wouldn't do something like this. I'd like to think that I wouldn't do that. I'd like to think I wouldn't take my children's sports balls out of the bag to use for a killing. It's an interesting phraseology. The state would submit it's a bit of a tell. Because he could have just simply said, I didn't do that. I didn't touch that bag. But that's not how he words his behavior. It's this like Monday morning quarterback. I'd like to think I wouldn't because it's really bad. You can weigh that when you're evaluating how honest and truthful he was when testifying. And again, for all his talk about being conspired against by powerful enemies, it's actually the defendant that uses the power of his office's proprietary software to spy on and discover where Gehrman lives and what type of car he drove. He used the power of the office. Mr. Tellez. And here's another thing. Remember the map that they brought up, kind of trying to show the drive from the PA's office to Popeye's? When you study that, remember it's Analyst Hovanet's testimony. Those reports out of Axiom from the work computer aren't converted for UTC time. But he was trying to use it to say, like, I couldn't have done this at this certain time. It's not UTC converted. Then we get to where are you? Remember, every single message between the defendant and his wife on 9/22 are on the timeline, with the exception of where are you. So here are the messages, where are you? Now they're talking about his daughter, collecting or selling things. Wow, that's incredible. There's a doctor's appointment. Are you at the doctor's appointment? No, we're at the barbershop. Oh, okay. Then there's a text about the scheduling of the appointment, and then he also has picture. All of that's on that Apple Watch. Oh, and also the deposited message. And then when you look, it's all the same stuff, with the exception of where are you? That's the one thing that's not there. There's the cards thing. There's that's incredible. At the doctor's appointment, the barbershop, oh, okay, the appointment last week, picture day, and then the deposited message. It's all there except for where are you? So why is this significant? Number one, the defendant cannot answer this text or pick up her call because the phone is at home while he is murdering Gehrman. Number two, the defendant couldn't leave this message on his phone. Why? Because it would reveal that even his wife is looking for him at the time of the murder. And third, given the state of their relationship at that juncture, given what you've now kind of acknowledged what he was doing privately, if your wife calls and you have your phone on you, you're going to take that call. You're going to answer that.
Damn, put that nigga ass in the dirt.
Damn.
Given what you've now kind of acknowledged what he was doing privately, if your wife calls and you have your phone on you, you're going to take that call. You're going to answer that text message. You're not going to let that sit for like 5 hours. No way. No way. Final thoughts. I want you to think about this one. This is something I never actually asked Tellez on the stand, and I really tried to ask many of these, but this one really struck me. The Las Vegas Metro the Metro Police Department, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, was really in on a conspiracy to get the defendant, like, to truly get him. Here's a question for you. Why not let him die in the tub? You saw the video. Why not let that man bleed out? You had your opportunity, and yet they don't take it. Mr. Tellis's life is saved that day. And who ends up saving his life? Why, it's none other than the head conspirator from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. It's Detective Derek Chappie. He testified that he spent 2 hours on the phone talking him off this ledge. 2 hours. And then you got to watch the footage. They saved his life. If the conspiracy is really true, Derek Chappie doesn't do that. Metro doesn't do that. They literally let him bleed out. That didn't happen. And the reason is, ladies and gentlemen, is because there never was a conspiracy. You made a commitment. You did voir dire to follow the law. The law in this case is abundantly clear. These 3 theories of liability are abundantly clear. He is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt on all 3 theories, and it's not close. And so we ask you to follow the law, follow the evidence. Do not speculate, but follow the evidence. My co-counsel brought up, in the end, this is not a case about politics. It's not about alleged inappropriate relationships. It's not about who's a good boss or who's a good supervisor or favoritism at work. It's just about murder. And I want to end, if I could, with something that Mr. Tellis said in his interview that really struck me. And I noticed it during the opening statement. And it's this.
And people just cannot get to do whatever they want.
And it's just that people don't get to do whatever they want. For once, the state of Nevada is in agreement with Mr. Tellis. He doesn't get to do whatever he wants. He took the life of an individual who was simply doing his job because he didn't like how it impacted him personally. Please hold him accountable for murdering Jeff German. Thank you very much.
Good job, man.
At this time, the clerk will swear the officers in the court will take charge of the jury.
Good job, good job, good job. All right, man, let's take this time to check out the verdict. Let's take this time to check out the verdict, man. His reaction to his verdict. And then we'll check out the sentencing. And then I got a bonus.
I think Robert Tellis looks a little uncomfortable as he waits to hear his fate.
Right, everyone, please be seated.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel as well as the 2 alternates? Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Jaskowitz?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Sorry, y'all can't see it. My bad. I'm bugging. All right, here we go.
Juror number 2, have you been selected to be the foreperson?
Yes.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
Will you please hand the verdict form to Officer Hobbs? Okay, the clerk will now read the verdict form out loud. The defendant and his attorneys will stand for the reading of the verdict.
District Court, Clark County, Nevada, State of Nevada, Plaintiff versus Robert Tellis, Defendant, case number C 368935, Department number 12, verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant, Robert Tellis, as follows. Murder with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older, guilty of first-degree murder.
He already was shaking his head before they gave the goddamn verdict. This guy. Yo, he was shaking his head before they gave the verdict. He's like, oh, man, I know what they're about to say. I know exactly what they're about to say. They about to say guilty, man. Yo, he's...
We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant, Robert Tellis, as follows. Murder with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older, guilty of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older. Special verdict. The jury unanimously finds the murder willful, deliberate, and premeditated. The jury unanimously finds the murder was committed by means of lying in wait. The jury unanimously finds the murder was committed by means of elder abuse. Guilty of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon. Special verdict. The jury unanimously finds the murder willful, deliberate, premeditated. Do you want me to finish this?
I'm just having the attorney's approach for just a moment.
Thank you, Judge.
God damn, boy, you done. Hey, you crying yet? Oh, boy, you crying yet, man?
Guilty of all of it, first-degree murder. Philip and Marie still with me. Philip, your response? I don't think this is unexpected based on the evidence.
No, not. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are these your verdicts as read? So say you one, so say you all.
Okay, this time, ladies and gentlemen, the clerk is going to ask you a question and just ask that you respond yes or no.
Juror number one is, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number two, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number three, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number four, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number five, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number six, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number seven, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number eight, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number nine, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 10, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 11, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 12, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Damn, that's 12, bro.
At this time, the clerk will record the verdict in the official record of the court. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, pursuant to your verdict, we will now go into the penalty phase of the trial. We're going to take a break and allow the attorneys to get prepared for that penalty phase. So we will start again at 1:30. At this time, you'll all be able to be back together again. You're going to go with the court officer back to the jury deliberation room. And at 1:30, we will begin the penalty phase of this trial. Thank you very much, and you're excused.
Thank you. I'll run direct to the jury, please. Please go.
Guilty, bro. They framed you, man.
All right, they're going to adjourn and then come back at 1:30 their time. Order the pre-planning. This action.
Damn. All right, let's get to the sentencing, man. And then I got a bonus for y'all. Then I got a bonus. You know what I mean? We'll give y'all a bonus. We gonna get to the sentencing.
Reason why judgment should not be pronounced against you at this time?
No.
By virtue of the verdict returned by the jury in this matter, I hereby adjudicate you guilty of murder with use of a deadly weapon. Victim 60 years of age or older. Does the state wish to be heard?
Just briefly, Your Honor, thank you. As the court well knows from sitting through this trial, the jury in this case found that Mr. Tellis willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation killed Mr. Gehrman. He did it by means of lying in wait, and it was inflicted on an older person. The jury also found that a deadly weapon was used, and Mr. Gehrman's age was, of course, over 60 at the time of the crime. Essentially, the jury found every single essential fact alleged by the state based on the investigation by Metro detectives. And they found that, beyond a reasonable doubt, after hearing from Mr. Tellis. The court gave him wide latitude to explain and offer evidence of all the hollow claims that he made pre-trial against detectives and elected officials. He made those same allegations at trial. He alleged detectives planted evidence. He alleged various conspiracy theories involving real estate companies. He claimed various detectives were unethical and that there were several corrupt officials involved in the circumstances he found himself in. The jury squarely and soundly rejected all of that. All of the theories offered by Mr. Tellis were rejected by the jury, and the jury was left with the facts and the evidence that have always been there since the beginning of the case. And that is that Mr. Tellis planned this extensively. He drove to Mr. Gehrman's house. He was lying in wait, and he attacked him from a place of cover. And of course, Mr. Gehrman was 69 years old at the time it occurred. The court knows from the evidence in the trial that the planning was extensive. Mr. Tellis used taxpayer-issued resources to look up personal information about Mr. Gehrman. He scoped out Mr. Gehrman's neighborhood ahead of time, and then, of course, he attacked someone much older than him by surprise. His reason for doing this, we learned, was that he didn't like what Mr. Gehrman had written about him. He felt that Mr. Gehrman had cost him an elected position. This type of violence, this sort of political violence, because of being upset about an article that has been written about you, is unacceptable and dangerous to our community as a whole. Beyond that, Mr. Gehrman's position as a reporter for decades in Clark County, his death affects the community in a unique way. There are many people who are readers who felt like they knew Mr. Gehrman and relied upon him to supply them with information about various news within Clark County. And finally, and most importantly, the family of Mr. Gehrman lost a beloved family member, an uncle, and a brother. Based on all of these factors, the state respectfully asks for the maximum sentencing enhancement available to the court. We do have one victim speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Tellis, do you wish to address the court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
First of all, I want to say that the family has my deepest condolences. They're, Mr. Gehrman was, very impactful in the community.
Y'all think he gonna say he innocent still? Y'all think he gonna be? Do you guys think he gonna maintain his innocence during this speech right here? I have a strong feeling he gonna say I'm innocent or something to that effect.
He was, he made a difference. And we know from testimony by the family that he was a good brother and a good uncle. And I understand the desire to seek justice and have somebody accountable for this. But I did not kill Mr. Gehrman.
I knew it! Hey, he sure is. I did not kill This guy here, okay? Like, I knew that was coming. I'm telling you, because there's no way he's not gonna do that.
I understand the desire to seek justice and have somebody accountable for this. But I did not kill Mr. Gehrman. And unfortunately, the people who should be held responsible, who should be brought to justice, the chances of that happening now, right this minute, are slim to none. But that said, again, my deepest sympathies to the family, and I wish them well as they navigate the rest of this tragedy.
Thank you very much. Mr. Paxton?
Your Honor, I'll be brief. Your Honor was very attentive through this trial, which was lengthy. The jury was able to hear the state's case, the defense's case, and they ultimately reached their verdict. We're not here to question the verdict this morning. Mr. Tellis exercised his constitutional right to go to trial and to testify, period. That's what makes this country so great, this judicial system where we take cases, we take facts, we take theories of prosecution and defense and present it to a jury. Obviously, the jury was very thorough and careful. They took 3 days to go through everything before they reached their ultimate conclusion. Mr. Tellis was convicted. punish him for doing that, and I'm not anticipating that the court would ever do this, and I'm not saying that Your Honor is, to punish him for exercising his constitutional right is obviously inappropriate. He intends to pursue an appeal. Obviously, again, that's not really for today's discussion. What is his utter lack of criminal history. If you look on page 3 of the pre-sentence investigation report, criminal record, we have a long string of zeros, felonies, gross misdemeanors, prison, jail. He doesn't have any prior convictions. He's not a recidivist that is before this court or others repeatedly being convicted or entering pleas for violent crime, saying, "Judge, this time give me a chance. This time things will be different." Your Honor heard from his family. He's an exemplary father. He was a good student. He was elected to office. In most part, he was a good husband. We have to look at the entire man. He's been convicted of perhaps the most serious offense. He carries one of the heaviest sentences in our judicial system. The jury elected to give him the opportunity at redemption. There obviously was an element of retribution in the sentence they imposed, but nonetheless they gave him the opportunity to one day be released. What's before Your Honor is, again, how much above that 20-year sentence will he have to serve before he's eligible for parole. Given his utter lack of criminal history, I would urge the court to sentence him to something less than the maximum. I mean, the maximum sentence, we can't stack these enhancements. I mean, maximum sentence would be an additional 8 to 20 years. I'm going to urge the court to allow the parole board a bit more discretion. I would urge the court to consider a 1 to 10 year enhancement, which is allowable under statute, and allow the parole board to determine when he should be released. Of course, it's a two-step program. Number one, he'd have to be eligible for parole on the murder count, which won't occur until 20 years is served, but then there's the second consecutive sentence that must be served for the enhancements. I would urge the court to impose a sense of leniency in that he has no prior criminal record. Mr. Tellis has been actively engaged in his defense since the get-go. That continues through today. Again, I would urge the court to not hold that against him. And based upon the evidence Your Honor has heard, the statements of the parties, our arguments, and the information contained within the pre-sentence investigation report, which I just want to put on the record, there's no Stockmeyer issues. We submitted to Your Honor's sound discretion.
They gotta do what they gotta do.
Negotiate if you can. Negotiate if you can.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Sure. Jay German, Jaygerman.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge. Thank you for allowing me to just talk a little bit. We lost a brother. We lost an uncle, a friend, a leader. We're still in shock, and it's been 2 years. And it's going to take a long time to recover from this. It's taken up this whole ordeal, the trial, the crime, the murder. It's taken a big toll on our family, and it's been immense. It's been really difficult for all of us. We're doing our best to get through it. We really are. But he was our leader, and we're never going to see him again, and it's hard to come to that realization. But we're dealing with it. It's just going to take a long process for all of us.
Yeah,
to recover. And we're struggling with it, but we're doing the best, and we miss him dearly. We really do. We've had a couple of his birthdays since
Testing.
he's passed. And it's nice to get together as a family and kind of visit with Jeff. but it's not the same, and it never will be. We've lost a lot. He lost a lot. You know, we have a lot of anxiety about the future safety of our family, if and the children of our family, if Robert Tellis were to be released after just 20 years of incarceration. But thank you for letting me take a few minutes to talk about Jeff and our family.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. Anything else?
Not on behalf of the state.
In accordance with the laws of the state of Nevada, this court does now sentence you as follows. In addition to the administrative assessment, the DNA fee, and the collection fee, you'll be required to submit to genetic marker testing. At this time, the court's going to sentence you to life in the Nevada Department of Corrections.
Did she just say sentence you to life?
And the collection fee, you'll be required to submit to genetic marker testing. At this time, the court's going to sentence you to life in the Nevada Department of Corrections.
Yo, she said it like nothing. She said at this point, the court is going to sentence you to life at the Department of the. Like she just said it like nothing. I'm over here like, wait. I thought she was going to like emphasize it, life. And you know what I mean? She said, at this time, the court is going to sentence you to life. It's almost like she's just filling out paperwork. She just gave out a life sentence like she over here, like she just signing a document for real. Like, yeah. What you said your name was? Hold on. All right, here you go. Life. Here you go, life. Man, she did that like nothing.
And the collection fee, you'll be required to submit to genetic marker testing. At this time, the court's going to sentence you to life in the Nevada Department of Corrections with parole eligibility beginning after a minimum of 20 years has been served, and after considering all the factors enumerated in IRS 193.165.
So life, but with the opportunity for parole in 20 years. Boy.
The court's going to sentence you to a consecutive 8 to 20 years for the death after considering all the factors enumerated in IRS 193.165. The court's going to sentence you to a consecutive 8 to 20 years for the deadly weapon enhancement for an aggregate 28 to life in the Nevada Department of Corrections. He has 771 days. Does the defense agree with that?
Yes. God damn. So she gave him another 8 to 10. She says it like nothing too. Like she ain't. It's almost like she's not giving out jail time. She giving out something else. Another 8 to 10. That's 28 to life.
Deadly weapon enhancement for an aggregate 28 to life in the Nevada Department of Corrections. He has 771 days. Does the defense agree with that?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and the restitution, was there any objection to the restitution amount?
No, Your Honor.
And proposed restitution, the amount of $23,347.71.
Damn, he got to pay restitution too.
To the victim's family.
Thank you.
Well, you're going to be working in jail, boy.
Matters. One, there was a request for return of property. I've reached out to Mr. Hamlin. We anticipate an order being signed to return items that were seized that were not of evidentiary value to Mr. Tellis' family. Secondly, we filed a motion to withdraw. There's not been a breakdown of communications. We've had a very good level of communication and participation from Mr. Tellis and ourselves through the course of this case. We were retained for trial in this matter. Obviously, now the case is going to the next stage. I visited with him yesterday. He's aware of the motion, which we gave him a copy of this morning. I know we have a representative from the Public Defender's Office here. Obviously, there's an appeal that's going to be pursued. We want to bring that to the court's attention. I would ask that Your Honor grant our motion and set the matter for a status check in a week, confirmation of appellate counsel. And that's I don't believe there'll be an opposition from or an objection from the state in reference to our request.
Okay.
Or from Mr. Tellis.
Someone here from the Public Defender's Office?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Kathy Friedman from the Public Defender's Office. We're ready to accept
confirm as counsel today.
Oh, wow.
Okay, and is
Public defender? Oh, no.
that your desire, Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll grant the motion to withdraw. The public defender is appointed.
Yo, so his lawyer's like, yo, we off the case, Your Honor. We were withdrawing motion and all that. He good with it, man. Give him this free lawyer right here. Yeah, you got this appeal? Yeah, you got this. God damn.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, this your new lawyer, bruh. Nice working with you.
It didn't help that he wasn't apologetic.
You know, his statement could have been much worse today.
Listen to him, bro. His lawyers already knew this was over.
I think it was good for him that he expressed remorse of Mr. Gehrman's passing, although obviously he didn't take responsibility of it, which again is his right. So, I mean, that's been his stance since the get-go, since he was initially charged in this case, and I don't anticipate his opinion changing.
Bro, this man believe he's guilty. His lawyer is straight up saying he guilty. He just don't want to admit it. He still want to say he not guilty. I mean, at least he said sorry. So at least he expressed remorse to the family, but he's still saying he ain't do it. And that's his right. Yo, the lawyer know he guilty. The lawyer damn near saying it.
You're stepping away from the case. Why?
I was contracted to try the case. We do appeals. However, in this case, we were contracted to do the trial.
Contracted. Listen to, he's like, man, I was just hired to do this, man. I ain't really trying to be here for real.
We ended on good terms. I withdrew with his consent. We needed to file a motion in order to effectuate that, and the court granted our motion this morning.
Anyone else?
Did anything about responsibility you think affect the sentencing?
You know, you never know. I mean, this enhancement was not surprising. Since we had two enhancements stacked, I mean, it was well within the range of possibility that the judge would give him the maximum, an 8 to 20-year enhancement. She did what we expected.
What was he? How much restitution was he granted again?
It was a little over $20,000.
Okay, and that's pretty standard.
Correct.
Could you clear up the sentencing for us? Because I think some people are really confused still.
Absolutely. The jury sentenced him to life with a minimum parole eligibility of 20 years. He's been in for 2. That means he will be eligible to appear before the parole board for the first time on the murder charge in 18 years. Today, Judge Levitt sentenced him to the enhancement for the age as well as the use of a deadly weapon. That is an 8 to 20-year sentence that he will begin serving once he completes the 20-year sentence that statutorily he has to.
I know you urged the judge not to give the maximum enhancement sentencing.
Correct.
Were you surprised? Were you not surprised?
I was not surprised that she sentenced him to the 8 to 20 given the double enhancements. By statute, they can't stack the 2 enhancements. So it was not surprising that she gave him the 8 to 20-year enhancement.
Yeah, he just begged just to beg. He's like, yeah, Your Honor, it's my job to ask you to do it. I know you're not going to do it, but can you not do it?
Are we good? What's your reaction to today?
Well, we're pleased. The judge maxed Mr. Tellis out. He was deserving of the maximum sentence. He showed absolutely no remorse, no acceptance of responsibility. He hasn't done so this entire case. He committed a very heinous crime, and he deserved the maximum sentence. So we're pleased.
Are you surprised he wasn't remorseful?
No. His history in this case is that he's denied any responsibility. He says that it's a big conspiracy and that everybody is conspiring against him. So I wasn't surprised at his lack of remorse, lack of respect, lack of an acceptance of responsibility in any way. No surprises.
Do you think he wants to appeal? How do you expect that to go?
Well, it's common for people that are convicted of murder by law. They are entitled to an appeal. We expect an appeal. But my prosecutors, the Metropolitan Police Department, everybody involved put on a solid case. So we feel very, very comfortable that he will not be successful on appeal.
What do you think about the concerns if he ever is released that he will seek revenge?
You know, that's a long time from now. And if he's ever released, I think he'll be a changed man. But there's always concerns, and that's why the family, I expect, will be active before the parole board. The district attorney's office will be active before the parole board, because at this point, I don't think he's deserving of release.
Do you think he has a chance of release, given that he's never admitted guilt?
Anybody's got a chance for release. I mean, by law, he's eligible for parole, and one day, maybe he'll be released. But it's a long way off.
Mr. Jaskovic kept bringing up his lack of criminal history. Do you think that had an impact in the sentencing at all?
I think the judge considered it, but that's just one factor. The jury spoke without any hesitation. The jury sentenced him to a life sentence with parole eligibility after 20 years. And then the judge, as we hoped and expected, maxed him out on the enhancement. So I'm sure the judge considered everything, but the lack of criminal history is just one thing. Look at the crime he committed. Look at the just brutal crime he committed. So he deserved what he got.
He said you were part of the conspiracy at one point.
I think you were too, Vanessa. I mean, he named public officials, he named the police, he named the janitor. Okay, he named everybody. And it's all a bunch of hogwash.
Yeah.
And he really knows that.
Do you think this case has ended with justice being served?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. We did not seek the death penalty on this case because when you take everything into consideration, we didn't think that was appropriate. But we got what we wanted. We got a life sentence. We got max on the enhancement. And he's going to spend a long, long time in prison.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. There you have it. That's Mr. Robert Tellis. I got a bonus video for you guys. Got a bonus video before we get out of here. One more thing. Mr. Tellis did an interview in jail after the verdict and everything. He did an interview, guys. So we're gonna end with that. We're gonna end off with the Mr. Tellis interview. He did a jailhouse interview after the verdict. Shout out to the chat. After he gets the guilty verdict, he did an interview.
We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant, Robert Tellis, as follows. Murder with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older. Guilty of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older. Special verdict. The jury unanimously finds the murder willful, deliberate, and premeditated. The jury unanimously finds the murder was committed by means of lying in wait. The jury unanimously finds the murder was committed by means of elder abuse. Guilty of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon, special verdict. The jury unanimously finds the murder willful, deliberate, premeditated.
Welcome back to TV Live. The breaking news, well, we knew it was coming, but still breaking because the video is coming in right now of our Matt Johnson speaking with Robert Tellis. He's talking about his conviction from his jail cell. Matt headed over to the Clark County Jail to talk to Tellis about the guilty verdict this week and his sentence. Remember, a jury found the 47-year-old former Las Vegas politician guilty for the stabbing death of investigative reporter Jeff Gehrman. Tellis took the stand. He claimed that this was some massive conspiracy. The jury obviously didn't buy it. They did take a long time in deliberations, though, and people were scratching their heads, what's going on? That closing argument from the defense, all that Matt is going to bring up with Robert Tellis. So without any further ado, let's head to the jailhouse and the interview. This is our Matt Johnson talking to convicted killer Robert Tellis.
For meeting with us. I know that we have limited time, so I wanted to start with this. You were convicted of first-degree murder 2 days ago. Do you have a message for Jeff Gehrman's family?
Yes, sir. Again, I am very sorry for their loss. It's tragic. He was clearly a good man who made a difference in the community and a difference in his family, but they certainly have my condolences, but I'm not guilty. I am innocent of his murder.
A jury of 12, you're a former attorney. You helped select this jury. You say that they got it wrong?
I do. Yes, sir.
Why is that?
Obviously, there was a lot of evidence in, I think, every different direction. I think one of the important things that the jury did not focus on was the fact that, as was heard earlier during the trial, that at 8:50 a.m. I was at home texting with one of my kids. I did not leave home, and at 9:10, this SUV that looks very similar to my SUV pulls into my neighborhood while I'm still at home, then drives out 2 minutes later, follows the path to Mr. Gurman's home, murders Mr. Gurman, and then makes its way back toward my home.
Well, let's talk about that because prosecutors pointed to the text message that was on your wife's watch and not your cell phone. She was trying to get a hold of you. So where were you?
Where were you?
Again, as I testified, I had taken a walk. And when I came back home, I just walked in the door. I yelled up that I'm home, and that was it. I mentioned, too, that if I hadn't, then certainly she would have texted and called further. Right, so the fact that there was just the one call and text within a couple minutes of each other shows that, again, there was no concern that I was not yet home or anything like that.
All right, so you're admitting that she sent you the message. So why it's not on your phone? Why it's not on her phone? Why is it only on the iPhone? I mean, on the Apple Watch. So now he admitting to it. So you knew about it. So yeah. So why is it not on your phone, sir? You're acknowledging that the message, you got the message. The message came through, but it's not on your phone.
Right, so the fact that there was just the one call and text within a couple minutes of each other shows that, again, there was no concern that I was not yet home or anything like that.
Why frame you? Because you believe that you're being framed, right? Being framed by who and why? Why not just kill you?
Right, and then again, that was something that I addressed on the stand as well. So I believe that Compass Realty, I wanted to do my investigation on this, but I was able to prove it. But I believe Compass Realty framed me to stop me from investigating them. And so when you think about this question about, well, why not kill you instead? Again, killing me wouldn't have stopped the investigations into them, and maybe even bolstered those investigations, when people try to figure out why I was killed, or perhaps the investigations were picked up in my memory and worked on harder. But again, like I said, because now that Mr. Gurman's been murdered and I was framed for it, Compass Realty gets away with, not having to answer to any of the criminal conduct that they've engaged in. And also the real estate division complaint that I had filed against them, that got dropped after I got put in jail. It certainly is serendipity for them if, as a result of my supposedly killing Mr. Gurman, that they get to walk away without any repercussions for their criminal conduct.
I heard you take the stand, and I was there in court each and every day. You were there on the stand for a duration over 3 days, and you mentioned that on the stand. Why did you want to take the stand? If you did it again, over again, would you? Because the jury didn't seem to believe what you had to say in your narrative.
Yeah, I would do it again. I don't know that it's necessarily that my testimony had a negative impact. I think perhaps had we highlighted again.
Yeah, of course, my testimony was fine. It's really not. That's not what it was. I would do it again because it definitely wasn't my testimony. Because I'm so good. and what I do. So it definitely couldn't be that. So we're not even gonna consider that. This guy, man.
A little harder the inconsistencies with the evidence that perhaps they would have seen the truth. I don't know that my testimony had a negative impact. In fact, I think it, at the very least, the public got to hear my story, and each, while they're not jurors, they can decide whether or not this is all true. But I'm innocent, and so I guess that's bottom line for me.
So who killed Jeff Gehrman then?
And like I said, I believe it is someone who was hired by Compass Realty.
And what steps are you going to do moving forward if you say that you're an innocent man behind bars, you're yet to be sentenced, you're yet to be moved to prison? What's next for you then?
So right now I'm working on my appeals. I do believe that I will get out early on appeal. So I'm working on that right now. As far as any investigations that I'd hope to complete, unfortunately, I won't be able to do it from here. If there's enough time when I get out, such that all the evidence hasn't, basically aged,
Did he say if there's enough time when I get out? Like 80? When you're like 80, bro?
Yes, I don't know if it's aged out, but if there's still yet evidence remaining by the time I get out, then great. Then I will continue to pursue those investigations when I get out.
When do you think that you're going to be getting out? When do you think you're going to be getting out? You've been convicted of first-degree murder. You're going to be sentenced, and the possibility is after serving 20 years parole, but you're unlikely to get parole unless you take responsibility for the actions that you've been convicted of.
Facts. And so at this point, he didn't even get sentenced yet.
So, in fact, it's going to be longer than 20 years. There are enhancements, so I'll be looking at probably 28 years.
Oh, he already know. He already know what he was going to get.
But again, it is my belief that, and I'm going to continue working on this, that I'll be able to get back to my family sooner through appeals. That's my main concern is getting back home to my family.
Let's talk about that, because in the mitigation, you had 3 witnesses that were on the stand in your defense. It was your wife, your ex-wife, and your mom. And you broke down in tears when your mom was on the stand, pleading on your behalf for parole. And they were all characterizing you as a family man, but I hadn't seen your family in court supporting you during the trial.
I didn't want them there. And because of all the media, you got to understand that my family, they love me. I talk to them all the time. As you heard, I talk to my kids all the time. I expressly did not want them during the proceedings. I didn't want them to suffer from all of this. That's been my main concern all along. So, yeah, they didn't show up because I asked them not to. I wanted to protect them from this situation.
Why did you cry when your mom was testifying on your behalf? And, according to our viewers and people that have watched your trial, they didn't see much emotion from you whenever there were pictures of Mr. Gehrman or when his family was on the stand. Why is that?
I don't know that, I certainly felt for them. I don't know if my face, demonstrated or not, but I definitely felt for the family during their testimony. And I certainly, this has certainly been frustrating for me, but you got to understand that, I had to try to just prove my innocence, to show the jury that, again, I am a family man. I am somebody who could not possibly have committed this murder. So that was my main goal during the trial, was to just to convey them and to show them the evidence, that I had seen that shows that this is, that I did not commit this murder. So, I'm sorry if it came off as though I didn't have emotion, but I thought I certainly conveyed it,
And on that same regard, viewers online, people love to weigh in on what they're watching at specific times, but A lot of people didn't believe that there was emotion on the stand when you appeared to be crying. Were you crying, and why?
And that wasn't for show. That just was not for show. This is not something that I planned. Basically, when I was talking about the fact that I was basically tortured, mentally, during this period where they detained me during the search, and I was already just about broken because they were talking about my family and what this was going to do to my family, and they'd already put me in this paper suit in this freezing environment, and by the time I walked into my house, it was a tornado. They trashed my children's rooms, they trashed my entire house, and my wife was sitting on the floor crying, and so I cried on the stand, and it wasn't for show. It wasn't me trying to gain any sympathy. I cried. And there were tears. My face was wet, but it wasn't for public consumption. It wasn't for the jury's sake. That's just something that came out. So if it looked unbelievable, then so be it, because it wasn't meant to be an act. It wasn't meant to be something to sway anybody.
And speaking of that jury, they were out for roughly 12 hours over 3 days, and they asked to see certain videos. One of the videos was what your defense team had pointed out, with what they say was hair on the driver of the suspect in a vehicle. And then the second was a comparison side by side of you walking with the AP article of you in your office from that Gehrman interview, and also video of the suspect. And a lot of people say that it's the same walk, that you have the same walk as the suspect. You say that it's not? Do you see the similarities?
I don't agree, but everyone's entitled to their opinion. But no, I don't agree.
All right, we need a break. We'll get you back and pick up listings for Matt Johnson.
How are you going to continue your work and pieces of
kind of crime? Let's pick up our interview. Matt Johnson, Robert Tellis, right where we left off.
And they were asking for those pieces of evidence.
I don't know. I was still hopeful, that they would see my innocence, but that was about it.
When the jury came back and we were all waiting, and then they asked you to stand at that defense table and they read the verdict, what went through your mind then?
That unfortunately they got it wrong, and that it's just time to continue on with my work and try to get home.
I know that you say that you believe that they got it wrong. Again, I want to circle back to how are you going to continue your investigation and to prove your innocence, since you really believe that, while behind bars, while in prison?
I think there are potentially a couple different ways, and we'll see whether or not they pan out. Currently, there's a lawsuit that between me and some of the folks in the office where I could potentially get some of the discovery that would connect some of the players, and then there's a lawsuit that I've filed against certain officers that may net some of the information that I need. But we'll see about that particular lawsuit. I know they're going to try to dismiss it now with a conviction, but that again could take years by the time we get to the point where I can get anything to demonstrate more of what is going on here.
You were convicted less than 48 hours ago. Why is it important for you to speak out now? You have not been sentenced yet, and if you're going to be asking for an appeal, anything you say right now can be used against you. You know that.
Right. Well, and then again, obviously, I'm here because folks like yourself wanted to speak to me.
And you ain't want to miss the opportunity, bruh. You ain't want to miss the opportunity.
And certainly, like I said, I'm innocent, and if my standing up and continuing to declare my innocence is going to hurt my chances for an appeal, then so be it. But I should certainly hope not. I should hope that my declaring my innocence should not be, reason for any judge to be punitive. For any judge to decide that they're going to put me away for longer, or they're going to deny my appeal. So we'll I'll certainly see whether there is any kind of repercussion for me continuing to say that I'm innocent. And if it is, it's wrong, but we'll see.
How did the DNA get under the victim's fingernails, and that was your DNA?
Oh.
That, again, I don't know, sir. Because then, like I said, I don't know that it was ever under his fingernails. I did not kill Mr. Gurman. I know that's what, they say that my DNA was under his nails, but I don't know how that may have occurred.
Why were the shoes cut up underneath your couch?
I don't know. I'm wondering the same thing. If supposedly I was the person who committed this crime, why not just throw those things away? It makes no sense to cut up shoes.
And the same would be, why cut up a hat? And why get rid of other items? According to prosecutors and according to your conviction, this jury believes you killed Mr. Gehrman, you came home, you cut up the shoes, you cut up the hat, but then you got rid of other items, including the orange shirt, the pants, and the murder weapon. How did those items still get in your home if they're trying to frame you? Where is the murder weapon?
And again, so just what you're saying makes no sense, right? I mean, if I were the killer and I got rid of some of the items, why wouldn't I get rid of all of the items at once? It makes no sense. And then on top of that, the alleged hiding places for these items, one was under my couch, and then another was an open toolbox. Again, it just doesn't make any sense.
If you believe that the jury got it wrong and you are still innocent, what is your message to that jury then? They vested so much time and did their civil duty. What's your message to the jury?
Yeah, I appreciate that they felt they did their duty, but they got it wrong. But again, beyond that, there's not much else I can say. I'm focused on trying to prove my innocence and trying to get home.
Did you kill Jeff Gehrman?
I did not, sir, no.
See that again. Yo, he caught him out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. Did you kill Jeff Gehrman? He ain't see that question coming either. He probably was like, bruh.
Did you kill Jeff Gehrman?
I did not, sir, no.
And again, your message to his family.
And I am very sorry for their loss. We've all been through a lot with this situation. And I'm hoping that, that they too can, when they move on, and it's a horrible, horrible situation all around.
How about you hope that they find the killer? Funny guy. Talking about it's hard for everybody. You still alive.
We're all suffering for it.
Why did your team decide to go with the narrative versus you being asked questions on the stand? It appeared to me that the jury was never given an explanation for that, and that's what jury.
That's a good question.
Go with the narrative.
When they move on, and it's a horrible, horrible situation all around. We're all suffering for it.
Why did your team decide to go with the narrative versus you being asked questions on the stand? It appeared to me that the jury was never given an explanation for that, and that's what juries expect. They expect the defense team to ask questions. Why did you choose narrative?
Well, I chose a narrative style just because, again, I had so much to say that it would have been so difficult for us to get through it all if we were doing it in a question and answer form. Just like in any, and again, I'm not testifying as an expert witness, but oftentimes when an expert witness testifies, they're given a question and they'll elaborate quite a bit on that one particular question. I had so many particular questions that I wanted to answer that for us to do it in a question and answer form would have just been so tedious. I think we would have lost the jury well before we got halfway through my testimony. So that's why it was a narrative.
Is there anything that you wish you had said that you think
I think if perhaps I'd, again, I thought we made it clear that I was home when that SUV drove into my neighborhood. If it was not, maybe I wish I would have hammered on that more to just say, hey, look, I cannot be in two places at once, so you got to consider that. I was at home. So I think that would have been pretty definitive as far as, evidence goes that I'm innocent. But beyond that, I think we did what we could.
Prosecutors say that you were not home, that your cell phone was home, and that's the reason why your wife was wondering where you were.
If you recall, again, their own expert testified that at 8:50 a.m. I was using my phone, texting, and at 9, so at home at 8:50, texting, and then this SUV comes into my neighborhood at 9:10. So even their evidence shows the same.
Cut it out. It don't even come into his neighborhood. It's leaving from his street, and his street is only one way in, one way out. It's not going into your street. It's coming from your street.
Like I said, that's what I needed to hammer on more, I think, and perhaps that got lost in all the shuffle of all this evidence, I think.
Is there any other evidence that you had hoped that the jury would see that you think could have changed the outcome?
I think a bit more of the evidence regarding motivations behind Detective Jappy's actions would have perhaps demonstrated that Detective Jappy was not just doing his job.
Okay, that was it. The feed cut off because the time was limited from the jail, so that was it. The interview with Matt Johnson and Robert Tellis. He sticking to his story.
Sticking to his story. Ladies and gentlemen, man, this guy here. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Lord of mercy. That was an interesting one, and I enjoyed it. And I hope you guys enjoyed watching that as well. Tomorrow, we got a good live stream. The lawyer for Alicia, I forgot her name. Alicia Andrews in the Julio Fulio case. The guy and the lady, they did an interview with this girl. I forgot the name of her channel, but tomorrow I'm gonna be reacting to that, and I'm gonna share her channel as well, so you guys know where you guys can see the go sub up to her channel. She gave me permission to go over it, so we're gonna react to that. The lawyers in the Alicia Andrews case, the defense attorneys, the young guy and the girl and the lady, they did an interview, pretty good interview, and we're gonna react to that and see what they had to say about that whole trial. So I hope you guys looking forward to that as well. But as of right now, we got a full understanding that Robert Tellis is a narcissist, okay? A complete narcissist. Something's wrong with that guy. His behavior on the stand, as you can see, he pretended to be calm. But all his movements show that he was uncomfortable. All of that, he was real uncomfortable, He was doing a lot of that on the stand. His eyebrows, my goodness. They were stuck with all the lines in it. It's like the lines would not go away. I'm like, all right, he's stressed. Okay? The lines in his eyebrows would not go away. Okay? Now that, I'm like, he gotta have a headache. You gotta have a headache. That's man, to hold those muscles there constantly like that. Yeah, so you was stressed out. I want to thank everybody for coming out. We got some more cases like this because I might not be able to do entire trials, but if we got a good one coming up, and we'll finish. We'll go do that. I gotta finish the Karen Reed trial when I get a chance. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Sub up to the channel, hit the like button, share this live. Until we meet again. Rabbits, I'm out the house, man. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat.